How to Navigate the Afterlife. Chapter 1. The transition is rarely gentle, whether it is snatched in a flash of light, a sudden silent ringing in the ears, or a slow, agonizing fade into nothingness. The moment of departure from the physical world is a profound and often disorienting event. For the conscious mind, accustomed to the tangible, the predictable rhythms of heartbeat and breath, the solid feel of the ground beneath feet, the transition can feel like tumbling into a void, or perhaps less a fall, more a sudden shift into a different state of being. Yet, it is not a fall into darkness. Not for those who carry the spark of awareness. This state, often referred to as the afterlife, the great threshold, or simply the next realm, is a place of profound transformation, a landscape far removed from the three-dimensional density of the world left behind. It is a realm governed by different principles, frequencies, and laws. One where the internal landscape becomes the primary focus. As the final echoes of the physical body's functions fade, a new awareness begins to dawn. The first sensation is often one of profound peace, a release from the constraints and anxieties that bound the conscious self in life. The frantic energy of the mind quiets. The constant chatter subsides, replaced by a deeper, more resonant form of consciousness. It is as if the veil has been lifted, revealing a reality far vaster and more intricate than the one perceived through physical senses. This initial phase is crucial. It is the moment of separation, the shedding of the physical shell. Many who experience this transition report a sensation of floating weightlessness or being carried along by an unseen current. This is not merely a physical absence of weight. It is an energetic state, a movement into a dimension where the laws of gravity as understood in the physical world do not apply. The body, the vehicle of the self in the physical realm, has served its purpose and returns to the earth, its atoms and molecules reclaiming their place in the material cycle. The individual, however, the essence, the consciousness, continues. This new state of being is often characterized by an overwhelming sense of sensory input, but not in the way the physical world presents it. It is more akin to pure emotion, raw thought, and unfiltered energy. Colors may appear with startling intensity. Sounds might resonate as profound feelings, and scents could be experienced as memories or moods. These are not merely perceptions. They are the fundamental nature of the realm itself. The senses in this state are not channels to the external world but channels within the individual consciousness interacting with the non-physical environment. The atmosphere of the afterlife is one of profound stillness yet underlying vibrancy. It is a realm where time as a linear construct loses its meaning. Moments can stretch into eternity, or moments of intense experience can seem to pass in an instant. Space is not limited by distance as it is in the physical world. Connection can be instantaneous across vast perceived distances, connecting minds and souls who share resonant frequencies. For the seeker of wisdom, this initial phase is a crucial period of adjustment and observation. It is a time to let go of the mental and emotional attachments formed in life. The fears, the desires, the judgments, the attachments to specific individuals or outcomes. These remnants can act as anchors, pulling the consciousness back into the lower frequencies of the realm or hindering the process of understanding. The path forward requires letting go, releasing the grip of the ego, and allowing the true self to emerge. The air, metaphorically speaking, is thick with possibility. It is a realm where thought shapes reality, where intention becomes manifest, and where the fundamental laws of the universe operate more visibly. It is a place of pure potential, a workshop for the soul between incarnations. The seeker must become an observer, yet not merely a passive one. The journey through the afterlife is as much an internal process as it is a movement through different states of being. This is the threshold. It is the beginning of a vast and often misunderstood journey. It is a realm of profound learning where the wisdom of past lives surfaces, where karmic patterns are understood and resolved, and where the deeper nature of the self is explored. It is a landscape waiting to be navigated, understood, and integrated. The first step is simply to arrive, to acknowledge this new state of being, to breathe the air of the great threshold, and to begin the process of orientation. The path is before you, illuminated by the inner light of your own awareness. The challenge and the profound opportunity lies in embracing the unknown with courage and an open heart. This initial understanding sets the stage. It is the foundation upon which the subsequent chapters will build, exploring the deeper mechanics, the lessons, the challenges, and the ultimate purpose of navigating this extraordinary realm. The journey has begun, not in a physical body, but in the boundless expanse of the conscious mind, ready to explore the mysteries that await beyond the veil. Chapter 2: The Threshold and the Veil. The transition is rarely abrupt, though it often feels so in retrospect. For the seeker of wisdom, the journey beyond the veil of physical existence is less a door slammed shut and more a river flowing into the sea. One moment the body rests, breath shallow and slowing, consciousness anchored to the tangible world. The next the anchor loosens. This initial phase, often termed the threshold, is an in-between realm. It is neither here nor there, yet it holds the seeds of both. The atmosphere shifts, thickens, or perhaps thins depending on the individual's perspective and the nature of their transition. Some report a blinding light, overwhelming and disorienting, a stark contrast to the dimming lights of the world they left behind. Others feel a profound silence, a stillness that isn't empty, but resonates with a deeper, more fundamental frequency. Yet more experience a sense of being pulled, drawn through a shimmering translucent curtain, the veil itself. This veil is not merely a physical barrier. It is a threshold of perception, a boundary between the dense vibratory patterns of the physical realm and the more subtle yet potentially more potent realms that follow. It is the point of no return, the moment the individual's consciousness, long tethered by the body's biological processes, detaches and begins its migration. For the seeker, this moment is crucial. It is the first test of awareness beyond the physical. In the confusion of the threshold, the tendency is towards fear, towards grasping at the familiar, towards being overwhelmed by the unknown. The ego, which has spent a lifetime defining itself through physical experience, often resists this dissolution. It screams, it whispers, it argues, clinging to the forms it knows. But wisdom lies not in clinging, however instinctual it may feel. It lies in observing. The seeker, by their very nature, approaches this transition not with blind terror, but with a heightened sense of curiosity, a readiness to understand. They observe the sensations, the pull, the light, the silence without immediate judgment or identification. They witness the ego's panic as an external phenomenon, a current flowing through them, not the entirety of their being. As the consciousness begins to pass through the veil, the nature of reality shifts. The solid becomes fluid, the known becomes mysterious. The senses, no longer filtered through the physical body, may perceive energies, colors, sounds, and emotions that have no parallel in the earthly experience. This can be disconcerting, yet it is also profoundly revealing. It is an introduction to the vibrational landscape of the afterlife. This landscape is not uniform. It is a vast diverse expanse, a tapestry woven from the collective and individual consciousnesses, shaped by the energies of thought, emotion, and spirit. Some areas resonate with peace and tranquility, places of rest and reflection for those who have labored in the physical world. Others are dynamic energetic zones, perhaps reflecting the collective unconscious or serving as conduits for spiritual work. Navigating this begins with understanding the fundamental difference in perception. In the physical world, we rely heavily on the five senses, interpreting the world through a lens of time, space, and duality, hot and cold, light and dark, good and evil. In the afterlife, perception often becomes more direct, more intuitive, less reliant on these physical filters. Information may arrive as feelings, impressions, or direct knowing. The seeker's task in this initial phase is twofold: to remain centered amidst the shift and to begin developing this new mode of perception. Panic is the enemy here. It scatters the consciousness, making it vulnerable and disoriented. Fear of the unknown is natural, but the seeker's wisdom compels them to meet the unknown with openness, not resistance. Techniques for grounding and focusing can be helpful, though they must be adapted. Simple breathing exercises, visualizations of light or a guiding presence, or focusing on a simple mantra can help maintain a semblance of inner stability. The key is not to force the mind into a physical pattern, but to use these tools to cultivate a state of calm awareness, allowing the new perceptions to gently emerge without being overwhelmed by them. The veil is not a permanent barrier. It is a transition zone. As the consciousness moves further beyond it, the initial disorientation may lessen, replaced by a gradual unfolding of the afterlife's realities. The first step, however, is crossing it not through force or fear, but through awareness, through the quiet wisdom that allows the ego to observe itself and let go, and the spirit to begin exploring the vast hidden dimensions that await. This initial navigation sets the tone for the entire journey. The mindset adopted at the threshold, one of openness, curiosity, and centered awareness, provides the foundation upon which the rest of the afterlife exploration is built. It is the first crucial lesson in navigating a reality far removed from the one perceived by the senses alone. The veil parts beyond lies not chaos but a different kind of order, a different kind of existence. The seeker, having met the threshold with wisdom, begins their true exploration. Chapter 3. The Threshold and the Echoes. The transition across the threshold is rarely a sudden dramatic event, though it often appears so in the retelling of those who remain behind. For the traveler, it is more akin to stepping from a dimly lit room into an even darker one, the shift so gradual as to be almost imperceptible at first. Yet the moment of passage is undeniably marked, a point of no return where the familiar dissolves and something new begins to coalesce around the nascent consciousness. This initial phase is often characterized by a profound sense of disorientation. The physical body, that vessel of sensation and anchor to the material world, may feel strangely distant, its form a mere echo, or perhaps entirely absent. Sensory input becomes muted, scrambled, or shifts entirely. Sounds might resonate with a hollow quality, sights blur into indistinct forms, and the usual anchors of touch and taste vanish. This sensory stripping can be disconcerting, even terrifying, for it removes the last vestiges of the world the seeker knew. Yet within this disorientation lies a crucial opportunity. It is the moment to observe, to become the witness rather than the participant. The ego, that persistent identifier of self tied so tightly to the physical form and its memories, often fights fiercely to maintain its familiar grip. It screams for the old sensations, clings to the narratives it has woven. This is the shadow aspect of the transition, the part of the self that resists the unknown. Recognizing this resistance, observing it without judgment, is the first step in navigating the new landscape. It is not an enemy to be vanquished, but a phenomenon to be understood, a part of the old self shedding its skin. As the initial shock begins to subside, a different kind of awareness often emerges. The sense of time, so rigid and linear in life, becomes fluid, almost non-existent. Moments can stretch into eternity, or moments that felt like an eternity in life might pass in a blink. This temporal ambiguity is not an illusion. It reflects the nature of the state that lies beyond linear progression. Here the now is all-encompassing, unburdened by the constant march of past and future that defined earthly existence. Accompanying this temporal shift is a growing clarity. The static noise of the ego's chatter, the endless stream of thoughts, memories, and anxieties that filled the mind in life often begins to quiet. This is not necessarily a state of emptiness, but rather a space where something deeper can be heard. It is a silence charged with potential, a stillness from which insight can arise. The seeker, if they remain present and observant, may begin to perceive subtle undercurrents, faint impressions, or echoes of wisdom that were previously obscured by the mental noise. These echoes are not random. They are often fragments of understanding gleaned in life, now resonating with greater clarity in this new state. They might be intuitive flashes, sudden insights into the nature of self and reality, or feelings of profound interconnectedness. They are whispers from the deeper self, the part that connects to the universal consciousness, now less filtered by the personality construct. Sensory perception shifts again, often in subtle ways. The sense of hearing might become particularly acute, allowing the traveler to perceive sounds that were inaudible in life, the subtle hum of the universe, the distant echoes of other consciousnesses, or the quiet voice of their own inner guidance. The sense of smell might return, often carrying powerful scent-based memories intertwined with emotional resonance, offering another pathway to deeper states of awareness. Even the sense of sight can transform, moving beyond the purely visual to include a perception of energy fields, emotional vibrations, auras that were invisible before. Navigating this phase requires patience and an open mind. The seeker must learn to trust this new form of awareness to move beyond the reliance on the 5 physical senses that define their previous existence. It involves surrendering the need to understand everything immediately and instead embracing the mystery. The afterlife is not a place where all questions are answered. It is a state of being where the capacity to perceive and integrate deeper truths expands. This initial period of adjustment, often spanning from moments to perhaps days or weeks from the seeker's perspective, is the crucial foundation upon which the broader journey unfolds. It is the threshold experience, the first step across the veil. Those who can navigate this initial disorientation by observing their own process, quieting the internal chatter and opening to the subtle echoes of deeper awareness lay the groundwork for the more extensive exploration that follows. They begin to shift from being merely a consciousness in the afterlife to becoming a consciousness aware of the afterlife, ready to perceive its intricate patterns and embrace its profound lessons. Chapter 4. The transition from the vibrational intensity of the physical plane's final moments into the relative stillness of the afterlife is often compared to stepping from a roaring bonfire into a cool, dim forest. The initial shock of the absence of physical sensation can be profound. A disorientation akin to waking from a deep dream into a reality that feels both familiar and utterly alien. Yet this initial turbulence is merely the threshold. Beyond it lies the realm where the threads of existence unravel and reweave primarily through the medium of memory. For the seeker navigating this new landscape, understanding the nature of memory here is paramount. It is not merely a passive repository of past experiences as it was in life. In the afterlife, memory becomes an active force, a luminous tapestry upon which the essence of the self is projected and perceived. It is the primary substance of consciousness in this realm, the bedrock upon which one's sense of identity is built. The first challenge is acknowledging the difference in memory. Physical memories are often associated with the body's sensations, the warmth of the sun on skin, the taste of food, the ache of exertion. These sensory anchors are largely absent in the afterlife, leading to a stripping away of the familiar context. A memory of a loved one's embrace might now exist only as a feeling of warmth and connection divorced from the specific tactile details of life. This can be unsettling as the familiar framework feels removed. However, this stripping away also reveals the essence. The emotional resonance, the core feeling, often remains far more potent and pure than the physical manifestation. A memory of joy becomes a bright, radiant feeling, a pocket of warmth in the otherwise neutral backdrop. A memory of sorrow might be a poignant ache, a shimmering pool of blue light. These emotional echoes are the true currency of experience in the afterlife, guiding the seeker's path through the etheric landscapes. The seeker must learn to access these memories deliberately. Unlike the often chaotic flood of recollection in life, afterlife memory can be approached more like exploring a vast library. One does not need to relive every moment. Instead, focus on significant events, pivotal relationships, moments of profound joy, or intense challenge. Visualize the memory, not in sharp physical detail, but in its emotional and energetic essence. See the colors. Feel the dominant emotions. Sense the presence of others involved. As the seeker practices this recall, they will notice that memories are not static. They are living, breathing entities capable of changing and evolving. The emotional charge can intensify or soften over time depending on the seeker's current state of being and their relationship to the memory. A memory that once caused pain might, through understanding and forgiveness both of self and others, transform into one of compassion or learning. Conversely, a cherished memory might fade if the energy associated with it dissipates or shifts. This dynamic nature of memory is crucial. It highlights that the afterlife is not merely a static recording of past lives, but an active, evolving state of being. The self is not fixed but continually shaped by the interpretation and integration of its remembered experiences. The seeker must become an artist of memory, not merely a passive observer. Furthermore, memories are not isolated islands. They are interconnected, forming the intricate web that constitutes the individual's essence. A single memory often triggers a cascade of related recollections, revealing patterns and themes that run through the seeker's existence. By exploring these connections, the seeker can gain profound insights into their soul's journey, understanding motivations, karmic patterns, and areas requiring growth. Navigating the afterlife effectively requires the seeker to use these memories not just for reflection but for orientation. Just as landmarks guide a traveler on Earth, significant memories can anchor the seeker within the vastness of the afterlife. They provide a sense of direction, helping the individual understand their place within the collective consciousness and their relationships to other essences they encounter. However, the seeker must also be wary. The afterlife is rich with echoes not just of their own memories but of the memories of others, of collective consciousness, and even of universal themes. It is easy to become lost in the sheer volume of remembrance, mistaking echoes for personal experience or becoming overwhelmed by the collective emotional currents. The practice of discernment is therefore essential. Learn to differentiate between your own inner light and the reflections around you. Trust the resonance that feels authentic to your core essence. Ultimately, the journey through memory in the afterlife is about transformation. It is an opportunity to re-experience life from a higher perspective, to integrate lessons, to release attachments to past identities, and to refine the emotional and spiritual self. By weaving the threads of memory into a new coherent tapestry, one that reflects growth, understanding, and love, the seeker begins to construct their new form of being in this realm. Engage with your memories intentionally. Let them be a source of light, guiding you through the etheric forests and revealing the deeper truths of your existence. But do not become lost in them. See them as a map, useful but not the destination itself. The true journey lies beyond the memories, into the exploration of the self and the universe, illuminated by the wisdom gleaned from the luminous loom of memory. Chapter 5. The Echoes of Cognition and the Shifting Sands of Memory. The seeker now finds themselves navigating not a physical landscape, but a realm sculpted by the very stuff of thought and remembrance. This is the echo field, a place where the echoes of consciousness linger long after the physical form has dissolved. It is less a place of fiery torment or blissful oblivion and more a vast shimmering tapestry woven from the threads of lived experience, perception, and belief. The atmosphere here is thick, not with air but with psychic residue. The very fabric of the echo field resonates with the frequencies of past thoughts, emotions, and intentions. It is a realm where the boundary between the internal world of the individual and the external field of collective consciousness is perilously thin. The seeker, having passed through the initial veil of transition, now stands at the edge of this vast cognitive ocean. The first challenge is discerning the nature of one's own presence. Here the physical body, the anchor of identity in the material world, is gone. But the self, the essence of the individual, persists, or perhaps takes on a different form. It might appear as an etheric projection of its former self, a shimmering image retaining a semblance of the physical form, or something far more abstract, a confluence of thought forms and emotional echoes. The key is not to cling to a specific image but to recognize the sensation of self. The persistent awareness, that is, this awareness, moves quietly beneath all experience. This consciousness is the primary tool for navigating the echo field. It is the light in the darkness, the compass in the void. Yet this light is often fragmented, filtered through the lens of the individual's belief system, emotional attachments, and unresolved issues. Memories, both cherished and painful, are not mere recollections. They are energetic imprints that still hold power here. A forgotten insult might still carry a sharp emotional charge, while a deeply loved memory might be a source of profound peace and energy. The shifting sands of memory pose a significant obstacle. Events are not presented in a linear, coherent narrative as they were in life. Instead, they appear as fleeting images, fragmented sensations, and emotional bursts, often jumbled together and out of chronological order. A touch of joy might be immediately followed by a flash of fear, or a vivid memory from youth might intrude upon a contemplation of the present moment. The seeker must learn not to become lost in this associative labyrinth, but to observe these fragments with detachment, understanding that they are merely echoes, not the totality of the experience. One must become an observer of these mental and emotional echoes. When a memory arises, instead of immediately identifying with it or reacting to it, the wise seeker notes its presence as an external phenomenon. There is the echo of that argument. One might mentally observe a sensation of anger mixed with regret. By creating this subtle distance, the seeker prevents the echoes from pulling them back into the emotional turmoil of past lives, allowing for a clearer perception of the now, of the afterlife. This requires practice. The mind accustomed to the constant chatter of the material world may find the relative stillness of the echo field unsettling. Thoughts may arise seemingly from nowhere, or old patterns of thinking may resurface. The seeker must gently but firmly guide their awareness back to the present moment, back to the sensation of being, the awareness itself. This is not about suppressing thought, but about observing it without attachment, like watching clouds drift across the sky. Belief systems play a crucial role in shaping the experience within the echo field. For some, it might resemble a grand library of cosmic knowledge where the seeker can browse the infinite volumes of possibility. For others, it might feel like a vast echoing cathedral filled with the collective prayers and thoughts of humanity. Still others might perceive it as a desolate windswept landscape reflecting their own feelings of isolation or existential dread. It is vital to understand that these perceptions are not objective descriptions of reality, but subjective interpretations colored by the individual's ingrained beliefs and expectations. The seeker must learn to discern the objective nature of the echo field, the presence of other consciousnesses, the flow of psychic energy, the resonance of different thought forms from their own subjective projections. This requires a healthy dose of skepticism towards comforting cliches and a willingness to confront the ambiguity and mystery of the afterlife. The echo field is also a place where the consequences of one's actions in life become more apparent. Karmic imprints, often perceived as subtle feelings or recurring situations, are the energetic echoes of past choices and their consequences. Actions driven by love and compassion might leave behind a residue of warmth and connection, while actions rooted in selfishness or harm might manifest as feelings of isolation or energetic resistance. These are not punishments or rewards in a moralistic sense, but rather the natural consequences of interacting with the universe through thought and action. They serve as powerful feedback mechanisms, guiding the seeker towards greater understanding and evolution. Navigating this realm requires patience and a willingness to explore the unknown. The seeker should not fear the unsettling nature of the echo field, nor should they become overly attached to comforting visions or experiences. The goal is not to find a specific destination, but to develop a deeper understanding of consciousness itself, of the nature of self, and of the interconnectedness of all things. As the seeker continues to explore the echo field, observing the shifting sands of memory and the resonant frequencies of thought, they begin to develop a new kind of awareness. They learn to perceive the subtle energetic currents that flow between consciousnesses, to recognize the patterns of thought that create both suffering and peace, and to understand that their own presence here is a profound expression of the universe's ongoing exploration of itself through the medium of consciousness. This is the beginning of true navigation in the afterlife. Not merely moving through a space, but understanding the very nature of the space itself and one's place within it. Chapter 6: The Echoes of Memory and the Veil's Thinning. The seeker, having traversed the initial, often tumultuous stages of the death transition, now finds themselves in a realm far removed from the physical constraints of the earthly plane. This is the threshold, a space where the veil between worlds is not yet fully shed, nor is the destination realm fully embraced. It is a place of profound stillness, yet underlies a vast subtle energy field. The Akasha, the universal record of all thought, emotion, and event. Navigation here requires a different set of tools than those needed for the physical world. The primary challenge is not external obstacle but internal, the overwhelming presence of the self filtered through the lens of memory. The Akasha is vast, a sea of infinite echoes, and the seeker's own life history forms a particularly resonant current within it. These are the echoes of memory. For the first time, many experience their memories not as fleeting images or sensations, but as potent tangible energies woven into the very fabric of the Akasha. A childhood home isn't just a remembered place. It's a locus of feeling, sound, and interaction. A psychic signature still faintly glowing within the threshold. A moment of intense joy or profound sorrow isn't just a recollection. It's a palpable wave of emotional energy the seeker can and often must navigate. The instinct of the newly arrived is often to cling to these echoes. The familiar feels safe, the known a comfort against the encroaching unknown. This is the shadow of identity, the remnants of the ego seeking to anchor itself one last time. However, this clinging acts like an anchor in quicksand, pulling the seeker back into the mires of past experiences, preventing movement forward into the deeper mysteries of the afterlife and the Akasha. To navigate the echoes of memory requires conscious effort, a deliberate choice to observe rather than become lost within. The seeker must learn to perceive memories not as absolute truths but as energetic patterns within the greater whole. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast dark ocean. The ripples and waves you see are reflections of the moon and the wind, but the ocean itself is deeper, wider, and holds more than just the surface disturbances. The Akasha is that ocean. The echoes of memory are the surface waves. Technique: observing the echoes. Acknowledge. Do not identify. Recognize that a memory is present. Feel its energy without allowing your consciousness to be swept away by it. See it as an external phenomenon within the Akasha, like a cloud passing in the sky rather than you experiencing it directly. Separate the pattern from the self. Understand that the memory is a complex energetic pattern, sights, sounds, emotions, physical sensations that once occurred. It is not who you are. Your current state is the ongoing flow of consciousness. Now, gently redirect focus. When caught in the pull of a strong memory, consciously shift your awareness. Focus on your breath, the subtle sensations in your energy body, the subtle bodies often called the etheric, astral or mental bodies, which are more pronounced here, or the ambient energies of the threshold itself. Imagine drawing a line in the Akasha separating the memory's energetic field from your own view with compassion. Remember that these echoes are part of your journey. They contain lessons, growth, and experiences that shaped you. Approach them with understanding and compassion, recognizing they are part of the shedding process, but do not allow them to define your current reality. The veil's thinness is another crucial aspect of this stage. While still technically in the threshold, the density of the barrier lessens, allowing for clearer perception and interaction with the Akasha. Thoughts become more immediate. Connections to other souls who have passed or linger nearby can become more apparent, and the influence of the collective consciousness becomes more pronounced. This thinning veil is both a gift and a challenge. On one hand, it offers greater clarity. The seeker can begin to discern the subtle energies of different realms within the afterlife, the intentions of guides or entities, and the underlying patterns of the Akasha itself. Communication becomes less reliant on the symbolic language of dreams and more on the direct flow of thought and emotion. On the other hand, the thinning veil means the seeker is more vulnerable to the influences of the Akasha. Negative thought forms, residual emotional energies from past lives or traumatic earthly events, and the subtle manipulations of lower astral entities can become more apparent. The seeker must cultivate discernment using the tools of awareness and intention to filter these influences. This is where the wisdom of esoteric traditions becomes invaluable. Understanding the basic principles of energy, intention, and consciousness allows the seeker to act as an observer and navigator rather than a passive victim of the environment. The principles of balance, harmony, and conscious creation, often taught in occult and spiritual paths, provide the framework for interacting with the threshold. The journey through the echoes of memory and under the thinning veil is essentially the process of shedding the accumulated layers of the past self. The identity built from memories, experiences, roles, and conditioning. It is an act of disentanglement, allowing the true underlying nature of the soul, pure consciousness, to emerge from behind the curtain of the personal ego. This stage is not one of despair but of release. It is where the final conscious letting go occurs. The memories are not erased but their binding power is broken. They become available for review and understanding from a higher perspective, no longer dictating the present moment of the soul. As the seeker masters the navigation of these inner echoes and the subtle influences of the thinning veil, they move closer to the heart of the Akasha. They gain the clarity and discrimination needed to consciously choose their path forward, moving beyond the passive observation of memory towards the active exploration of the deeper realms of the afterlife and the soul's ultimate purpose. The journey continues guided by awareness, compassion, and the unwavering intention to seek wisdom. Chapter 7. The Echoes of Perception and the Shifting Veil. The seeker, having navigated the initial turbulent waters of transition, now finds themselves within the more expansive yet equally perplexing realm known as the intermediate state. This is not the final destination, nor is it the dense physical world from which they came, but a space or perhaps a series of interconnected spaces where the soul processes, integrates, and prepares for its next phase. The sheer volume of experience from the physical life bombards the consciousness like a vast library with infinite shelves, each holding books of memory, emotion, and sensation. Yet the medium through which these echoes resonate is different. It is less solid and more fluid. In the physical world, the senses are the primary gatekeepers of experience. Sight paints the world with colors and forms. Sound provides its rhythm and melody. Touch conveys texture and temperature. Taste savors the tangible, and smell often triggers profound associative memories. These senses guided by the physical body filter and interpret the universe, creating a seemingly coherent picture. In the afterlife, particularly in this intermediate state, these conventional senses often diminish or operate under a different set of rules. Vision might become less about sharp focus and more about sensing the vibrational quality of light and energy. Hearing could transform into perceiving the resonant frequencies of thought and emotion. Touch might manifest as a subtle awareness of proximity and energetic interaction rather than the pressure and temperature we know. This shift necessitates a recalibration of perception. The seeker must learn to navigate a landscape where the seen is felt, the heard is internalized, and the touched is understood on a purely energetic level. The memories that remain are not just visual or auditory recordings. They are complex energetic imprints carrying the full weight of their original emotional and spiritual significance. This is where the concept of the shifting veil becomes particularly pertinent. The veil in this context is not a literal barrier but a metaphor for the change in perceptual filters in life. It is relatively thin, allowing the soul to interact with the physical, the emotional, and the subtle planes simultaneously, albeit often confusingly. In the afterlife, particularly during the intermediate state, this veil thickens or perhaps thins in a different way. It becomes permeable to energies and information that were previously inaccessible. The seeker perceives the raw undercurrents of existence, the unfiltered emotional resonance of others' thoughts and feelings, the subtle shifts in the ambient energy of a room or realm, and the echoes of their own past actions, not just as memories, but as living, breathing energetic patterns. This can be overwhelming. The sheer intensity of unfiltered perception can lead to sensory overload, akin to being thrust into a symphony without the ability to focus on a single instrument. Thoughts, emotions, and sensations from countless sources wash over the individual, creating a chaotic tapestry that is difficult to discern. It is easy to become lost in the noise, to identify too strongly with the fragments of experience encountered, mistaking the echoes for the whole. Therefore, the primary task in navigating this realm is not to accumulate more experience, but to develop discernment. How does the seeker differentiate between the resonance of another's memory, their own lingering emotional attachments, the ambient energy of the place, and the subtle nudges of their own higher self or spiritual guides? This requires a form of inner quietude, even amidst the perceived chaos. The seeker must cultivate a stillness within. This is achieved not through forced suppression but through gentle conscious focus. Techniques such as mental visualization, focusing on a simple mantra, or directing the breath can help create a small stable center of awareness amidst the surrounding perceptual storm. Within this still point, the external echoes may lessen in intensity, allowing the seeker to perceive them more clearly as external phenomena rather than becoming lost within them. Discernment also involves understanding the nature of attachment. In life, we become attached to people, possessions, ideas, and feelings. These attachments create energetic cords, links that tie our soul to the physical world and to other souls. In the intermediate state, these cords often become more apparent, shimmering like threads of light or energy. The temptation is to grasp at these familiar connections, to retreat into the comfort of known echoes. However, clinging to these attachments prevents the soul from fully integrating its experiences and moving forward. It acts like an anchor, keeping the spirit tied to the past. The wise approach is to observe these attachments with compassion but without resistance. See them for what they are, energetic remnants of a life lived. Acknowledge their presence. Understand the feelings they evoke, often nostalgia, grief, or longing, and then consciously choose to let them go. This is not a sudden act, but a gradual process of detaching, much like slowly unraveling a cord while being mindful of the sensation. It requires courage to face the potential loss, but the freedom gained is immense. As attachments loosen, the perceptual field becomes clearer, less cluttered by the echoes of the past. As the seeker masters the echoes of perception and begins to untangle the cords of attachment, a deeper understanding dawns. They start to perceive the underlying patterns of energy that connect all things. The shifting veil, instead of being an obstacle, becomes a lens, allowing them to see the interconnectedness of all experience. They might perceive the collective emotional resonance of the realm, understand the subtle energetic intentions of other souls they encounter, or even begin to sense the larger currents of spiritual evolution to which they belong. This expanded perception is not about gaining more sensory data, but about accessing a higher level of understanding, a more direct perception of the underlying reality. It is the beginning of true wisdom in the afterlife. Not just knowing what is perceived, but understanding why and how it resonates within the larger tapestry of existence. Navigating the intermediate state, therefore, becomes less about traversing a physical space and more about mastering the art of perception itself. It is a journey inward towards greater stillness, discernment and detachment, culminating in a perception that sees the interconnectedness and spiritual significance of all experience. This prepares the seeker not just for the next incarnation but for a deeper understanding of their place within the infinite flow of consciousness. The path continues, guided by the wisdom gained from perceiving the echoes and learning to listen to the silence between them. Chapter 8. The seeker drifting through the etheric planes of the afterlife begins to perceive patterns with increasing clarity. The river of souls flows not randomly but according to ancient currents and unseen forces. This chapter delves into the profound mechanism of reincarnation, the cosmic weaving of fate and choice that shapes the soul's journey through myriad lifetimes. The concept of the afterlife presented here is not one of static reward or punishment but of dynamic evolution. The soul, a luminous essence carrying the imprints of all experiences, requires continued learning and refinement. Reincarnation is the primary vehicle for this process, offering the soul diverse perspectives, challenges, and opportunities for growth that a single existence in any realm might fail to provide. Imagine the universe as an immense intricate loom. The soul is a thread vibrant with potential woven through the fabric of time and space. Each lifetime is a different shuttle passed through the warp and weft, a unique set of circumstances, relationships, and lessons. The weaver, often understood as the universal consciousness or the great architect, does not dictate every detail with a rigid plan, but rather sets the overall pattern and responds to the energy and choices of the individual thread. However, the weaver is not an external force, imposing its will. The soul, through its own actions and karmic resonance, actively participates in its own weaving. Past actions, thoughts, and emotions create a vibration, a karmic signature that influences the nature of the next incarnation. This is the law of cause and effect, understood not as divine judgment but as the natural consequence of energetic resonance. Positive actions driven by compassion, wisdom, and service tend to attract positive circumstances in the next life. Actions rooted in ignorance, fear, and selfishness may lead to experiences designed for deeper understanding and correction. Yet the tapestry is not entirely predetermined. The weaver offers threads of choice. Within each life, the soul faces countless decisions, small and large. How one responds to adversity, how one treats others, the choices made regarding one's path and purpose, these all contribute to the vibration and consequently the nature of the next journey. It is a continuous process of refinement where the soul learns to navigate the complexities of embodiment with greater awareness and compassion. Consider the analogy of a musician learning an instrument. A single concert might not master the piece entirely, but it provides experience. Reincarnation offers the soul countless concerts, Each lifetime a different instrument, a different style, a different audience. The goal is not necessarily to perform perfectly, but to become more skilled, more expressive, more attuned to the harmony of the universe. The specifics of the transition between lives are often veiled in mist, both for the soul departing and the one arriving. The process of dying is not merely an end, but a transformation, a shedding of the physical form. The soul, now more etheric, reviews the life just lived, integrating lessons and resolving karmic imprints. This review is not a judgment but an opportunity for understanding and acceptance. It is during this intermission that the choices for the next incarnation are consciously or unconsciously made based on the soul's accumulated wisdom and its deepest yearnings or needs for growth. Arriving in the next life is similarly a process of adjustment. The soul, carrying the echoes of past experiences, enters a new body, a new world with a unique blend of potential and challenge. The circumstances of birth, family, culture, health are influenced by karmic patterns, but they are not absolute. The individual soul, with its accumulated light and shadow, begins a new chapter, free to navigate its new reality with the wisdom gained from prior journeys. Understanding the cycle of reincarnation is crucial for the seeker navigating the afterlife. It provides a context for the soul's journey that transcends the limitations of a single existence. It offers hope that challenges are not insurmountable but opportunities for growth. It offers perspective that all experiences, even the most difficult, serve a purpose in the grand tapestry of the soul's evolution. It encourages responsibility, that each choice in this life or past lives contributes to the ongoing creation of the soul's path. The seeker must also understand that the goal is not endless cycling but eventual liberation. Reincarnation is a school, and like any school, one eventually graduates. The ultimate purpose is to achieve a state of enlightenment or unity with the source, transcending the need for further embodiment and directly experiencing the nature of the universe. This liberation is not a destination separate from the journey, but the ultimate realization that emerges through the diligent application of wisdom and compassion over countless lifetimes. By contemplating the loom of reincarnation, the seeker gains a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all existence and the profound responsibility that comes with each thread of consciousness. It is a perspective that can transform fear of the endless cycle into acceptance, and confusion about life's challenges into recognition of divine opportunities for growth. The path forward, illuminated by this understanding, becomes one of conscious choice, mindful action, and unwavering dedication to the soul's evolutionary journey through the cosmic tapestry. As the seeker integrates this knowledge, they find a new sense of calm and purpose amidst the etheric landscape. They understand that they are not merely drifting. They are an active participant in the grand design, weaving their own unique contribution into the eternal unfolding story of the universe. Chapter 9. The seeker, having navigated the initial, often tumultuous waters of the death transition, now finds themselves within the more structured, albeit still etheric, realm, often referred to as the intermediate state. This is a landscape less defined by physical laws and more by the persistence and interaction of consciousness. The sheer cacophony of raw emotion and fragmented thoughts subsides somewhat, replaced by a profound, often disorienting silence punctuated by the subtle hum of the collective consciousness and the echoes of one's own past life. In this chapter, we delve into the nature of cognition echoes and the shifting sands of memory. Understanding how thoughts and memories manifest here is crucial for the seeker desiring wisdom, as it forms the bedrock upon which the structure of the afterlife existence is built and through which one navigates the deeper realms. As the initial shock fades, the seeker begins to perceive the world not through the filter of the physical senses but through the lens of their own accumulated consciousness. Thoughts like faint radio signals begin to emerge from the background noise. These are not the fleeting concerns of the earthly mind, but often deeper, more fundamental beliefs, long-held opinions, and core personality traits given form by the ego's structure. These persistent mental patterns are the cognition echoes. They manifest as recurring mental images, persistent ideas, or even phantom sensations. A taste, a specific scent, the feeling of a certain texture. These echoes are potent because they represent the sum of the individual's conscious and subconscious processing throughout their life. They are the mental residue that the soul carries forward, shaping the initial perception of the afterlife landscape. Observe these echoes without immediate judgment or attachment. They are data streams, not necessarily truths. A thought arises, "I was always right," or "Fear is my constant companion." Acknowledge its presence. There is a thought of righteousness or there is a feeling of fear. Do not engage with it. Do not argue with it, and do not suppress it. Simply observe its nature, transient, arising and passing like clouds in the sky of consciousness. This observation is the first step towards disentangling the self from the limitations imposed by past cognitive patterns. The shifting sands of memory are a related yet distinct phenomenon. While cognition echoes are often the tendency or disposition formed by thought, memory is the recall of specific events, experiences, and learned information. In the afterlife, memory does not function exactly as it did in life. It is not bound by linear time or the physical limitations of the brain. Instead, memories often appear as shimmering multisensory fragments seemingly drawn from a nonlinear collective pool of all sentient experience. A memory might surface not as a clear chronological recollection, but as a feeling, a color, a melody, or a scent associated with a past event. Trying to force a memory into a rigid earthly framework can be frustrating and confusing. A childhood home might be recalled not through visual imagery but through the overwhelming sensation of warmth and safety, or conversely cold dread. The memories are often fragmented and subjective, filtered through the lens of the individual's emotional state at the time of the original experience and again during the recall phase. A joyful event might be remembered with a sense of profound peace, while the same event might be recalled with regret or anger depending on the individual's current emotional resonance. Furthermore, memories are not static. They can shift and change, influenced by the seeker's current thoughts, emotions, and interactions. This fluidity is the shifting sands aspect. Memories are not fixed anchors but dynamic reflections of the current state of consciousness. The challenge for the seeker lies in discerning the true essence of a memory or cognitive echo from its emotional charge and its potential distortion by the ego. Ask yourself, what is the feeling associated with this memory? What meaning does the ego assign to it? Is this memory serving my growth, or is it reinforcing an old pattern? Wisdom begins to emerge as the seeker learns to approach these echoes and memories with detachment and curiosity. They are not who you are, but rather aspects of the journey you have taken. By observing a memory fragment without identifying with it, the seeker can begin to see the patterns of conditioning and the limitations of past perspectives. Consider a memory of failure. Instead of identifying with the feeling of inadequacy, observe the memory as it arises. There is a memory associated with a past event perceived as failure. There is a feeling of sadness or regret. By naming the components without judgment, the power of the memory diminishes. It becomes an observation, not a definition of self. Similarly, with cognitive echoes of prejudice or judgment, observe the thought. There is a thought that person or thing is a negative attribute. Investigate its origin. Is it based on past experience? Is it a conditioned belief? By observing it neutrally, the seeker begins to loosen its grip on their consciousness. This process requires patience and persistent practice. The mind, even in the afterlife, is accustomed to reacting to thoughts and memories. The ego thrives on identification, and disentangling oneself can feel like navigating a dense fog. However, the very act of observing, of choosing not to be swept away by the cognition echoes or lost in the shifting sands of memory, is the practice of mindfulness extended into the afterlife. Through this practice, the seeker begins to cultivate a clarity that transcends the limitations of past thought patterns and specific memories. They start to perceive the underlying unity of consciousness, the interconnectedness of all experience, rather than focusing solely on the fragments of the individual past. They begin to access deeper layers of awareness, not dictated by accumulated data but by the direct experience of the present moment of consciousness itself. Understanding and navigating the cognition echoes and the shifting sands of memory is not about erasing the past but about integrating its lessons without being bound by its limitations. It is about transforming the residue of experience into the raw material for wisdom, allowing the true nature of the self, the eternal unbound consciousness to shine through the shifting sands. In the next chapter, we will explore the nature of the subtle bodies and the vital energies that form the vehicle for the soul's journey and existence in the afterlife realms. Chapter 10. The seeking presence has moved through the first turbulent currents of the death transition. It now drifts into the more structured yet still profoundly otherworldly expanse of the intermediate realm. This realm is not a place in any physical sense. It is a field of awareness where the subtle architecture of consciousness reveals itself in widening layers. The echoes of a life lived shimmer with meaning. The shifting sands of memory rise and fall like inner tides. Each movement reveals another contour of the self. This is not a realm of judgment. It is a realm of review. The seeking presence encounters the luminous residue of its own becoming. The inner landscape becomes the teacher, the mirror, and the quiet guide. Within this soft hum of countless inner journeys, the essential work of this stage begins. The seeking presence deepens into post-mortem cognition. It recognizes that memory is not a static archive. It is a living field of energy shaping the unfolding of the soul beyond the veil. The seeking presence does not sit in a chair. It does not occupy a room. Such forms belong to the density of the physical world. Instead, it rests within a field of perception that dissolves familiar boundaries. A soft etheric radiance surrounds it. This radiance does not illuminate space. It illuminates awareness itself. It reveals the subtle textures of consciousness and the quiet movements of the inner world. Around this awareness drift fragments. They are shimmering translucent remnants of experience. Each fragment carries the emotional imprint of a moment once lived. Some appear sharp and clear. They vibrate with the resonance of connection, joy, loss, or longing. Others drift in softened outlines. They hold only a faint warmth or a fleeting sensation. These are the echoes of cognition. They are the afterimages of a life once lived. They are freed from the turbulence of the physical mind. Unlike the rapid-fire thought stream of the physical brain, these echoes arise slowly. They carry weight and depth. They emerge not as distractions but as invitations. They require the seeking presence to soften and attune. When the seeking presence reaches toward a fragment, the memory does not return as sensory detail. It returns as essence. It returns as emotional truth. The warmth of safety, the tremor of uncertainty, the ache of longing, the glow of connection. This is post-mortem cognition. It is the continued functioning of mind in a different medium. It is freed from density. It becomes contemplative, spacious, and observational. The seeking presence begins to discern the nature of these echoes. Some are genuine memories. Others are associations or feelings triggered by a core fragment. A glimpse of a tree may evoke not a specific moment but a broader sense of peace. The challenge lies in navigating these echoes without becoming entangled. The sheer volume of fragments can feel overwhelming. It is like wandering through an infinite library without a catalogue. Many drift in circles. They are caught in the magnetic pull of vivid or painful recollections. They reinforce old patterns of thought and emotion. The seeking presence feels the pull of a fragment carrying the sharp sensation of betrayal. The echo is still potent, yet instead of collapsing into it, the seeking presence acknowledges the feeling. It observes it. It gently redirects awareness. This requires quiet self-observation. It requires steady witnessing of the inner landscape. This becomes central to navigating the afterlife. It is not about control. It is about directed awareness. It is the turning inward of a mind once focused outward. It is learning to observe the inner universe with curiosity and detachment. The practice of mindfulness cultivated during physical life becomes invaluable. It guides awareness away from the swirling vortex of associative memories. It leads toward a more centered observing presence. Memory in the afterlife is not merely retrieval. It is a vital component of identity. It shapes the understanding of self within this new reality. Each significant fragment carries emotional energy. Positive echoes resonate with warmth and calm. Negative echoes may feel heavy or cold. These tones influence the current state of the soul and its trajectory. Memories are not static. In this realm they can shift. They integrate new understanding gained through reflection. A memory of failure may reveal hidden courage. A moment of pain may reveal a deeper lesson. Interpretation evolves. Compassion deepens. This ongoing integration is essential for spiritual growth. It allows the seeking presence to release outdated identities, patterns, and beliefs. The seeking presence begins to engage selectively with its fragments. It focuses on those that evoke love, gratitude, or learning. It allows itself to feel the warmth of connection. It allows the clarity of insight. It allows the quiet peace of beauty. These positive echoes act as beacons. They anchor the seeking presence in a state of greater peace. It also observes the negative echoes. It acknowledges them without allowing them to dominate. It recognizes them as patterns ready to be understood and released. The shifting sands metaphor becomes clear. Memories shift in meaning when viewed from the non-physical perspective. Physical details fade. The core lesson remains. The emotional resonance remains. The deeper truth remains. This opens the doorway to forgiveness, not only of others, but of the younger versions of oneself. It reveals the limitations and context of past actions. Understanding post-mortem cognition is not an academic exercise. It is a fundamental skill for the seeking presence navigating the afterlife. It empowers the soul to move beyond reactive patterns. It guides the soul toward conscious intentional being. By learning to observe, differentiate, and selectively engage with the echoes of memory, the seeking presence constructs a new sense of self. This self is not defined by past events. It is defined by the understanding and love that arise from reflecting upon them. Chapter 11. The seeker, having navigated the initial turbulent waters of transition and begun to perceive the subtle vibrations of the afterlife's atmosphere, now stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This realm, far from being a mere void or a simplistic paradise, is a complex tapestry woven from the very threads of consciousness itself. Chapter 10 introduced the concept of the subtle body and its interaction with the energies of this plane. Now we delve into the crucial role played by the echoes of cognition and the intricate landscape of memory. In the afterlife, the physical constraints that govern perception in the earthly realm dissolve. Thought is not merely a product of the brain. It becomes a fundamental interaction with the fabric of existence itself. The seeker begins to realize that their own thoughts, intentions, and even unresolved mental patterns resonate, leaving faint echoes or ripples in the subtle energetic field surrounding them. These echoes are not just passive remnants. They are active forces shaping the immediate environment and influencing their own experience. Consider the concept of cognitive resonance. Just as sound waves travel and interact with their surroundings, thoughts and emotions cast their own energetic signature. A thought of love, for instance, might send out vibrations of warmth and connection, potentially drawing similar energetic beings or aspects of the self closer. Conversely, persistent thoughts of fear, resentment, or regret can create dense, stagnant energetic patterns. These patterns are not necessarily bad or good in an absolute sense, but they do influence the nature of the seeker's reality within this plane. Navigating this requires a profound shift in awareness. The seeker must become an observer not just of external phenomena but of their internal cognitive landscape. Who is the observer in this new context? It is often suggested that this observing consciousness is the core essence, the soul or self unbound from the physical form. This essence retains the capacity for thought, but now thought is a direct interaction with the non-physical world. Memory too takes on a different form and significance. Earthly memory is often fragmented, colored by emotion, and bound to the physical brain's neurochemistry. In the afterlife, memory is less about recalling specific sensory details, and more about accessing the essence of experiences, the core emotional and spiritual lessons embedded within them. It is like accessing the source code rather than just the executable file. These remembered experiences are not merely static data points. They are living energies that continue to influence the seeker's path. Healing past wounds becomes a critical aspect of navigation. Unresolved traumas or deep-seated emotional attachments from earthly life can manifest as persistent energetic patterns or emotional states within the afterlife. These patterns can act as anchors, pulling the seeker towards certain types of experiences or interactions, potentially hindering progress towards greater understanding and peace. The challenge, therefore, lies in discerning these cognitive echoes and remembered energies. The afterlife can feel like a vast space filled with the subtle impressions of countless consciousnesses, many of which are echoes of the seeker's own past thoughts and emotions interacting with the collective field. It is easy to become lost in a maze of one's own making, entangled in old patterns rather than exploring the broader potential of this new existence. Techniques for navigating this begin with mindfulness applied to the mind itself. The seeker learns to observe their thoughts without immediate judgment or attachment. Is this thought a resonance from a past experience? Is it a reaction to the current energetic environment? Is it a genuine insight arising from the deeper self? This observation is not about suppressing thought but about cultivating a clear, aware perspective within the cognitive field. Visualizations can also be powerful tools. Imagine the mind as a vast open space. Thoughts and emotions are like clouds passing through it. The seeker can practice visualizing these clouds, noting their shape, color, representing emotional tone, and origin if discernible. They can learn to gently steer these clouds, allowing beneficial ones to pass and dissolving or transmuting those that are dense or detrimental using techniques learned in previous chapters involving focused intent and energy work. Working with memory requires a different approach. Instead of rumination, the seeker might engage in practices of reflective illumination. This involves holding a past experience in awareness, not to dwell on the pain, but to seek the underlying lesson, the spark of growth or understanding that occurred within it. It is like holding a crystal under a light, examining its facets to see the light within it rather than being blinded by the glare. This process can transform memory from a source of burden into a wellspring of wisdom. The interplay between cognition, memory, and the afterlife's energetic environment is profound. The thoughts one holds create the reality one perceives. The memories accessed provide the context and lessons for that reality. By learning to observe, manage, and transmute their cognitive echoes and work skillfully with their remembered experiences, the seeker begins to navigate the afterlife, not merely by chance, but with increasing awareness and intention. This understanding moves the seeker beyond simply observing the afterlife. It empowers them to actively shape their experience through the power of their own consciousness. It is a crucial step on the path, bridging the internal world of the mind with the external world of energetic interaction and paving the way for deeper exploration of the afterlife's mysteries and the ultimate nature of the self that inhabits it. The journey continues, guided now by the light of cognitive clarity and the wisdom woven into the fabric of memory. Chapter 12. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of stark void or endless bliss, but within a realm far more complex, intricate, and perhaps paradoxically more real than the physical world they left behind. This is the domain of memory, not as a mere repository of past events, but as a living, breathing, energetic landscape woven from the very essence of experience. Imagine, if you will, not a library of books, but an infinite shimmering tapestry. Each thread represents a sensation, an emotion, a thought, a connection. The patterns formed by these threads are the scenes, the moments, the narratives of a life lived. The seeker before this stage may have perceived their memories as static recordings, fixed and immutable. Here they begin to understand that memories are dynamic forces, luminous streams of energy that continue to flow, interact, and reshape even in this non-physical state. The atmosphere is one of profound stillness, yet underlies it a constant, gentle hum of recollection. It is here that the raw, unfiltered data of existence becomes accessible. The seeker, guided by the burgeoning awareness of their true nature, learns to navigate this vast ocean of memory not with the aim of reclaiming lost facts but of understanding the deeper truths and lessons embedded within the fabric of their past. Navigating the landscape movement through the memory realm is less about physical travel and more about shifting focus and resonance. The seeker discovers they can pull threads close, examining the intricate patterns of a specific event, or they can step back to observe the grander design of a lifetime's worth of experiences. The sensory currents, the first aspect to engage with, is sensation. Memories are often vividly felt before they are consciously recalled. A specific warmth, a chilling draft, the taste of salt on the air, the texture of worn fabric. These sensory echoes are the breadcrumbs leading back. The seeker learns to attune to these subtle energy signatures, allowing them to locate and explore significant moments without relying solely on conscious thought. A memory might present itself not as a clear image but as a resonant feeling, the ache of unspoken words, the buoyant lift of shared laughter, the heavy weight of sorrow, and navigating requires interpreting these emotional frequencies. Emotional landmarks. Emotions are the rivers and mountains of this landscape. Joy might manifest as a radiant, uplifting current drawing the seeker towards moments of profound connection and fulfillment. Fear could appear as a dense, cold fog obscuring the path but also revealing the underlying insecurities and boundaries the seeker once struggled with. Grief might be a swirling, turbulent vortex demanding presence and acceptance rather than avoidance. Navigating requires understanding that these emotional states are not obstacles but signposts pointing towards areas of significant learning and integration. The seeker learns to ride these waves, observing the lessons they impart without being swept away entirely. They understand that the pain of memory is often the residue of unprocessed growth, and navigating it is akin to refining precious ore. The thread of connection. No memory exists in isolation. The seeker begins to see the intricate web of relationships that connects all their experiences. A specific event memory will often illuminate the threads leading to related people. The mentor, the rival, the loved one, the stranger whose brief encounter left an imprint. These connections are not merely associative. They represent the energetic exchanges, the influences, and the mutual shaping that occurred. Navigating involves tracing these connections, understanding the dynamics of the relationships, and recognizing the patterns that repeat across connections. It is an exploration of how they have influenced others and how others have influenced their path. The purpose of review. This stage of navigating memory is not about rumination or regret in the old sense. It is a process of objective review undertaken with the clarity of post-existence. The purpose is twofold. Integration, to fully integrate the lessons of past experiences. What wisdom arose from moments of challenge? What understanding emerged from periods of joy? What patterns need to be acknowledged and transformed? By revisiting these moments with the detachment and expanded perspective of the afterlife, the seeker can finally close the loop, allowing the energy of past experiences to fully merge with their current state of being. Unresolved issues, if any, remain, become visible not as problems to be solved, but as opportunities for final understanding and release. Pattern recognition. The afterlife offers a unique vantage point to observe the recurring themes and patterns that dominated a lifetime. Were there persistent struggles, repeated choices, unhealthy relationship dynamics? By identifying these patterns, the seeker gains profound insight into the nature of their own consciousness and the karmic influences that shape their journey. This understanding is crucial for comprehending their soul's path and purpose both in this life and in the ongoing journey beyond the seeker's role. The seeker is not merely a passive observer but an active participant in this review. They bring their heightened awareness, their growing understanding of energy and consciousness, and their intention to learn. They learn to approach memories with curiosity rather than judgment, seeing them as stepping stones rather than burdens. As they navigate the tapestry of memory, the seeker may find certain threads particularly luminous or dense. Some memories carry immense positive energy, acting as beacons of light and inspiration. Others hold heavy negative residues demanding attention to understand the root cause and facilitate healing and release. The skill lies in discerning which memories require deeper exploration for the sake of integration and which can be acknowledged and moved beyond with less focus. This exploration can sometimes feel overwhelming, like being lost in an infinite maze of recollection. However, the seeker remembers the guiding principles, trust the process, stay attuned to their inner resonance, sensations, and emotions, observe the patterns without judgment, and maintain the intention of learning and integration. The memory realm is a vast storehouse of the self, and navigating it is a fundamental step in understanding the journey of a soul and preparing for the next phase of its existence. It is here in the quiet hum of remembered moments that the truest map of the self begins to crystallize. Chapter 13. The seeker finds themselves drifting through the etheric fields of the afterlife, not with the frantic urgency of the newly arrived, nor the serene detachment of the profoundly advanced. They possess a certain momentum, a clarity born from the crucible of transition, yet they remain acutely aware of the vastness that lies beyond the immediate horizon. This stage is often characterized by a heightened, almost overwhelming focus on the nature and function of memory. In the earlier phases, memory might have been a chaotic tapestry, a jumble of fragmented images, emotions, and half-remembered conversations flickering like dying embers. Now, however, under the gentle illumination of growing understanding, these fragments begin to coalesce to find their place within a larger, more meaningful context. The afterlife itself seems to encourage this process, offering a space where the linear constraints of time no longer bind the recall of past experiences. The seeker observes that memory in this realm is not merely a passive repository. It is an active force, a tool for understanding both the self and the intricate weave of existence. Memories are not accessed like files on a computer, but rather experienced more directly, often as sensory impressions, emotional echoes, and intuitive knowingness all rolled into one. Touching a familiar object might evoke the vivid scent of a room from decades ago, the warmth of a sunbeam, and the concurrent pang of joy or sorrow associated with it, all simultaneously. This directness can be disorienting at first. The mind accustomed to filtering and interpreting sensory data through the physical body struggles to process these unmediated experiences. A memory of a childhood argument might not just be recalled as a thought, but felt as the sharpness of a specific tone of voice, the sting of tears, the phantom weight of a clenched fist. The seeker learns to differentiate between the raw data of the memory and the interpretive overlay of their current understanding. One of the primary lessons associated with this phase is the understanding that memory serves a purpose beyond mere nostalgia or rumination. It is the map of the self's journey, the key to comprehending the patterns of behavior, the motivations behind choices, and the nature of one's attachments and aversions. By revisiting significant memories, not with the aim of dwelling on pain, but with the intention of understanding, the seeker gains profound insights. Consider a memory of betrayal in the physical world. Such an event could lead to years of resentment, a distorted perception of the world, and a rigidification of one's own behavior. In the afterlife, recalling this memory with the clarity of the non-physical mind allows for a different perspective. The seeker might perceive the underlying fears, insecurities, or unmet needs that prompted both the betrayal and the reaction to it. They might see the incident not as a statement of inherent evil, but as a complex interaction of energies, miscommunications, and karmic echoes. Understanding the memory dissolves the tight grip of past hurt, transforming it into wisdom. The emotional charge lessens, revealing the underlying truths about human or non-human nature and the interplay of free will and circumstance. Similarly, cherished memories are revisited not just for warmth but to understand the nature of love, connection, and service. The feeling of unconditional love shared with a child, the profound sense of empathy felt for a friend in need. These memories illuminate the higher frequencies of consciousness. The seeker perceives the pure essence of the emotion, stripped of the physical trappings that defined its expression in the world. This understanding reinforces their own capacity for these higher states and provides a blueprint for embodying them more fully in their current state of being. However, the seeker must be vigilant. The afterlife can present memories that are not entirely accurate, either because of the distortions inherent in physical perception or because certain energies seek to mislead by weaving narratives. It is crucial to maintain a sense of discernment. Does this memory feel authentic? Does it resonate with the deeper truths the seeker is uncovering about themselves and the nature of reality? Does recalling it bring understanding and release, or does it merely reinforce old patterns and attachments? The practice here becomes one of mindful recall. The seeker learns to approach memories with curiosity rather than emotional reactivity. They might focus on the sensory details, observing the images and feelings without immediately judging them or allowing them to pull their awareness into past timelines. They learn to ask, what can I understand about myself or the nature of existence from this experience? The goal is not to relieve the past, but to gain the wisdom that the past holds for the present evolution of the soul. As this work with memory deepens, the seeker begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all their experiences. A memory from one lifetime might shed light on a pattern observed in another. A fleeting sensation in the present moment might trigger a cascade of related memories, revealing a subtle karmic thread. The individual sense of self begins to soften, recognized as a node within a vast network of cause and effect, memory, and experience. This understanding of memory as a dynamic, insightful tool rather than a static archive is a significant step in navigating the afterlife. It empowers the seeker to integrate their past, learn the lessons it holds, and move forward with a clearer perception of their path, shedding the burdens of the old and carrying the light of wisdom into the next stage of their journey. The tapestry of memory, once a confusing knot, begins to unfold into a coherent map, guiding the traveler through the luminous and sometimes challenging landscapes that await. Chapter 14. The seeker, drifting through the etheric planes of the afterlife, begins to perceive nuances previously unseen. The overwhelming surge of raw emotion and primal instinct, while potent, is now understood not as the sole currency of existence here, but as a powerful, often overwhelming undercurrent beneath the more subtle currents of thought and remembrance. This realm, often described as the great echo chamber or the memory field, is where the threads of a life's experiences intertwine and resonate long after the physical form has dissolved. It is here, amidst the shimmering ghostly echoes of past moments, that the true nature of the mind in this state becomes apparent. The soul, no longer bound by the physical limitations of time and space, finds itself submerged in a vast ocean of cognition. Thoughts, no longer linear or constrained by immediate consequence, float freely. Memories, both cherished and regretted, manifest not as static images, but as vibrant, shifting landscapes within the mind's eye. Navigating this domain requires a different set of tools than traversing the more purely emotional or energetic layers. The raw power of past feelings can still be immense, capable of pulling the unwary soul into loops of joy, sorrow, or rage that mirror their earthly experiences. However, these emotional echoes are often less binding than the intricate tapestries of memory. It is within this cognitive echo field that the soul begins its most profound journey of understanding the disentanglement of self from the narrative constructed by its mind over a lifetime. The first challenge is recognizing the nature of these cognitive echoes. They are not simply memories replayed. They are the soul's interpretation of those memories colored by the emotions felt at the time, filtered through the lens of personal beliefs and the desire for meaning. A painful memory might appear as a dark, stormy cloud, its edges sharp and defined, while a joyful one might bloom like a radiant flower, its petals seemingly infinite. Yet both are merely interpretations, echoes of the original event, often far less potent and far more malleable than the raw emotion they evoke. The seeker learns to observe these echoes without becoming lost within them. It is like watching leaves swirling in a stream, beautiful, intricate, but ultimately separate from oneself. One must cultivate a detached awareness, observing the thought forms as they arise, grow, and fade like bubbles on the surface of an endless pond. This detachment is not coldness, but rather the necessary distance to perceive the patterns and illusions inherent in the mind's reconstruction of reality. This is where the practice of mindful awareness, honed in life but essential here, becomes paramount. The seeker focuses on the present moment of perception, the feeling of an echo arising, the image forming, the thought attaching itself. By acknowledging these phenomena without judgment and without identification, the seeker begins to see the impermanence of cognitive constructs. A memory once seemingly solid is revealed to be a shifting impression, its form and intensity capable of alteration. The second key to navigating this realm is the understanding that the self as perceived in life is an emergent property of these cognitive and emotional processes. In the afterlife, this constructed self is laid bare. The seeker encounters echoes of past identities, roles, and relationships, not as fixed entities, but as patterns of thought and feeling that once defined their experience. It is a profound opportunity for disidentification. The realization that the I was never a permanent, unchanging entity, but a collection of transient experiences and perspectives. This realization can be liberating yet unsettling. The sense of continuity so cherished in life dissolves into the awareness of constant change. The ego, the persistent narrative of the me, begins to waver and eventually, for the wise seeker, dissolve. This is not an act of will in the conventional sense, but an outcome of profound understanding. As the seeker sees the constructed nature of their identity through the clarity gained by observing cognitive echoes, the need to cling to that identity diminishes. The third aspect of navigating the memory field involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all echoes. A memory of a specific event often triggers related memories, the feelings, the thoughts, the presence of others involved. These threads form intricate networks reflecting the complex web of cause and effect that characterized the soul's life. The seeker learns to trace these connections not with the aim of re-experiencing past events but to understand the underlying patterns of behavior, belief and consequence. This understanding fosters a deeper comprehension of karmic principles not as a system of judgment or reward but as the natural flow of cause and effect operating within the field of consciousness. Every thought, every feeling, every action leaves an echo, a resonance that contributes to the soul's overall experience. By observing these echoes and their interconnections, the seeker gains insight into the universal laws governing the mind and its interaction with the cosmos. Furthermore, this realm of cognitive echoes holds the potential for healing and integration. Past wounds, traumas, and unresolved conflicts manifest here not as opportunities for reliving pain, but as focal points for understanding and release. The seeker can approach these echoes with compassion and awareness, observing the patterns of thought and emotion associated with them without being overwhelmed. Through mindful observation, the seeker can begin to reinterpret past events, seeing them within a broader context and understanding the lessons they offered. Negative patterns of thought and behavior can be identified and consciously dissolved. Old wounds once festering can be acknowledged, understood, and allowed to heal, freeing the soul from the lingering attachments that kept them bound to the lower planes of existence. This process is not always easy. The echoes can be powerful, and the desire to return to familiar patterns of thought and emotion can be strong. However, the clarity of this cognitive realm provides a unique opportunity for profound transformation. The seeker learns to see the limitations of their past perspectives and to cultivate a more universal, compassionate understanding of themselves and others. As the seeker masters the navigation of cognitive echoes, they move beyond the realm of personal memory towards the broader field of collective consciousness and universal knowledge. The individual tapestry of memories begins to merge with the vast shimmering backdrop of all souls, all experiences, all possibilities. The journey through the afterlife, once seemingly focused on the reclaim of personal history, now expands into a vast exploration of consciousness itself. This chapter on the echoes of cognition and the shifting sands of memory marks a significant transition. The seeker has moved from understanding the raw emotional landscape to engaging with the complex cognitive structures that underpin experience. By mastering the observation and disentanglement of these mental echoes, the path forward becomes clearer, leading towards the integration of past knowledge and the exploration of higher states of awareness within the afterlife. The true work of navigating this realm begins. The transformation of the mind born from the understanding of its echoes. Chapter 15. The seeker now finds themselves navigating not a physical landscape but a realm where the very fabric of existence is woven from the threads of thought and feeling. This is the domain of memory, a vast and often bewildering expanse within the afterlife. It is neither entirely static nor purely chaotic, but exists in a state of potential, a repository of the soul's journey through time and space. From their vantage point, the seeker observes the memories not as distinct events, but as shimmering, interwoven patterns of light and color. Some are vibrant and clear, like gemstones caught in sunlight, while others are faint and indistinct, like echoes on a distant shore. These patterns represent the myriad experiences, emotions, learning and relationships that the individual's life. The first task here is not to grasp or catalogue these memories but to understand their nature. They are not merely recordings. They are interpretations filtered through the lens of the self's perception at the time of the experience. A joyful memory for one might hold sorrow for another depending on the context and subsequent understanding. A painful memory is not necessarily something to be avoided, but rather understood as a lesson learned, a catalyst for growth. As the seeker begins to perceive this tapestry more clearly, they may notice certain colors or themes dominating specific areas. Perhaps a predominant shade of blue represents periods of deep contemplation or connection with nature, while a sharp jarring red might signify moments of intense emotion or conflict. These visual cues are the first step towards intuitive navigation. The air in this memory realm is thick with the emotional resonance of past lives. The seeker might suddenly be flooded with the joy of a long-forgotten birthday celebration, the sorrow of a parting, or the quiet intensity of a creative moment. These waves of feeling are not necessarily the seeker's own, but are part of the shared energy of the realm. Learning to ride these waves, to observe them without being completely swept away, is crucial. It requires a degree of emotional detachment, not in a cold or unfeeling way, but as an observer of phenomena, allowing the experience to pass through without clinging. The seeker might also discover paths within the memory tapestry. These are not always linear, following the strict chronology of a life, but often represent significant emotional or spiritual journeys. A path leading through a series of challenging memories might culminate in a moment of profound understanding or enlightenment. Following such a path can be illuminating, showing the soul's progression and the lessons integrated along the way. However, the memory realm is also a place where unresolved issues can linger. Unfinished business, lingering resentments, or unexpressed love can manifest as dense, negative energy clusters within the tapestry. These can be powerful obstacles, pulling the seeker into loops of regret or negative emotion. The seeker must learn to identify these areas, not with fear, but with compassion and understanding. Recognizing the root cause of an unresolved issue allows for the final act of processing and release. It might involve visualizing the issue dissolving, speaking words of forgiveness, both given and received, or finding a symbolic way to complete the action that caused the unresolved energy. This act of resolution is liberating, clearing the path for smoother navigation. Integrating the lessons from memory is another key function of this realm. The seeker observes the patterns not just as events but as opportunities for growth. What did this experience teach me about love, fear, courage, or connection? How has my understanding of the self or the universe been shaped by this memory? This is not about intellectual analysis but about feeling the resonance of the lesson deep within the soul. It is about allowing the memory to contribute to the ongoing evolution of the soul's wisdom. As the seeker navigates this intricate landscape of memory, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all experiences. A seemingly insignificant event from early childhood might connect to a major decision made later in life. A relationship perceived as purely negative might reveal hidden acts of support or catalysts for change. The tapestry reveals the subtle, often hidden threads that bind the soul's journey together. This exploration of memory is not a journey into the past for the sake of nostalgia. It is a vital step in understanding the self, integrating the lessons of past incarnations and preparing the soul for the next stage of its journey. It is here amidst the shimmering patterns of light and emotion that the seeker begins to truly comprehend the depth and richness of their existence and how every thread woven into the tapestry of memory contributes to the unfolding story of the soul. The seeker takes a deep calming breath, feeling the weight of the memories settle around them like a thick starry cloak. They understand that this is a process not to be rushed. With patience, compassion, and an open heart, they continue to explore the vast unfolding tapestry, ready to learn and integrate the wisdom held within its luminous patterns. Chapter 16. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of fiery torment or icy silence, but within a space that defies easy description. It is less a location and more a state of being, a vast, dimly lit expanse where the boundaries between thought and sensation blur. The overwhelming sensory input of the physical world has subsided, replaced by a subtle pervasive hum. The collective resonance of countless minds and spirits both awake and resting. This is the realm of recollection, a stage where the tapestry of a life is woven not from the raw threads of moment-to-moment experience as before, but from the distilled essences of memory, feeling, and consequence. It is here that the patterns of existence solidify into the personal narrative that will form the foundation of the soul's journey in the next phase. The atmosphere is thick with potential yet strangely quiet. There is no sound in the conventional sense, but rather the echo of emotions, the lingering ache of unspoken forgiveness, the bright warmth of profound love, the sharp crystalline sting of regret, the heavy dusty weight of forgotten sorrows. These emotional echoes form the air, tangible yet intangible, shaping the environment around the individual. As the seeker drifts through this realm, they begin to notice the mechanisms at work. It is not a place of passive observation alone. It is a workshop. Implied by the title, the loom of recollection is the image of a vast intricate loom where threads of memory are being carefully woven together. These threads are not just personal recollections. They are also the memories shared, the impacts left on others, and the ripples felt from the actions of others that touched their own life. The process is guided by principles far deeper and more subtle than conscious effort. It is the law of consequence, the universal balance sheet being played out not in ledger lines but in the very fabric of existence. Every act, every thought, every unspoken word contributes a thread. Kindness adds a silken strand, bright and resilient. Harm introduces a thread of barbed wire, sharp and painful. Ignorance might be a tangled, muted thread, while wisdom contributes a golden, strong filament. The weaver, or perhaps the weavers, for this realm often operates on a collective subconscious level, are not malevolent or benevolent in a simplistic sense. They are the natural expression of the universe's own need to understand itself through the lens of experience. They are the echoes of the universal mind seeking to catalogue, to learn, to integrate the diverse tapestry of individual lives into the grander pattern of cosmic consciousness for the seeker. This is a crucial phase. It is where the raw material of a life is transformed. The chaotic, often contradictory nature of earthly experience is sorted, filtered and integrated. Moments of profound joy are balanced against periods of deep sorrow. Actions of selfishness are contrasted with acts of selfless love. The purpose is not necessarily to judge but to understand, to see the whole picture, the complete arc of the soul's journey during that incarnation. This process involves a subtle form of interaction with the recollected threads. The seeker may find themselves drawn towards certain memories, certain emotional resonances. They might be allowed or perhaps even required to examine the impact of their actions from the perspective of those they affected. This is not always comfortable. Facing the pain one may have caused or the neglect one may have experienced can be a challenging aspect of this weaving. Yet it is also where profound growth occurs. It is only by fully understanding the totality of one's experience, including the shadows, that true integration and release can happen. The loom does not judge the threads. It simply weaves them into the pattern. The quality of the resulting pattern, its beauty or complexity, reflects the integration achieved. As the weaving progresses, the seeker begins to perceive the emerging structure. It is not yet a finished tapestry, but a coherent narrative beginning to take shape. It becomes clear how different threads connect, how actions led to consequences, how moments of choice altered the course. This emerging narrative is the personal story of the life, viewed not through the distortion of immediate emotion or ego but with a broader, more objective perspective. This stage requires patience. It is a deep introspective journey through the echoes of the past. The seeker must allow the memories to surface, not forcing them but observing them as they arise. They must learn to distinguish between the memory itself and the emotional reaction it evokes. Understanding the difference is key to integrating the experience without being overwhelmed by it. The loom of recollection is the bridge between the dense physical tapestry of a life and the more etheric landscapes of the deeper afterlife. It is the stage where lessons are solidified, where karma is understood and balanced, and where the individual soul prepares to move forward with a clearer sense of self and purpose. It is a necessary, often difficult but ultimately liberating process, the distillation of experience into understanding, ready for the next unfolding of consciousness. The seeker, having witnessed this intricate process and felt the weight of the woven narrative beginning to form, begins to sense a shift. The hum of the collective fades slightly, focusing inward. The threads around them seem to settle, completing their initial weaving. The journey through recollection is nearing its end, and the next stage of the soul's navigation beckons. Chapter 17. The seeker, having traversed the initial tumultuous waters of transition and encountered the shimmering tapestry of the collective consciousness, now finds themselves standing at the threshold of a profound new stage, integration. This is not a place of restlessness nor of the frantic seeking of the earlier phases, but a period of deep weaving where the threads of the individual life are incorporated into the vast intricate pattern of existence beyond the veil. The atmosphere here is one of quiet intensity. The starkness of the initial realm softens, giving way to a richer, more nuanced light. It is less about external phenomena and more about internal sensation and understanding. The seeker may perceive less as distinct places and more as states of being, each state offering a different perspective on the weaving process. The primary challenge, and indeed the primary work of this stage, is the integration of experience. The soul carries the entirety of its earthly journey, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, the failures, the loves, the losses, the moments of profound insight, the instances of deep ignorance. These are not merely memories. They are energetic imprints, emotional resonances, and learned patterns that form the individual's unique signature. Think of the soul as a weaver and these accumulated experiences as the diverse threads available. In the earlier stages, the seeker might have been like a traveler admiring a tapestry from a distance or perhaps touching a single vibrant thread. Now the task is to understand how all these threads interconnect and contribute to the larger design. This process often unfolds through a series of inner experiences that can feel both beautiful and challenging. The seeker might find themselves revisiting significant moments from their life, not with the same emotional intensity as during their physical lifetime, but with a new objective understanding. What was once a source of deep pain might now be seen as a necessary catalyst for growth, its energetic signature now integrated as part of the soul's strength. Conversely, moments of joy and fulfillment may be experienced anew, not as simple recollections, but as sources of light and energy that the soul can now fully embody. The energy of success is no longer just a memory of external validation. It becomes an internal resource of confidence and capability. This is also the stage where the subtle patterns of the individual's personality, their tendencies, biases, and ingrained reactions are examined and begin to loosen their grip. The seeker might become aware of recurring energetic loops or thought patterns that no longer serve their higher evolution. With conscious awareness facilitated by the gentle illumination of the afterlife's environment, these patterns can be identified and released. Much like untangling a stubborn knot in a thread, the purpose of this integration is not to erase the past, but to transform it. The aim is for the soul to move beyond the duality of experience, the constant push and pull between pleasure and pain, success and failure, love and loss. By weaving these threads together, the soul begins to perceive the underlying unity, the interconnectedness of all things. It starts to understand that what was once seen as separate events are now part of a larger, more meaningful whole. This process requires patience and a degree of surrender. The ego, the aspect of the self that clung tightly to its individual identity during life, often resists the dissolution of its distinct boundaries. It fears losing itself to the collective. The seeker must learn to trust the process, understanding that integration is not dissolution but rather a transformation into a more expanded, more unified form of selfhood. Guidance during this stage often comes in the form of inner mentors, archetypal figures representing different aspects of the integration process, or simply through the direct intuitive understanding provided by the soul's own wisdom. These guides may help the seeker to see the patterns more clearly, to understand the karmic lessons that are being woven into the soul's fabric, and to release energetic attachments that are hindering progress. The atmosphere supports this work. The energy fields around the seeker become more refined, more attuned to the subtle vibrations of integrated experience. The collective consciousness offers a vast repository of understanding, allowing the seeker to draw upon the wisdom of countless souls who have walked similar paths. As this stage progresses, the seeker begins to feel less like a separate entity and more like a vital part of the whole. The sense of individual isolation diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of oneness with all creation. The threads of their own life story become visible not just as their personal journey but as contributions to the grand unfolding tapestry of existence. This is a crucial step on the path. It is the foundation upon which the final stages of understanding and service are built. Only by successfully integrating the lessons and experiences of the physical journey can the soul truly embody the wisdom it has gained and prepare to contribute its unique light to the cosmic design. The weaver, having understood the value and interconnectedness of every thread, can now begin to see the emerging pattern with new clarity and purpose. The journey through integration is an inner journey demanding focus and inner work. But for the seeker of wisdom, it offers the profound reward of understanding not just of the self but of the very nature of existence itself, as expressed through the beautiful, complex, and ultimately unified pattern of the soul's journey. Chapter 18. The seeker, having navigated the initial turbulence of transition and encountered the shimmering realms of the subtle planes, now stands at a threshold both profound and often disorienting: the integration of past lives. This is not merely an academic consideration, nor a fleeting curiosity about historical figures or ancestral echoes. It is a fundamental aspect of soul evolution, the weaving together of different threads of experience into a coherent, richer whole. The afterlife, particularly the higher realms accessible through disciplined practice, becomes the workshop where these threads are examined, understood, and ultimately integrated into the evolving consciousness. The sensation often begins suddenly, like a distant memory surfacing unexpectedly, or a sudden inexplicable recognition in a face or place encountered in the spirit world. For some, it may manifest as recurring dreams filled with vivid historical or geographical details not belonging to their current physical incarnation. Others might experience intense emotional resonances tied to specific eras or circumstances, feeling a phantom limb or a phantom ache that mirrors a past life's injury. These are not mere psychic intrusions or fleeting anomalies, they are signals arising from the deeper layers of the self, urging attention. The higher realms themselves often provide the catalyst. During deep meditative trances or heightened states of consciousness within the afterlife, the veil between timelines thins. Guides, ascended masters, or even benevolent entities encountered in these spaces may directly present opportunities for review and understanding. They might offer fragmented images, symbolic scenarios, or specific historical contexts, inviting the seeker not to grasp at certainties, but to perceive the echoes and lessons within their own expanded awareness. The process, however, is rarely straightforward or purely intellectual. It demands emotional courage and a willingness to confront the full spectrum of the soul's journey. Past lives are not merely historical records to be read. They are emotional landscapes to be felt, relationships to be understood, lessons to be acknowledged. A life lived in poverty might offer insights into resilience and the nature of attachment. A life of conflict might illuminate patterns of ego and the path of nonviolent communication. A life of service might reveal the nature of compassion and universal responsibility. Integration is not about justifying past actions or becoming attached to past identities. It is about understanding the motivations, the challenges, the growth, and the karmic patterns that have shaped the current soul configuration. It involves recognizing how past experiences have contributed to present strengths and weaknesses, fears, and aspirations. The seeker learns to see their current sensitivities, talents, and even their challenges as echoes of past journeys. Consider, for instance, a seeker who finds themselves exceptionally empathetic and drawn to healing work. This sensitivity might be traced back through several lives, perhaps finding root in a past life as a midwife, a spiritual healer in a shamanic tradition, or even an individual who suffered greatly due to a lack of understanding, thus developing a deep-seated compassion born from personal pain. Understanding this lineage doesn't diminish the current gift. It deepens it, providing context, purpose, and a clearer path for its expression. Conversely, a seeker struggling with fear of intimacy might uncover patterns of betrayal or loss in past lives, leading to a subconscious defense mechanism. Recognizing this historical echo allows for a conscious choice to heal these old wounds rather than repeating the pattern unconsciously in the present. Integration empowers the soul to rewrite its narrative, learning from the past without being bound by it. This process often unfolds through a combination of inner review, guided journeys, and sometimes startling synchronicities in the current or previous physical life. The afterlife provides a unique vantage point, a space where the seeker can observe their past selves with a degree of detachment and understanding that is often impossible from within the physical form. They can witness the choices made, the consequences faced, and the growth achieved, gaining perspective on the larger journey of the soul. It is crucial for the seeker to approach this exploration with discernment. Not every image, sensation, or memory encountered in the afterlife is a direct reflection of a past life. The subtle realms can be filled with echoes from the collective unconscious, residual energies of the environment, or even creations of the seeker's own subconscious. Guidance from trusted entities can help differentiate these signals, but the seeker's own inner wisdom remains the ultimate arbiter. Trust the feelings and intuitions that arise during these experiences. They often point towards the most relevant and meaningful insights for integration. Furthermore, integration is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process. As the seeker progresses on the spiritual path and their consciousness expands, new layers of understanding regarding past lives may emerge. The soul is a dynamic entity constantly evolving, and the lessons from past incarnations continue to resonate and inform the present moment. Ultimately, the integration of past lives serves to illuminate the soul's arc, revealing the patterns of growth, the karmic lessons learned, and the unique contributions the individual has made across time. It adds depth and dimension to the understanding of self, providing a richer context for the current journey and preparing the consciousness for even higher states of awareness and unity. By weaving these past threads into the soul's tapestry, the seeker not only understands their origins better, but also empowers themselves to make more conscious choices in the present, shaping a future that is both authentic and aligned with their deepest evolutionary purpose. The journey through past lives viewed through the lens of integration becomes a map back to the soul's core, revealing the enduring light that shines through the ages. Chapter 19. The seeker, now navigating the shimmering corridors of the afterlife, begins to perceive a subtle but profound difference in the density and quality of the psychic residue that permeates this realm. It is no longer merely the raw, unfiltered emotions of the departed. It is now layered with the echoes of consequence. Every action, every thought, every moment of profound decision made in the physical life now resonates with a tangible energy signature in the etheric landscape. This is the realm where choice truly takes on its most significant weight. The etheric landscape itself seems to suddenly shift and morph based on the prevailing intentions and the resulting emotional states of the souls traversing it. Areas where positive choices once abounded may shimmer with a gentle, warm light, almost like etheric gardens blooming with inner peace. Conversely, zones scarred by regret, self-sabotage, or profound negative choices might vibrate with a cold, heavy energy, a psychic undertone of sorrow and stagnation. The seeker, guided by the faint, luminous thread of their own purpose, finds themselves moving towards one such area. It is not a place of overt torment, but rather one of profound stillness, almost unnerving in its quietude. The air here is thick, not with pain, but with the weight of unfulfilled potential and the lingering echo of a life not lived according to the soul's deepest yearning. This specific psychic signature belongs to one who, during their physical existence, constantly vacillated. A person of considerable talent and potential, they possessed flashes of brilliance and moments of deep insight. Yet they were plagued by an inability to commit. Opportunities for growth and meaningful connection were missed not through force measure but through a persistent, almost paralyzing indecision. They listened to the whispers of their heart, then turned away, listening to the louder seductive voices of fear and societal expectation. The seeker observes this soul, a figure cloaked in a shimmering, indistinct form, drifting listlessly through the heavy psychic fog. They see the flicker of recognition in their etheric eyes. As the seeker approaches, not out of malice, but out of a profound curiosity born of shared experience. "Are you lost?" The seeker's voice, a gentle resonance in the still air, breaks the silence. The other form turns slowly. "Lost perhaps, or maybe just stuck," they respond, their voice tinged with a familiar weariness. "I was always good at seeing the possibilities, wasn't I? But choosing that was the hardest part." This is the crucible of the afterlife, a place where the lessons of the physical world are played out in slow motion, etched onto the very fabric of the soul's journey. The echoes of choice are not just memories. They are energies that shape the environment. The seeker understanding this does not judge. They observe learning. You possessed great potential, the seeker states softly, the energy of your indecision. It creates this heavy stillness. It is the residue of countless what-ifs. The other soul sighs, a sound like wind through distant trees. I feared making the wrong choice. I wanted it all. Success, love, peace, and I thought if I just waited, just didn't commit, I could have it all. I was trying to avoid disappointment. But avoiding disappointment, the seeker reflects, is often the path to the greatest regret. The energy of avoidance is a vacuum. It doesn't allow for growth, for the creation of one's own reality. The other form considers this the etheric light within them dimming slightly. Is it? I thought I was protecting myself. Sometimes the seeker continues, choice is not about the external outcome but about the internal validation. The courage to select a path even with its inherent risks and to walk it even if it's not the perfect one according to external standards. That is where true strength lies. The energy of that commitment even if the path is difficult often resonates with a lighter, more purposeful frequency in the afterlife. They look towards a distant point in the shimmering void where a faint upward moving current of light was visible. See that flow that represents alignment. When a soul's actions are congruent with their deepest self, their energy becomes part of the ascending current. The echoes of their choices become harmonious, contributing to the greater peace. The other soul turns back, a flicker of determination entering their eyes. So my indecision didn't just create this quiet, it also prevented me from joining that flow. It did, the seeker confirms gently, but the afterlife is also a time for refinement. Witnessing the consequences even in this subtle form is part of the learning. You are still carrying the echoes but now you have the perspective of consequence. The seeker extends a faint luminous hand not in a physical sense but as an offering of understanding. You have the power to reshape the resonance of your past choices. In the afterlife, as in life, perspective is key. You can dwell on the static of regret, or you can begin to transmute the energy of those unclaimed moments into a form of inner freedom. Acknowledge the echo, then choose how you allow it to resonate within you. Now the other soul slowly reaches out and meets the seeker's hand in the void. It is a silent agreement, a moment of understanding across the divide of consequence. They look again at the distant light of alignment. And for the first time there is a sense of movement within their form, a subtle shift in the quality of the energy that surrounds them. The seeker turns away, leaving the other soul to contemplate the profound lesson etched in the very fabric of their being. The echoes of choice are the footprints of the soul's journey, visible and tangible in the afterlife. They reveal not just the destination reached, but the path taken, and within that understanding lies the potential for transformation. Even in the realm beyond the physical, the seeker continues their journey, aware that every soul they encounter, every psychic echo they perceive holds a lesson about the power and the weight of choice. And understanding this is fundamental to navigating the complex and often beautiful landscape of the afterlife. Chapter 20. The seeker finds themselves no longer traversing the relatively linear corridors at the initial processing fields. The shimmering etheric pathways have coalesced into something more complex, more organic, resembling a vast ancient labyrinth carved not of stone, but of flowing light and resonant emotions. They are no longer a passive observer, but seem to be within the architecture of their own past, navigating its twisting passages with deliberate, albeit often hesitant steps. This realm is not one of judgment, nor purely of review, though elements of both are present. It is the domain where the intricate tapestry of a life is woven into a more profound understanding, a synthesis where memory and emotion are not merely recalled but felt in a deeper, more integrated way. The seeker understands with a dawning clarity that settles like cool mist in their awareness that the purpose here is not to revisit the past in sorrow or triumph, but to integrate its essence to understand the patterns of their own feeling and response and to release the attachments that still bind them to the echoes of their former existence. The air, or rather the resonant medium surrounding them, is thick with the subtle perfumes of remembered moments. One turn of the path might carry the faint, sweet scent of jasmine from a sun-drenched garden visited in youth, immediately followed by the sharp metallic tang of fear experienced during a near accident. The walls of the labyrinth are composed of shifting memories, faces, places, sounds, sensations, flickering and reforming like the pages of an ancient living book. The seeker must learn to read not just the narrative, but the underlying emotional currents that colored each event. They come to a junction wide enough for only one to pass. To their left, a path spirals downwards, bathed in a soft, melancholic blue light. It seems to lead towards deeper, more somber memories, echoes of loss and grief that the seeker has carried like stones in their heart during life. To their right, the path ascends, illuminated by a warm golden glow, weaving through recollections of joy, love, and profound connection. Straight ahead, the light is neutral, grayish, and seems to represent the mundane, the everyday moments that constituted the fabric of life, but often go unremarked upon. The seeker pauses, heart resonating softly within their chest. Which way to turn? Does one confront the pain first or seek the comfort? Or does one simply move forward through the neutral ground, processing the simple threads of existence? This is a crucial juncture, an opportunity to consciously shape the narrative of their internal integration. The wisdom offered here is that all experiences, even those deemed painful, contain seeds of growth. The challenge is not to avoid the difficult memories, but to approach them with understanding and compassion rather than allowing them to dominate the present state of being. Equally, the bright memories are not merely to be cherished. They are to be understood for what they revealed about the seeker's capacity for love, joy, and connection. Hesitantly, the seeker takes a step towards the path to the right, the one illuminated by the golden light. They choose to begin by revisiting the positive aspects of their journey, perhaps hoping to reinforce the sense of self-worth and connection they have begun to cultivate. As they move along the ascending path, the memories flow around them, not as oppressive recollections, but as data points in a vast internal database being analyzed and integrated. They pass a vision of a childhood playground, the laughter of unburdened youth echoing clearly. They feel the warmth of the sun on their skin, the thrill of swinging high. Then a memory of a moment of profound kindness from a stranger, a shared meal in a time of need, the gentle eyes of a beloved pet. Each recollection is like a stone being lifted from their feet, lightening their being. The emotional resonance is intense, but feels less like a hammer blow and more like the gentle vibration of a tuning fork, bringing harmony to a previously discordant frequency. Yet even on this path of joy, shadows appear. A fleeting memory of jealousy, a moment of unspoken hurt, a brief encounter that left a faint taste of bitterness. These do not cause the seeker to falter or return to the painful path. Instead, they are observed with detached curiosity. Why did this feeling arise? What need was it trying to express? How did it color the interaction? The answers are often simple, revealing patterns of insecurity, misunderstanding, or unmet needs. By acknowledging these moments without judgment, the seeker begins to unravel the subtle knots of emotional baggage that have lingered. The path eventually leads to a small shimmering clearing. In the center stands a figure older than the seeker remembers themselves in life, yet radiating a serene wisdom. This is the aspect of the seeker's higher self, or perhaps a guide embodying the collective wisdom of integrated experience. The figure smiles a gentle knowing expression. Welcome. The figure's voice resonates within the seeker's mind, calm and clear. You have begun the process of weaving the threads of your memories into the tapestry of your understanding. You have chosen to first walk the path of light, reinforcing the patterns of joy and connection. This is a strong foundation. The figure gestures towards the seeker's heart, which seems to be pulsing with a soft inner light brighter than before. Observe this light. It contains the essence of the experiences you have allowed to integrate. Feel the warmth of the love you shared, the joy of your successes, the peace of moments of profound understanding. These are the colors that enrich your being. The figure then turns its attention to the seeker's past, not with judgment, but with the perspective of millennia of observation. You encountered moments of shadow, jealousy, sorrow, fear. These are not failures but opportunities for understanding. You learned about the fragility of ego, the depth of loss, the power of fear. By observing these without attachment, you are stripping away the layers of conditioning that once bound you to their emotional weight. The guide continues. The path to the left, filled with melancholy, holds the lessons of letting go. The path straight ahead through the mundane gray offers the practice of presence and the understanding of simplicity. Each path leads to deeper integration, to a state where memory serves as fuel for growth, not as a burden. The seeker feels a sense of clarity, a profound sense of peace. They understand that this labyrinth is not a place of punishment or endless review, but a workshop for the soul. The integration of memory and emotion is the process of becoming whole, of understanding the self in its totality, and of shedding the illusions of separation that were necessary for the experience of life itself. Which path shall you take next? The guide asks softly, its eyes reflecting the light of countless journeys. The seeker looks towards the left, then back at the figure, a newfound confidence settling within them. I understand, they think, the realization settling like a warm blanket. I have laid a foundation of light. Perhaps now I should learn to navigate the shadows with the same understanding, to release the attachments that still cling, however faintly. The guide nods, a smile widening. As you wish, the path to the left awaits. Remember, the goal is not to eliminate the dark, but to understand its place within the spectrum of light and to learn to move through it with awareness and compassion. The journey of integration is ongoing, a continuous weaving of the past into the ever-expanding now of your being. With a final nod of acknowledgement, the seeker turns, taking a deep resonant breath. They step onto the path to the left, the melancholic blue light enveloping them as they begin the next stage of their navigation through the labyrinth of memory and emotion. The journey continues, guided by wisdom both internal and external, towards a state of profound wholeness and understanding. Chapter 21. As the seeker navigates the subtle landscapes of the afterlife, they gradually transition from the raw immediacy of sensory perception towards a deeper engagement with the principles governing this realm. They move beyond simply observing the lingering echoes of past actions towards understanding the fundamental mechanisms by which these echoes shape their current experience. This chapter delves into the crucial interplay between intention, the seeds of action, cause, and the resonance they create within the energetic fabric of existence. The journey through the initial phases of the afterlife often presents the seeker with a tapestry woven from the threads of their own past lives. They may encounter scenes, emotions, or even individuals that feel like echoes, repetitions, or unresolved aspects of their journey. Initially, this might be perceived as merely observing the past. However, a deeper understanding reveals that these echoes are not static remnants, but dynamic forces still influencing the present state of being. Consider the concept of intention. In the physical world, intention often flickers, conditional, shaped by fleeting desires, fears, or societal conditioning. Yet within the afterlife, particularly as the seeker cultivates awareness, intention becomes a more focused, potent force. It is the directed energy of consciousness, the subtle push that gives momentum to thoughts and feelings. Even in this realm where the laws of physics differ vastly, energy follows the principle of alignment. Thoughts and intentions, particularly those imbued with strong emotional resonance, leave imprints. These imprints are akin to ripples on a still pond. A single clear intention, even a fleeting one, can send out vibrations that travel through the subtle dimensions. Think of the seeker who upon arrival was overwhelmed by grief. They might have unintentionally projected this feeling, creating an energetic signature that attracts similar emotional frequencies. This isn't necessarily malice, but the natural law of resonance in action. Like attracts like. The intention, even if unconscious, to feel grief, created a field that resonated with the grief inherent in the astral plane's background noise, drawing more of it towards them. This leads us to cause and its seeds, karma. The afterlife is not a place where karma ceases to exist. It is where the mechanisms of karma become more apparent and understandable. Every action, every thought, every unexpressed emotion leaves a seed. These seeds are not just memories. They are packets of potential energy imbued with the intention and emotional quality of the act. They lie dormant within the individual's subtle energy field, within the collective unconscious, or even within the fabric of the cosmos itself. Depending on the nature and intensity of the cause in the afterlife, the seeker begins to perceive these seeds more directly. They might encounter situations or challenges that feel strangely familiar, not because they are literal repetitions of past events, but because they are the natural unfolding of past causes. A past act of deceit might now manifest as a subtle energetic friction or a recurring pattern of mistrust in interactions. A past act of great generosity might now attract opportunities for further giving or resonate with benevolent energies. The crucial insight is that cause is not merely about action. It is about the state of being during the action. The seed planted is richly colored by the intention behind it and the emotional state of the actor. An act of violence committed with hatred plants a vastly different seed than the same act committed out of ignorance or fear. Both are causes, but their energetic signatures and the experiences they generate later are profoundly different. The afterlife allows the seeker to witness this principle in action, to see how the seeds they planted with all their nuances of thought and feeling are knowing or influencing their current state. The seeker's task therefore involves more than just observing these echoes. It requires a conscious engagement with their own subtle field. They must learn to discern the resonance of their own past seeds. Are they creating new seeds? What is the quality of their current intentions? Are they projecting states of being that attract further suffering or joy? This awareness fosters a powerful capacity for self-responsibility. In the afterlife, the seeker is less bound by the physical consequences of actions and more by the energetic consequences. The choices they make, the thoughts they cultivate, the emotions they allow to run unchecked, the intentions they set directly shape their immediate environment and influence the seeds they plant for the future. This is not about earning punishment or reward, but about understanding the natural flow of cause and effect and taking conscious responsibility for one's place within it. Meditation and contemplation become essential tools. The seeker learns to quiet the mind sufficiently to perceive the subtle vibrational patterns within their own energy field. They learn to distinguish the resonance of a past cause from the potential of a new intention. They practice directing their will towards positive states, towards clear constructive intentions, knowing that these too leave their mark. By understanding the echoes of intent and the resonance of cause, the seeker begins to move beyond being a passive observer of their afterlife experience. They start to become an active participant, shaping their reality through the conscious cultivation of their intentions and the mindful awareness of the seeds they are sowing. This understanding is a cornerstone for navigating the complexities of the afterlife, providing a map not just of the past that lingers, but of the present that is being actively created moment by moment. As they integrate this knowledge, the seeker finds a growing sense of peace and agency even amidst the echoes of what once was. They understand that they are not merely floating on a sea of past events, but are the conscious navigators of their own energetic journey, learning to steer the ship of their soul towards greater understanding and integration. Chapter 22. The seeker finds themselves drifting through realms that defy simple description. The sharp edges of physical form have melted away, replaced by a more fluid yet intensely focused state of being. This is not the chaotic free-for-all often depicted in popular imagination. Rather, it is a vast structured expanse where the fundamental principles of existence are laid bare. Navigation here is less about physical movement and more about perception and resonance. We have established that the afterlife is a reflection, a vast library of potential realities, primarily mirroring the choices and the vibration of the soul that has arrived. Think of it not as a single destination, but as an infinite ocean of possibility, the currents and waves dictated by one's inner state. Chapter 21 introduced the concept of the atmospheric signature, the unique energetic fingerprint left by a conscious being, a living record of their journey and their essence. Now, let us delve deeper into how these signatures interact within the afterlife's environment. Imagine the soul as a boat sailing these waters. The boat itself is crafted from the very essence of the individual's life, their joys, sorrows, beliefs, attachments, and breakthroughs. Its shape, speed, and even the ripples it leaves behind are determined by its atmospheric signature. As the soul navigates, it encounters other signatures, both familiar and unknown. These are the echoes of other journeys, the lingering impressions of beings who have trod similar paths or whose paths crossed in life. These encounters are not typically interactions in the physical sense. They are resonances, impressions felt deeply within the soul's core. Consider the nature of these echoes. A soul carrying a signature steeped in love, compassion, and service will naturally attract and resonate with similar signatures. The atmosphere around such a soul becomes one of gentle warmth, understanding, and potential connection. It feels like stepping into a familiar room filled with kindred spirits. Even if no specific entity is consciously present, the energy aligns, creating a sense of ease and belonging. Conversely, a signature heavy with fear, resentment, or anger acts like a beacon of negativity, drawing towards it echoes of similar pain and discord. The surrounding atmosphere becomes thick, heavy, perhaps tinged with sorrow or agitation. It is like entering a room saturated with tension where the very air resists the soul's passage. These resonant fields are not necessarily hostile, but they are challenging. They can reinforce existing negative patterns if the soul is not vigilant. This principle is fundamental to navigation. The afterlife is a vast dynamic field of resonance. Your own atmospheric signature is both your compass and your rudder, guiding you towards experiences that mirror your current state and drawing you into environments that reinforce it. To navigate effectively means to become increasingly aware of this principle and to consciously choose how to interact with the resonant fields you encounter. This is where the concept of atmospheric scanning becomes crucial. It is the practice of consciously tuning into the vibrational quality of the surrounding environment. It is not about visually scanning with physical eyes, but about using the soul's heightened sensitivity to feel the energetic atmosphere. Begin by focusing inward, anchoring your awareness in your own core essence. Feel the quality of your own atmospheric signature. Is it clear, bright and harmonious? Or is it clouded, fragmented, or dominated by specific emotional residues? Honesty with oneself is paramount. Once centered within your own energy, gently extend your awareness outward. Perceive the subtle shifts in the energetic landscape. Notice the varying densities, the different emotional undertones, the presence or absence of warmth or cold. Like a sailor reading the wind and the waves, the wise soul learns to interpret these atmospheric shifts. What are you scanning for? Primarily, you are scanning for environments that support your journey of growth and understanding. Look for areas of resonance that feel expansive, peaceful, and conducive to reflection. These are often associated with higher vibrational states, realms dedicated to learning, healing, or connecting with the universal consciousness. Conversely, learn to recognize the resonant fields that feel draining, confusing, or reinforce lower vibrational states. These might be areas thick with unresolved emotional pain, ego attachments, or lower densities of consciousness. While sometimes exploring these can be part of the learning process to understand the nature of negativity, often the wisest course is to gently adjust your course and avoid prolonged immersion. Atmospheric scanning is not a passive activity. It requires practice and intention. It is a tool for making conscious choices about your experience in the afterlife. By becoming adept at reading the energetic atmosphere, you can consciously choose your path, selecting experiences that facilitate your evolution and avoid those that hinder it. Imagine navigating a vast ocean. A ship without a rudder or knowledge of the currents is at the mercy of the waves. Similarly, a soul without awareness of its own signature and the resonant fields of the afterlife can drift aimlessly, encountering echoes that merely reinforce its past patterns. But with awareness, the soul becomes an intentional navigator, using its understanding of resonance to steer towards the shores of greater wisdom and integration. This understanding empowers the seeker. It transforms the afterlife from a potential trap, a place where unresolved issues fester, into a dynamic educational landscape. The echoes of choice are not just static remnants of past lives. They are active forces within this resonant field, offering opportunities for recognition, healing, and deepening understanding. By learning to navigate these echoes through atmospheric scanning, the soul moves from passive reception to active engagement, shaping its own journey through the vast library of the afterlife. The path becomes one of conscious resonance leading towards ever greater light and understanding. Chapter 23: The Labyrinth of Memory and Emotion. The seeker, having navigated the initial often tumultuous waters of the death transition and entered the more stable realms of the astral plane, now finds themselves approaching a significant juncture. This is not a sudden shift into a radically new dimension, but rather a transition into a domain where the very fabric of perception is woven from the threads of personal history. This realm is often referred to as the labyrinth of memory and emotion, a place both familiar and profoundly altered. From the perspective of the physical mind, death is an ending. Yet in the non-physical realms, it is more accurately described as a transformation of state, a shift from external sensory experience to internal subjective awareness. The labyrinth is the primary field where this internalization takes place on a deep, often overwhelming level. It is here that the echoes of a lifetime resound with unprecedented clarity. The atmosphere of this realm is thick, almost tangible, yet composed of energies rather than physical matter. It often appears as shifting mists, swirling clouds of color, or intricate ever-changing patterns that defy geometric description. These visual manifestations are less important than the emotional and sensory undercurrents they represent. The seeker may find themselves standing in a vast etheric landscape that subtly reflects their inner state, or they might perceive the mists as solid barriers requiring passage. The primary challenge within the labyrinth is the sheer volume and intensity of recalled experiences. Memories are not merely accessed. They are often replayed, resurfaced, and re-experienced with a depth and clarity that belies the separation of time. A scent, a sound, a touch, or a single word can trigger cascades of associated images, emotions, and physical sensations from decades past. A fleeting moment of joy from childhood might bloom into a radiant, uplifting presence, while a moment of deep regret or fear can solidify into a heavy, oppressive weight. This is where the distinction between the seeker and the merely transient becomes crucial. The transient may be overwhelmed, swept away by the tides of memory, becoming lost in a nostalgic or guilt-ridden loop. They may perceive these memories as absolute truths, unable to discern the difference between the event itself and their personal emotional reaction to it. They might cling desperately to cherished memories or desperately try to escape painful ones, becoming lost in a psychological purgatory. The seeker, however, approaches this realm with awareness. They understand that this is a field of energetic patterns, memories, and not the actual events themselves. Their work here is not to relieve the past but to observe it, to understand its influence, and to begin the process of integration and release. They must learn to witness the emotional surges without becoming consumed by them. Anger, sadness, joy, fear, these are powerful energies, but they are not the seeker's true nature. The seeker observes them as phenomena passing through like clouds moving across the sky of their awareness. Techniques for navigating this labyrinth are subtle but profound. The first is simply presence. Instead of reacting to each wave of memory, the seeker learns to breathe through it. Deep, slow breaths anchor them in the present moment, the only reality that truly exists here. Each inhalation can represent acknowledging the memory's presence without judgment, and each exhalation can symbolize letting go of its emotional grip. Another vital technique is the practice of disidentification. The seeker observes the memory and the associated feelings, but they consciously remind themselves this is a memory. This is an emotion associated with a past experience. It is not who I am. I am the awareness that observes. This subtle shift in perspective begins to loosen the binding chains of identity to past conditioning. The labyrinth is also a place for profound emotional processing. The suppressed emotions that were perhaps never fully confronted in life often surface here. Guilt, shame, resentment, unexpressed grief. These can be intensely felt for the seeker. This is not necessarily painful but an opportunity for catharsis and understanding. By observing these emotions without judgment and allowing them to flow, often with the help of guidance or natural energetic processes, the seeker begins to purify the emotional body. This is akin to weeding a garden. The weed's negative emotions must be removed for the flowers, positive states of being to flourish. The seeker might encounter guides or entities here, often representing aspects of their own higher self or spiritual support team tasked with assisting in this process. These guides can help illuminate the patterns of memory, offer perspective, and provide tools for emotional release. However, the seeker must remain the primary agent of their own navigation. True integration comes from within. As the seeker progresses through the labyrinth, they begin to discern the underlying themes of their life, why certain patterns repeated, what core lessons were being learned. By observing the emotional landscape with detachment, they can gain insights into their karmic tendencies and soul's evolutionary path. This understanding is not for intellectual grasping but for felt comprehension, integrating the wisdom into their being. The labyrinth of memory and emotion is not a destination to be reached but a process to be engaged with. It is the crucible where the raw material of a life is transformed into the refined gold of understanding and compassion. It is the bridge between the personal past and the universal now. The seeker, by applying awareness, presence, disidentification, and emotional processing, navigates this complex terrain. They move from being a victim of memory to becoming an observer and eventually an integrator. They learn that while memories shape experiences, they do not define the essence of the soul. As they move deeper, the mists may begin to thin, revealing not just the landscape of their past, but the first glimmers of the vast unconditioned awareness that awaits beyond. The labyrinth itself begins to transform, becoming less about the past and more about the resonance it leaves within the evolving consciousness. Chapter 24. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of static peace, but within a vast flowing tapestry of memory. This realm, often referred to as the collective echo, is less a destination and more a vast shimmering archive of all existence, containing the resonance of countless souls and their journeys. It is here that the subtlest threads of past choices become most palpable, weaving patterns that illuminate the nature of consequence beyond the simple binary of reward and punishment. Navigating this expanse is not like traversing physical space, but rather like learning to read the currents and undercurrents of collective feeling. The seeker, now attuned to the deeper frequencies, perceives the threads not as mere static but as living conduits of understanding. Each shimmering strand represents a significant choice, a pivotal moment where a soul's path diverged. Carrying the emotional weight and energetic signature of that decision, the atmosphere here is thick with sensation, yet strangely clear. One can almost taste the bittersweet residue of joy and sorrow, the lingering warmth of love and the sharp tang of regret. It is a realm where the veil between perception and sensation is thin, and the impact of actions is laid bare for inspection. This is not meant to be a place of judgment, but rather an opportunity for profound self-reflection, a chance to witness the tangible echoes of one's own life and the lives of others. The seeker moves through this memory field with the guidance of their growing awareness. They learn to distinguish between the vibrant conscious threads of significant choices and the faint fading wisps of minor moments. The latter are like the static on a radio, background noise that fades into insignificance upon closer inspection. The true learning lies in understanding the nature of the significant threads. These strong currents often converge, creating vortices of intense emotional energy. A particularly powerful vortex might represent a great sacrifice, a moment of profound love, a terrible betrayal, or a moment of stark decision under duress. Standing within such a vortex is overwhelming, a sensory flood that can be both enlightening and disorienting. The seeker learns to approach these areas with respect and caution, not to dwell too long, but to absorb the essence of the choice made and the resulting consequence, both for the individual and for the web of connection. The nature of consequence in the collective echo is complex. It is rarely a simple equation of good deed equals joy, bad deed equals sorrow. Instead, the consequences are felt on multiple levels. The immediate emotional impact, the alteration of the soul's trajectory, the ripples felt within the collective consciousness, and the lessons learned for future incarnations. Witnessing the choices of others offers a unique perspective. The seeker observes souls grappling with their echoes, some finding peace in understanding, others still tangled in regret, some laughing off their mistakes, and some finding profound growth. This observation is not for morbid curiosity, but for empathy and understanding. It reinforces the universal nature of the human condition, the shared struggle with free will, desire, fear, and love. The primary challenge for the seeker in this realm is discernment. The collective echo contains the memories of all beings stretching infinitely backward and forward. It is easy to get lost in the sheer volume of experience, to mistake the echoes of others for one's own, or to become overwhelmed by the sheer weight of collective suffering and joy. The guidance here is to remain focused, to trust the inner compass of understanding that has been developing. One learns to follow a thread back to its source to witness the moment of choice in its raw, unfiltered state. This is not always pleasant. It requires courage to confront the difficult decisions made, the pain caused, the opportunities missed. Yet it is through this confrontation that true understanding begins. The seeker sees the context of the choice, the internal and external pressures, the nature of their own attachments and aversions. At that moment, the process is less about finding answers and more about cultivating a deeper, nuanced awareness of the nature of cause and effect. The echoes do not judge, they simply are. They are the immutable record of the free will of consciousness in action. The seeker learns to read these echoes not with moral condemnation or self-righteousness, but with a quiet, compassionate curiosity. As the seeker progresses through the collective echo, they begin to perceive the subtle shifts in the nature of their own soul's resonance. The echoes of past choices become less about blame and more about understanding the patterns that have formed. They see how certain tendencies, certain choices have created certain kinds of experiences across their lifetimes. This understanding is not meant to create a sense of fatalism, but rather to empower the seeker with the knowledge of their own internal landscape. They learn that while the past cannot be changed, the understanding gained from witnessing its echoes can inform the present and future. The patterns observed can be consciously addressed and altered. The resonance of past choices can be softened, integrated, and transformed into a more conscious and deliberate energetic signature moving forward. This realm is a crucial step in the navigation of the afterlife. It is where the abstract concept of consequence becomes tangible, where the lessons of past lives are not just intellectually grasped but emotionally and energetically experienced. It is a place of profound introspection where the seeker comes to understand the intricate dance of choice and consequence that shapes the journey of the soul. The collective echo is not the end of the journey, but a deep dive into the wellspring of experience. As the seeker prepares to move on, they carry with them a richer understanding, a deeper empathy, and a more conscious awareness of the power and responsibility of choice, not just in this life, but in the ongoing unfolding of their soul's path. The echoes, though fading, remain a part of the tapestry, a testament to the enduring power of consciousness and the enduring nature of its journey. Chapter 25. The seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous waters of the initial separations and confrontations within the inner planes, now finds themselves standing at a threshold both familiar and profoundly altered. This is the space just beyond the sharp edge of the veil, a zone where the echoes of the physical world still resonate. Yet the subtle energies of the spirit realm beckon with undeniable clarity. The journey is far from over, but the immediate agonizing intensity of the transition phase has begun to subside, replaced by a growing sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of the self's true nature. This chapter delves into the crucial process of reintegration, not merely as a physical return, but as the conscious weaving of one's spiritual experiences back into the fabric of the waking life that awaits. It is here in this borderland that the wisdom gained on the inner paths begins its transformation, becoming the lens through which the seeker perceives and interacts with their remaining existence. The journey through the afterlife is rarely a linear progression. Many find themselves oscillating between different planes or states of being, sometimes anchored in the subtle realms for extended periods, other times drawn back towards the edge of the veil, perhaps even experiencing fleeting moments of return to the physical body before being drawn back again. This back and forth is not a sign of failure or confusion, but rather a natural part of the process of balancing the inner light with the outer shadow, integrating the profound insights gained with the practicalities of continued existence. Think of it as learning to dance on the tightrope between worlds. The inner journey provides the strength and grace, the understanding of the music. The outer journey offers the stage, the audience, the opportunity to practice the steps learned in the subtle realms within the context of the physical. Reintegration is the art of bringing the dance moves back to the physical floor, making them fluid and authentic, not awkward imitations. It is the conscious choice to allow the light of the inner experience to illuminate the path forward in the outer world. One of the primary challenges during this phase is the potential for dissociation. The sheer volume and intensity of the spiritual insights and experiences can feel overwhelming, leading the seeker to retreat further into their inner world, perhaps even creating a new fortified inner sanctuary. While this self-preservation is understandable, it can hinder the very process of reintegration. The goal is not to discard the inner journey but to integrate its wisdom into the outer life, allowing the experiences to inform and enrich rather than isolate or paralyze. The seeker must learn to become a bridge, not a barrier. They must consciously choose moments throughout their waking day to pause, to attune to the subtle energies, to recall the truths discovered on the inner planes, and then to allow these insights to filter into their thoughts, feelings, and actions. This is not about forcing a connection. It is about cultivating a sensitivity, a receptivity to the deeper currents of existence. Techniques such as mindful awareness, meditation upon daily activities, and the conscious application of spiritual principles in mundane situations become invaluable tools. For instance, when faced with conflict or misunderstanding with another, the seeker might consciously recall the lessons on unity consciousness or the nature of illusion learned in the spirit realms, allowing a perspective far broader and more compassionate than the ego's usual reactions. This conscious weaving transforms the outer experiences into opportunities for further growth and integration. Another aspect of reintegration involves the gradual reconnection with the physical body. The body, often neglected or even rejected during intense spiritual pursuits, is the vehicle through which the soul experiences the physical world. Reintegration requires learning to listen to its signals once more, not with judgment or criticism, but with respect and understanding. The body holds memories, both physical and emotional, and integrating the spiritual journey means acknowledging and working with this entire tapestry of experience. This might involve revisiting physical sensations with curiosity, perhaps noticing the feeling of the sun on the skin or the rhythm of the breath without the usual layer of mental chatter. It may involve gentle physical movement, acknowledging the body's wisdom and its role as a tool for expression and interaction in the world. It is a process of rediscovering the physical form not as a limitation but as a sacred instrument capable of expressing the higher self's light. The final stage of this chapter's exploration is the understanding that reintegration is not a single event but an ongoing process. It is a continuous weaving of the inner and outer selves, a constant tuning into the deeper truths that resonate from the spirit realms. The veil may seem thinner now, the connection more established, but the journey of integration is lifelong. The seeker who understands this will approach their remaining time not with the sense of urgency of the initial escape but with the calm confidence of one who has found a deeper connection to the universe. They will navigate the challenges of the physical world with a greater sense of inner peace, knowing that their light honed in the afterlife continues to shine, illuminating their path and the paths of those around them. As the seeker prepares to take their next step, perhaps towards a return to the physical body or a deeper immersion into the subtle realms, they carry with them the understanding that the true purpose of the afterlife journey is not escape but transformation. It is the process of becoming whole, of integrating the light with the shadow, the spirit with the body, and ultimately of returning to the world with a greater capacity for love, wisdom, and service, having learned to dance gracefully upon the loom of existence. The tapestry of time awaits their unique contribution. Chapter 26. The Currents of Memory and the River of Becoming. The seeker drifting now through the less dense layers of the subtle realms begins to perceive with growing clarity the nature of the environment surrounding them. It is not a static landscape but a dynamic flowing tapestry of energy and sensation, often likened to a vast shimmering ocean. Unlike the sharp, often jarring shifts of the lower planes or the profound stillness of deeper spiritual realms, this region is characterized by a constant gentle ebb and flow. This flow is primarily composed of two interwoven currents, the river of memory and the current of becoming. To navigate effectively, the seeker must learn not to be swept away entirely by either nor to become so detached that they miss the essence of the present moment within this flowing reality. The river of memory is perhaps the most immediate and potent force the seeker encounters in the afterlife. Memory is not merely a static record retrieved from a dusty attic of the mind. It is a vibrant living stream. It flows not just backward from the physical life but often forward, carrying echoes of potential futures and the subtle impressions of past lives, all converging in the present moment of perception. Many souls find themselves initially caught in this current, Old hurts resurface with startling clarity, carrying the same emotional weight they did in the physical world, sometimes even more intensely, unfiltered by the buffers of physical sensation or social convention. Joyful memories flow by bright and warm, tempting the soul to linger in a pleasant recollection, forgetting the nature of the river itself. Guilt and regret can also be powerful surges, pulling the unwary soul into cycles of self-respect. The key to navigating the memory stream lies not in suppressing it or idealizing it, but in observing it with detachment and understanding. The seeker must learn to recognize the memory as merely energy in motion, a past vibration still echoing in the present field of consciousness. They practice watching these waves of sensation pass, acknowledging their presence without identifying solely with them. A memory of physical pain might be felt, but the seeker recognizes it as information about a past experience, not their current state of being. A recollection of love is appreciated as a beautiful frequency, but not as an anchor preventing movement forward. This requires a subtle form of mindfulness. The seeker learns to be the observer of the memory current, not the victim of it. They understand that clinging to pleasant memories prevents the soul from integrating lessons and moving towards higher states of awareness. Equally, resisting or fighting painful memories keeps them stuck in lower vibrational patterns, replaying old dramas instead of healing and evolving. Simultaneously, the seeker must engage with the current of becoming. This is the river of potential, the stream of nascent experiences and states of being that are constantly unfolding. It is the future not as a fixed destination determined by past actions alone but as a field of infinite possibility shaped by the soul's current intentions, vibrations and choices within this realm. The afterlife is a crucible of transformation and the current of becoming is the forge. Souls are presented with opportunities to integrate lessons, heal karmic imbalances, and elevate their vibrational frequency. This might manifest as subtle encounters with other souls on similar paths, exposure to new forms of knowledge or wisdom, or the direct experience of different states of consciousness, perhaps glimpses of the unified field, echoes of cosmic creation, or experiences of unconditional love. Engaging with the current of becoming requires active participation. It means setting intentions, however subtle, for the soul's evolution. This might involve seeking out specific types of experiences, focusing the mind on love and compassion, or dedicating energy to understanding a particular spiritual principle. It is about choosing to flow with the evolutionary currents of the afterlife rather than being passively carried along by the reactive tides of memory. The challenge for the seeker lies in balancing these two currents. They must learn to ride the waves of memory without being overwhelmed, using the insights gained from past experiences to inform their journey. Simultaneously, they must remain anchored in the present, engaging actively with the opportunities presented by the current of becoming. This is not about erasing the past or ignoring the future. It is about integrating the lessons of memory while simultaneously building a future of greater light and awareness. It requires a form of inner alchemy, transforming the lead of past trauma and regret into the gold of wisdom and compassion. It involves using the energy of past joy and love to fuel the expansion into higher states of consciousness. As the seeker masters the art of navigating these twin currents, they will find their movement through the afterlife becoming smoother, more purposeful, and ultimately more fulfilling. They transition from being a passive observer or a victim of circumstance to becoming an active participant in their own spiritual evolution, guided by wisdom gained from memory and propelled by the infinite potential of becoming. The river of life, both past and future, becomes a source of power and understanding, not a barrier to be overcome. The true journey has begun. Chapter 27. The seeker drifting through the etheric planes of the afterlife begins to perceive nuances previously unseen. The sheer vastness of existence, the infinite tapestry of consciousness, is no longer just a backdrop but a medium through which subtle forces interact. It is here in this space between the seen and the unseen that the intricate dance of intention and consequence becomes most palpable. While the foundational principles of cause and effect operate universally, even within these realms, the immediate echoes of one's own intentions offer a unique lens through which to navigate. It is as if each thought, each feeling, each act of will, no matter how small, sends out ripples across the fabric of the subtle realm. These ripples are not mere mental projections. They are tangible disturbances in the local energetic field resonating with the fundamental vibrations of the cosmos. The seeker might observe, perhaps with a newfound clarity, how moments of pure unadulterated compassion, even directed towards a distant unseen entity, leave a lingering warmth in their immediate vicinity. It is a gentle hum of positive resonance, a subtle energetic signature that persists longer than fleeting emotions. Conversely, thoughts laced with resentment or unwavering hostility might manifest as fleeting, sharp negative impressions like tiny eddies of static on the psychic radio. These are not grand world-altering events, but rather the intimate personal footprints left by the seeker's own inner landscape. They serve as immediate feedback, a form of internal navigation system. By becoming an observer of these subtle energetic echoes, the seeker can begin to discern the quality of their own thoughts and feelings and understand their lasting impact within this realm. This perception is crucial for growth. The afterlife is not a static paradise or a punitive purgatory. It is an active dynamic field where consciousness continues to interact and evolve. Understanding that one's intentions shape this immediate environment is the first step towards mastering it. It moves the seeker from being merely a passive observer of the afterlife's workings to an active participant in sculpting their own experience. Furthermore, this principle extends beyond the individual. The seeker begins to perceive the faint overlapping echoes of the intentions of others, like faint radio signals on different frequencies. They might sense the lingering resonance of a life dedicated to service, a subtle vibration of altruistic energy that can be drawn upon for healing or guidance. Or conversely, they might detect the discordant hum of long-held grudges or unfulfilled desires that still cast faint shadows. This awareness fosters a profound sense of interconnectedness. The afterlife, far from being a solitary existence, is a complex web of interwoven intentions and energies. The seeker learns to listen not just to their own internal echoes, but to the subtle undertones of the collective consciousness surrounding them. This listening requires sensitivity, a quiet mind, and an open heart, qualities that are themselves cultivated through the practices outlined in the preceding chapters. Navigating this realm now involves a subtle form of energetic diplomacy. The seeker learns to approach interactions with awareness of the intentions behind their own actions and those of others. They understand that projecting thoughts of goodwill even in the face of perceived negativity from others can sometimes gently shift the energetic resonance, like placing a drop of oil on troubled water. It is not about forced positivity but about aligning with the most constructive and harmonious vibrations available. The echoes of intent also illuminate the path towards understanding one's own life review. The intentions held at the time of significant actions, the motivations behind choices, both large and small, become clearer, not as static memories, but as vibrant, resonant energy patterns. Fostering positive intentions now, therefore, directly colors the clarity and emotional tone of the review process later. It is a way of actively shaping one's own narrative, ensuring that the echoes one leaves behind are ones of purpose, love, and learning. This understanding transforms the nature of contemplation. The seeker sits quietly, not merely reflecting on past lives or current thoughts, but actively sensing the subtle energetic footprints of their intentions. They become attuned to the resonant frequency of their own being, learning to amplify the harmonious notes and gently dampen the discordant ones. It is a form of inner tuning, preparing the consciousness for the next stage of its journey, whether that be further exploration of the afterlife, integration into the cosmic consciousness, or a transition to yet another state of being. By mastering the perception and cultivation of their intentions, the seeker moves beyond passive drifting and begins to actively engage with the intricate energetic landscape of the afterlife. They learn that their inner world, their thoughts and feelings are not just private experiences but are fundamental forces shaping their reality. Here, this awareness is the cornerstone of true navigation, providing a reliable compass in the vast subtle ocean of existence that lies beyond physical death. The path forward becomes clearer, illuminated by the resonant light of intention. Chapter 28. The seeker now finds themselves traversing a realm less defined by stark landscapes and more by the very processes of becoming. The raw energies of the previous stage, the crucible of purification and understanding, have coalesced into something new, the self in its nascent integrated form. This is not yet the fullness of the Akashic realms or the final merging with the source, but a crucial bridge, a place where the threads of the individual life are woven back into the grand tapestry of existence. The atmosphere here is one of profound stillness yet burgeoning potential. It lacks the chaotic energy of the lower astral or the overwhelming density of the physical. Instead, it feels like the quiet hum of a vast intricate loom where threads of experience, emotion, learning, and unlearning are being carefully, deliberately interwoven. The seeker, no longer just an observer or a participant in the crucible, begins to become a weaver. The primary challenge in this stage is integration. The lessons learned, the fears confronted and transmuted, the love experienced and understood, these are no longer different elements, but must be synthesized into the new evolving consciousness. It is the difference between collecting paint colors and creating a harmonious painting. The seeker must consciously participate in this weaving, understanding that every thread contributes to the final design. Visually, the experience might manifest as watching threads of light, some bright and golden, representing joy and love, some deep blue or violet, holding complex emotions and wisdom, some gray or dull, signifying attachments or lessons still needing resolution, being drawn from unseen sources and passed through a shimmering etheric shuttle. The weaver's hand, guided by the soul's innate intelligence, must place these threads onto the loom's warp, creating the underlying structure of the new self. The loom itself is a powerful symbol. It represents the structure of the soul, the framework upon which the accumulated experiences are built. The warp threads, often perceived as the foundational aspects of the self, core traits, deep-seated beliefs, inherent predispositions, remain relatively stable, though they can be strengthened or suddenly altered by the weaver's actions. The weft threads, representing the specific events, relationships, and choices of a single lifetime, are what the seeker now consciously works with. Conscious participation is key. The seeker is no longer merely floating through experiences. They are now the conscious agent shaping their post-death. This requires focus, intention, and a willingness to confront the full spectrum of their past. Every memory, every significant emotion, every unresolved conflict or deep-seated pattern is brought forth, offered like a thread to be woven. The process requires immense patience. The loom does not rush. It works with the energy and intention of the weaver. Hasty decisions or resistance can lead to tangled threads, creating kinks or imperfections in the emerging structure of the soul. The wise seeker learns to breathe with the rhythm of the loom, allowing the integration to happen naturally while applying focused awareness where needed. Guidance may still be present, often in the form of subtle inner knowing or resonant energies that echo the principles of love, balance, and service. These guides might help the seeker identify particularly challenging threads, those representing deep-seated fears or attachments, and offer perspective on how to integrate them constructively, transforming potential liabilities into sources of strength and understanding. For instance, a thread of deep-seated guilt might be identified. Instead of simply cutting it away, the seeker with guidance might be encouraged to trace its origins, understand the context of the time, acknowledge the lesson learned, and then consciously choose to weave it into a larger pattern of compassion, forgiveness, first for self, then potentially for others involved. The guilt transformed becomes a thread of wisdom, a testament to growth. This stage is also crucial for understanding the nuances of karma. It is not merely about receiving punishments or rewards for past actions. It is about understanding the energetic patterns established during a lifetime and consciously choosing how to work with them now. Are there ingrained tendencies towards selfishness, fear, or judgment that need to be consciously unwoven and replaced with more constructive patterns like generosity, courage, and empathy? Integration allows for this conscious reprogramming at a deep soul level. The atmosphere can sometimes feel heavy, not with despair, but with the density of accumulated experience being compressed and transformed. It requires the strength of will combined with the gentleness of compassion. The seeker must be firm in their intention to integrate yet gentle in their approach to themselves and their past. As the weaving progresses, the seeker may begin to perceive glimpses of the emerging pattern. It might take the form of a shimmering tapestry, a complex and beautiful design reflecting their unique journey and the new consciousness they are creating. This emerging pattern is a preview of their future state, a potential reality in the vast Akashic records waiting to be fully realized through this act of conscious integration. This stage is foundational. Successful navigation here leads to a soul structure that is balanced, resilient, and ready for the next steps. Deeper exploration of the Akashic records, potential service to other souls, or continued learning in more subtle dimensions. Failure to engage fully can result in a lingering sense of fragmentation, a state of incomplete integration where the threads of the past remain too separate from the emerging future self, potentially hindering progress in later stages. The seeker must understand that this is an active process. It requires their conscious will, their focused attention, and their open heart. They are the weaver holding the shuttle, guiding the threads and creating the masterpiece that is their evolved soul. The loom provides the framework and the energy. The weaver provides the intention and the action. The journey through the afterlife is a grand tapestry being woven one conscious thread at a time. Chapter 28 marks the beginning of the intricate work of integration where the individual self, purified and enlightened, consciously weaves its past into the fabric of a new, more evolved existence, ready to embrace the vast possibilities that lie beyond. The loom awaits and the threads of potential are offered to the willing weaver. Chapter 29. The seeker, having navigated the initial tumultuous waters of transition and encountered the shimmering tapestry of the astral plane, now stands at the threshold of a deeper reality. This is not the chaotic flux of the lower astral nor the dense physicality of the earthly realm. Here the very fabric of existence begins to unravel into its constituent energies, revealing the intricate patterns of cause and effect that underpin all life. This realm is often referred to as the mental plane, or more poetically the world of integration. As the consciousness settles beyond the immediate echoes of the physical body, a profound stillness descends. The frantic energy of survival, the rush of sensory input, the constant chatter of the mind, these begin to subside, replaced by a serene clarity. The seeker perceives the afterlife not as a mere continuation of thought, but as a field of pure potentiality, a workshop where the threads of past lives are carefully examined, understood, and woven into the tapestry of the soul's ongoing evolution. The primary challenge and opportunity in this realm lies in integration. The soul, like a traveler returning from distant lands, brings back experiences, knowledge, emotional residues, and unresolved patterns. The world of integration is the space designated for processing this luggage. It is here that the wisdom gained through trials and joys is crystallized into understanding. It is here that the fragmented aspects of the self are brought back into alignment with the core essence of the soul. Many entities arriving in this plane carry the baggage of past trauma, ingrained fears, unresolved relationships, or attachments to ego desires. These are the knots in the soul's thread that must be untangled. The process is not one of punishment or reward, but of gentle excavation and understanding. The seeker is encouraged to approach this work with curiosity rather than aversion, seeing it as an act of profound self-love and purification. Perceiving the field of integration. The atmosphere of the mental plane is vastly different from the astral plane. While the astral can be vibrant and colorful, sometimes even dazzling, the mental plane often presents itself as a field of luminous, shifting patterns and interwoven colors. These colors are not merely visual, they are the very essence of thought forms, emotions, and mental constructs. The seeker might perceive vast shimmering gardens of thought, intricate mandalas of feeling, or dense, murky clouds of unresolved conflict. The landscape is less defined by solid forms and more by the quality of the prevailing mental and emotional atmosphere. One might find regions of intense intellectual activity, where ideas flow like rivers of light, or areas heavy with sorrow, where the air seems thick with grief that needs to be understood and released. There are also zones of quiet contemplation, ideal for inner reflection. Crucially, the seeker begins to perceive the direct link between thought, emotion, and their own energetic resonance. A thought form, left unexamined, can become a persistent influence on the soul's state of being. An emotion, particularly a strong one like fear, guilt, or attachment, can manifest as a dense energetic blockage. The task is to identify these patterns, understand their origins, and consciously dissolve them through understanding and acceptance. The work of integration, unpacking the soul's luggage. The core work involves several interconnected practices. Recall and review. The seeker is often given access to their personal Akashic records or a similar repository of life experiences. This is not about rummaging through the past with regret, but about viewing life events with the detachment and wisdom of the present. Observe the cause and effect. See how choices led to outcomes, how actions shape the self. Understanding the why behind past behaviors and feelings is the first step towards liberation from their power. Emotional processing. Unresolved emotions are the most common obstacles. Fear of the future, guilt over past actions, grief for lost loved ones or aspects of the self, jealousy, resentment. These are all energies that need to be acknowledged, felt, and released. This is not achieved through suppression, but through gentle, compassionate observation. Allow the emotion to be present without identifying with it entirely. See it as a wave passing through rather than the entirety of the self. Techniques such as visualizing emotions as colors or forms, breathing into them, or offering them up to the light can be helpful. Identifying and dissolving thought forms. The mind is incredibly fertile ground. Negative thought patterns, self-limiting beliefs, and rigid opinions can create powerful energetic structures that influence the seeker's state of being. The task is to become aware of these patterns and consciously choose to dissolve them. This might involve seeing a limiting belief as a cloud and gently dispersing it, or challenging a recurring negative thought with a more positive and realistic perspective reinforced by the light of understanding. Reconnecting with the soul's essence amidst the processing of past debris. The seeker must also find moments of stillness to reconnect with the underlying unchanging nature of their soul. Who are they beneath the layers of past conditioning and emotional baggage? This involves quieting the mental chatter and perceiving the deeper sense of self, often described as a feeling of peace, love, or connection to all that is. This core essence is the stable anchor in the shifting landscape of the mental plane. The role of guides and teachers. While the work of integration is profoundly personal, the seeker is rarely entirely alone. Ascended masters, spiritual guides, and even wise souls from previous incarnations may offer assistance. These entities often appear as shimmering lights, figures of radiant energy, or wise elders whose presence brings comfort and clarity. They may offer guidance, answer questions, help the seeker access specific knowledge, or simply provide a supportive presence during moments of intense emotional or mental processing. However, the seeker must remember that ultimately the work must be their work. The guides can illuminate the path, offer tools, and provide encouragement, but the choices and the effort must come from the individual soul. True integration requires the active participation of the conscious mind and heart. Navigating the challenges. The journey through the mental plane can be challenging. The sheer volume of past experiences can be overwhelming, and the process of confronting deep-seated issues can evoke powerful emotions. The seeker might experience moments of doubt, confusion, or even a temporary regression towards old patterns. The key to navigating these challenges is patience, self-compassion, and persistence. Integration is not a quick process. It requires time and dedicated effort. It is helpful to remember that this is a natural and necessary stage of soul evolution. Each obstacle overcome brings the seeker closer to wholeness. Furthermore, the seeker must learn to distinguish between genuine guidance and ego projections or manipulations. True guidance brings peace, clarity, and a sense of expansion. It aligns with the soul's highest good and encourages growth and understanding. Egoistic influences, on the other hand, may seek to reinforce fears, insecurities, or attachments, often presenting themselves as authoritative or offering solutions that feel comforting in the moment, but ultimately hinder progress. Moving forward, as the seeker completes significant cycles of integration, the mental plane begins to feel less like a place of processing and more like a realm of refined consciousness. The colors become more vibrant and pure, the mental atmosphere lighter and clearer. The soul's energy becomes more balanced, harmonious, and resonant with higher frequencies of love, wisdom, and unity. This stage of refinement prepares the soul for the final transition towards the more subtle realms of the spiritual or atmic plane, where the deepest connections to the universal consciousness are experienced. The work of Chapter 29, weaving the threads of past experience into the tapestry of present understanding, is foundational. It is the act of bringing the scattered pieces of the self back into alignment with the soul's true nature, clearing the path for a final luminous emergence into the fullness of eternal life. The journey through the mental plane is the crucible where the soul is reforged, purified, and elevated. It is a profound process of inner alchemy, transforming the dross of past limitations into the gold of integrated wisdom. For the seeker, navigating this realm with courage, compassion, and unwavering dedication is the key to unlocking the full potential of their eternal existence. Chapter 30. The soul now traversing the etheric corridors beyond the veil often reaches a stage where the initial shock and wonder of the afterlife begin to subside. The sheer novelty of existence without physical constraints, the vibrant tapestry of souls, the subtle energies of the cosmos, these initial stimuli give way to a deeper, more introspective journey. It is in this phase that the concept of reintegration becomes paramount, a crucial step in the soul's evolution towards its ultimate purpose. For the seeker of wisdom, understanding reintegration is not merely about understanding the mechanics of the afterlife. It is about comprehending the soul's intricate relationship with the fabric of all existence. The afterlife is not a separate realm in the sense of complete isolation. It is an integral part of the greater whole, a different vibration, a different mode of being within the same infinite ocean of consciousness. The soul, having experienced the trials and tribulations of the physical world, the joys and sorrows, the loves and losses, carries within it the imprints of these experiences. These imprints are not merely memories in the conventional sense. They are energetic patterns, emotional resonances, and spiritual lessons that have shaped the soul's identity. Reintegration is the process by which these imprints are understood, transformed, and harmonized with the soul's higher nature, allowing the soul to shed the limitations of its past incarnations and embrace its true potential. This process is often misunderstood by souls new to the afterlife. Many believe that they have reached a state of perfection or liberation and that the past no longer matters. However, this is a misconception. The past is not something to be erased or forgotten. It is something to be integrated, to be transformed into wisdom. The soul's journey through the afterlife is a journey of transformation, and reintegration is a vital part of that transformation. The first step in reintegration is self-awareness. The soul must take an honest and comprehensive look at its past life, not with regret or guilt but with understanding and compassion. This involves recalling the significant events, relationships, and challenges that have shaped the soul. It is about recognizing the lessons learned and the patterns that have been established. This self-awareness is not an easy process. It requires courage and honesty. However, it is essential for the soul to understand itself fully before it can begin to integrate its experiences. The second step is the acceptance of responsibility. The soul must accept that it has played a role in its past life, that its actions have had consequences, and that it has been shaped by these actions. This does not mean that the soul is solely responsible for its fate. It means that the soul has contributed to its own journey and it must take responsibility for this journey. This acceptance is not about blame or punishment. It is about understanding and growth. It is about recognizing that every action has a reaction and that the soul has the power to choose its actions and their consequences. The third step is the transformation of the imprints. This is the most profound and transformative part of the reintegration process. It involves taking the lessons learned from the past and integrating them into the soul's higher nature. This is not an easy process. It requires a deep understanding of the soul's true nature and a commitment to its evolution. It involves releasing the old patterns, the old beliefs, the old conditioning that have held the soul back. It involves embracing the new, the true potential of the soul. The transformation of the imprints is often facilitated by the guidance of spiritual mentors, the wisdom of the collective consciousness, and the energy of the afterlife itself. These forces can help the soul to understand its past, to accept its responsibilities, and to transform its imprints. However, the ultimate responsibility for transformation lies with the soul itself. The soul must be willing to let go of the old and embrace the new, to shed the limitations of its past and embrace its true potential. The final step in reintegration is the harmonization with the greater whole. Once the soul has transformed its imprints, it must harmonize these transformations with the fabric of all existence. This involves understanding the soul's place in the cosmos, its relationship with other souls, and its role in the evolution of consciousness. It involves embracing the interconnectedness of all things, recognizing that the soul is not separate from the rest of existence. It is an integral part of it. Reintegration is not a linear process. It is a continuous journey of transformation and growth. The soul may revisit certain imprints, certain lessons, and certain relationships as part of its ongoing evolution. However, the more the soul integrates its experiences, the more it moves towards its ultimate purpose, the fulfillment of its true potential. For the seeker of wisdom, reintegration is a vital step in the soul's journey. It is a process of transformation, growth, and evolution. It is about understanding the soul's past, accepting its responsibilities, transforming its imprints, and harmonizing with the greater whole. It is a journey that requires courage, honesty, and commitment, but it is a journey that is ultimately rewarding. It is a journey that leads the soul to its true home, to the fulfillment of its ultimate purpose. Chapter 31. The seeker finds themselves no longer adrift in the etheric currents of the purely spiritual realms. They have traversed the shadowed valleys of memory, mapped the luminous peaks of potential, and tasted the ambrosial nectar of pure consciousness. Yet a subtle shift occurs, a gentle but inexorable turning of the cosmic tide. The goal is no longer solely the exploration of the infinite, but the integration of the discovered self back into the fabric of the physical world. This is the stage of reintegration, the final crucial act before the next cycle of embodiment, or perhaps a state of serene existence beyond the need for further incarnation. It is a process far more intricate than the initial journey into the afterlife, demanding not just understanding, but a profound synthesis of the soul's experiences. The atmosphere surrounding the seeker becomes one of quiet intensity. The abstract energies and conceptual wisdom of the spiritual realms begin to coalesce, taking on a form more akin to the tangible yet still imbued with a higher vibrational quality. Thought forms solidify into subtle intentions. Emotions crystallize into states of being that can be held and directed. One of the primary challenges is the reconnection with the body-mind complex, not as an entity to be transcended, but as the vehicle through which the integrated self will experience the physical world. The phantom sensations of the physical form, the warmth of the sun on skin, the texture of clothing, the echo of a loved one's voice begin to resurface with increasing clarity. These are not merely memories replayed. They are potentialities being reawakened, pathways being reopened. The seeker learns to work with these sensations consciously. Instead of recoiling from the perceived limitations of the physical, they learn to infuse these sensations with the higher awareness gained. Touching a physical object becomes an act of conscious connection, an exchange of energies between the refined spiritual self and the dense physical medium. Hearing a sound is not just perceiving vibration, but understanding the emotional and energetic signature behind it. Memory, previously a tool for exploration, now becomes a bridge. Not just the memories of this life, but the echoes of past lives, the lessons learned, the karmic threads woven. The seeker begins to consciously select and integrate specific aspects of their past experiences, weaving them into the new tapestry of their being. This is not about dwelling on the past, but about retrieving the essential wisdom and discarding the outdated conditioning. A past life memory might reveal a deep-seated fear which is then met and transmuted by the present higher self's understanding, allowing the pattern to be broken for this new cycle. Emotional integration is equally vital. The seeker confronts the residual echoes of past joys, sorrows, loves, and losses. These are not to be suppressed, but understood as facets of the human experience through which the soul has learned. They are allowed to surface, to be felt fully in their refined state, and then consciously released, leaving no energetic scar. Grief might still be felt, but it is no longer paralyzing. It is a purified state of heart, acknowledging loss without being consumed by it. Love remains, but is understood as a universal unconditional energy, not tied solely to a specific individual or form. The process involves a form of inner alchemy, transmuting the lead of past limitations into the gold of integrated wisdom. The seeker consciously directs their will focused through the power of intention to weave these different elements, the refined consciousness, the reconnected body sense, the integrated memories and emotions into a unified whole. It is like a weaver threading countless strands of vibrant color into a single coherent and beautiful tapestry. Spiritual teachers, guides, or even the collective consciousness of the afterlife realm may offer assistance, providing patterns, wisdom, or simply the energetic space necessary for this intricate work. The seeker learns to invoke these supports to receive the guidance needed to navigate the complexities of this final stage. There may be periods of intense inner activity, moments where the structure of the self feels fluid, as if dissolving and reforming into a more perfect configuration. This is not a sign of failure, but a necessary part of the refinement process. The old self bound by past incarnations must be allowed to dissolve so that the integrated evolved self can emerge. As the reintegration progresses, a profound sense of wholeness begins to dawn. The duality of spirit and matter, observer and observed, begins to soften into a more holistic understanding. The seeker experiences a taste of the unity from which all things emerge, a direct connection to the life force animating the physical world. This stage prepares the vessel for the eventual return. The seeker is no longer just a traveler of the afterlife. They are becoming a navigator equipped with the integrated wisdom of countless experiences. They understand the interplay between the spiritual and the physical, the power of intention, the flow of energy and the nature of consciousness itself. The loom of reintegration works not through force but through conscious participation. The seeker becomes the weaver, carefully choosing each thread, understanding its purpose and weaving it into the larger design. The result is a self capable of navigating the challenges and joys of the physical world with a depth of awareness previously unattainable, ready to embody the wisdom gained and contribute to the unfolding tapestry of existence. Chapter 32. The seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous waters of the initial separations and the deeper realms of introspective understanding, now finds themselves the threshold of a profound transformation. This is not a return to the physical world in the manner they knew it before, nor is it a simple progression into an undifferentiated state of bliss or oblivion. Instead, it is the beginning of the intricate process of reintegration, weaving the threads of their accumulated experience, their essence, and their understanding back into the vast unfolding tapestry of existence. From their current vantage point, the nature of time may seem fluid, almost non-existent, as moments of intense clarity can blend with periods of quiet contemplation that span what feels like eon, yet might equate to mere hours in the grander scheme. The linear progression they once perceived has dissolved, replaced by a more cyclical, resonant understanding of cause and effect, action and consequence, thought and creation. They have learned that the energy they emitted, the intentions they held, the choices they made, even in the subtlest ways, were not lost, but rather imprinted upon the fabric of reality, influencing the subtle currents around them and within themselves. Now the process of reintegration begins. It is less a journey through new landscapes and more an internal alchemy, a synthesis of the self with the universal whole. Imagine, if you will, a vast loom, its threads representing the myriad aspects of the seeker's being, their memories, their emotions, their skills, their wisdom, their unresolved karmic patterns, their unfulfilled potential, their deepest yearnings and fears. These threads, previously perhaps tangled, separate or isolated, are now being drawn toward the central currents, where all motion softens into a single interior knowing. The weaver, the seeker themselves, guided by the increasing clarity and wisdom gained in the preceding stages, begins the work. This is not a passive process. It requires active participation, conscious choice. The threads of past trauma are not simply cut away. They are understood, their energy acknowledged and then transmuted, woven into the stronger fabric of present understanding and compassion. The echoes of past joys are allowed to resonate not as attachments but as sources of light and inspiration for the new patterns being created. The concept of karma, once perhaps a complex system of cause and effect to be understood and worked through, now reveals itself as the very fabric of the loom. Every action, every thought, every vibration sends ripples outwards. These ripples do not disappear. They interact, build upon each other, and form the patterns that shape both the individual and the collective. In reintegration, the seeker learns to perceive these patterns not as judgments or punishments, but as opportunities for learning, growth, and harmonious alignment. They see how their threads connect to the threads of others, how their actions contribute to the larger design. This weaving process often involves confronting aspects of the self that were previously ignored or suppressed. The shadow, the rejected part of the personality, the unacknowledged grief, the hidden talents, all these elements are brought into the light, integrated and given their rightful place within the tapestry. This is where the wisdom gained from navigating the inner planes becomes crucial, the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the perception of subtle energies, the ability to observe without judgment. These tools allow the seeker to handle the complexities of their own inner landscape with increasing grace and skill. There may be periods of intense activity on the loom, moments where the threads seem to tangle violently, where the patterns resist the desired shape. These are often the areas requiring the most profound transformation. It is during these times that the seeker must draw upon their reserves of patience, their commitment to growth, and their connection to the universal life force that sustains the loom itself. They may receive subtle guidance perhaps through resonant thoughts, feelings of clarity, or even dreams that offer insights into how to best weave a particular thread. Simultaneously, the seeker is also observing the larger tapestry being woven. They perceive the patterns of the collective consciousness, the flows of energy moving through humanity and the planet. They may begin to understand their own role in this grand design, how their integrated self can contribute to the healing and evolution of the whole. This sense of purpose derived from contributing to the larger pattern rather than seeking personal gratification provides a deep and abiding sense of fulfillment. The atmosphere during this phase is often one of profound stillness and intense activity. The internal landscape can be as vibrant and complex as any external world, filled with colors, sounds, and sensations that defy physical description. Yet beneath the surface activity, there lies an underlying peace, a sense of being perfectly where one needs to be, doing the work that needs to be done. As the weaving progresses, the seeker begins to feel a sense of cohesion, a return to a more integrated sense of self. The fragmented parts start to form a unified whole, grounded yet open, wise yet still capable of wonder. The sense of separation from the physical world may lessen, not necessarily through a return to embodiment, but through a deepening connection to the life force that permeates all existence, both the seen and the unseen. This stage of reintegration is crucial. It is the bridge between the isolated self of the newly departed and the fully integrated being capable of contributing meaningfully to the continued unfolding of reality. It is the process by which the individual soul, having gained wisdom through experience and understanding, finds its place within the grand eternal pattern. The loom of reintegration weaves not just a personal destiny but contributes threads to the ongoing creation of the cosmos itself. The seeker, the weaver, becomes a conscious participant in the great artistry of existence. Chapter 33. The journey through the initial shock and exhilaration of the death transition finds the seeker increasingly drawn towards a quieter yet profoundly deeper realm. The sheer volume of new information, the dazzling array of subtle energies, and the constant flux of encountering diverse spirits can become overwhelming. It is in this phase, often emerging from the more turbulent waters of the astral plane or the lower subtle realms, that the crucial work of integration begins. This is not merely about processing memories or understanding past lives, though those elements are woven within it. Integration is the fundamental process by which the fragmented essence of the individual self begins to knit together with the fabric of the collective consciousness and the underlying principles of the afterlife itself. Think of the individual soul as a unique thread woven from experiences, emotions, beliefs, and connections. Separation, the state of earthly life, keeps these threads relatively distinct. Death and the subsequent explorations can stretch and separate them further, revealing their intricate patterns and hidden strengths. but also their vulnerabilities. Integration is the act of weaving this unique thread back into the grand tapestry of existence, finding its place, its purpose, and its resonance within the larger whole. This is not a passive state to be waited for, nor is it a process completed in a single moment. It unfolds in layers, often concurrently with the exploration of different layers or dimensions. The seeker might find themselves in a serene landscape one moment, contemplating cosmic geometry the next, and then revisiting a karmic lesson from a past life. Each experience provides data. Each encounter offers perspective, and each reflection contributes to the ongoing integration. The nature of the afterlife itself encourages this. The subtle realms are not vast empty spaces populated solely by the echoes of human consciousness. They are dynamic fields of energy, interconnected systems governed by universal laws and resonating with the collective consciousness of all entities that have ever existed or will exist. To navigate these realms effectively, the individual must learn to attune not just to their own inner guidance but to the deeper currents of this interconnected reality. This is where the esoteric wisdom becomes crucial. It provides the map and the keys, the principles of correspondences, the understanding of vibrational frequencies, the study of energy dynamics, and the contemplation of universal patterns all serve to illuminate the pathways of integration. They help the seeker recognize not only their own unique energetic signature, but also how it interacts with the broader spectrum of existence. For instance, understanding the chakra system both in its earthly application and its afterlife manifestation reveals how different aspects of the self, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, are balanced and aligned. Integration involves ensuring that these energetic centers are not just open but open in a harmonious way, allowing the soul's energy to flow freely and purposefully within the afterlife's architecture. A blocked or overactive chakra in this realm can manifest as persistent emotional states, unproductive energy patterns, or difficulties in perceiving certain aspects of reality. Similarly, the study of karmic patterns viewed not as a judgment but as energetic debts and evolutionary opportunities provides context. Integration requires acknowledging these patterns, understanding their origins, and consciously working to resolve their energetic resonance. This might involve offering assistance to other souls who are facing similar challenges, meditating on the lessons learned, or simply allowing the natural transmutation of the associated energy fields to occur through time and interaction. It is a process of transmuting duality into unity, of turning the lessons of separation into the wisdom of connection. The atmosphere of the afterlife during this phase is often one of profound stillness punctuated by moments of intense clarity. There may be a sense of vastness, not just physical but also conceptual, the vastness of possibility, the vastness of interconnectedness, the vastness of time. It can be disconcerting for those accustomed to the concrete linear flow of earthly life. The lack of a fixed body can feel liberating one moment and terrifying the next. The constant influx of information can be overwhelming, like trying to drink from a fire hose. Yet within this seeming chaos lies the opportunity for profound transformation. The seeker who embraces the process of integration learns to become a conscious participant rather than a passive observer. They learn to use their own energy refined through earthly experience and afterlife exploration to shape their reality and their understanding. They learn to seek guidance not just from external sources but from within, trusting the wisdom that arises from the deep integration of their own being with the universal flow. This involves cultivating specific qualities. Patience is essential, for integration takes time. Curiosity fuels the exploration of new realms and perspectives. Compassion both for oneself and others softens the edges of past hurts and fosters connection. Discernment is necessary to navigate the subtle energies and differentiate between true guidance and ego projections, and willingness to let go of old identities, beliefs and attachments is fundamental, allowing the new integrated self to emerge. The seeker who masters the art of integration finds a new stability. They are no longer just drifting through the afterlife, reacting to the stimuli of the moment. They have begun to anchor themselves within the deeper structures of reality, finding a sense of belonging that transcends the individual ego. They understand that their journey is not just their own but part of a grand ongoing cosmic dance of consciousness. This phase sets the stage for the next steps in navigation, understanding one's specific purpose within the afterlife, engaging with the structures of governance that exist, and preparing for the potential transitions towards even higher states of being or service. Integration is the foundation upon which the more complex structures of the afterlife are built, the essential tuning of the instrument before the symphony truly begins. It is the quiet hum of the loom weaving the individual soul back into the intricate, beautiful, and infinitely vast tapestry of existence. Chapter 34. The seeker navigates the psychic residue of past lives, learning to discern the echoes of personal agency amidst the vast tapestry of collective consciousness in the afterlife. In the vast shimmering expanse of the afterlife, where time flows differently and memories reside more palpably, the journey of the seeker of wisdom continues. Chapter 33 delved into the nature of the subtle bodies and the lingering impressions they leave behind like faint ghosts upon the etheric canvas. Now the seeker stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding, one that requires navigating the often muddy waters of the psychic echoes of past incarnations. This realm, often referred to as the Akashic plane or the collective unconscious in earthly metaphysical traditions, is not merely a repository of historical data. It is a living, breathing tapestry woven from the intentions, emotions, triumphs, and tragedies of countless souls who have traversed the cycle of birth and death. The seeker with their heightened sensitivity perceives this not as static archives but as a dynamic field of force, a psychic ocean teeming with the ripples of universal experience. The challenge lies in discerning. Amidst the vast sea of echoes, the seeker must learn to differentiate between the resonance of their own past lives and the myriad influences of others. It is like trying to listen to a single instrument in a grand chaotic symphony where every note seems to blend into the next. The first step is cultivation of inner stillness. The seeker must anchor themselves in the present moment of their current afterlife existence. This is not about suppressing memory but about creating a stable vantage point from which to observe the psychic landscape. Through disciplined meditation, focusing on the breath or the radiant core of their own being, the seeker begins to quiet the internal chatter, allowing the subtle perceptions to surface without the distortion of immediate emotional reaction. As the inner stillness deepens, the seeker may begin to perceive the faint shimmering, the emotional undertones associated with past incarnations. These are not necessarily clear visual replayings, but more akin to feelings, a sense of profound loss, the exhilaration of victory, the quiet ache of unfulfilled longing, or the sharp sting of betrayal. These emotions, like phantom limbs, are remnants of experiences lived intensely. The crucial work now begins: discernment. How does the seeker know if this particular echo originates from their own soul's journey or is merely a psychic resonance picked up from the collective? This requires a deep, honest introspection connecting the perceived emotion or sensation to the known history and core essence of their current self. Consider, for instance, a seeker who feels a sudden intense wave of grief. Does this align with the known personal history of their current life or past lives they are consciously aware of? Or does it feel subtly different, perhaps tinged with a cultural or historical context that seems foreign yet resonant? If the emotion resonates deeply with the seeker's current understanding of their own values and experiences, it is likely a direct echo from their own journey. If it feels more like observing the sorrow of a stranger from afar, perhaps it is a collective resonance, a shared human experience reflected in the psychic field. Furthermore, the seeker learns to observe the source of these echoes. Are they emanating from a specific location within the afterlife landscape, perhaps near a node of strong past energy? Do they feel closer or farther away, more intense or faint? Like tracking the source of a distant sound, the seeker learns to follow the energetic signature of these psychic remnants. This process is not linear or easy. It requires patience, courage, and a willingness to confront the full spectrum of their soul's history, including the shadows and the regrets. The echoes of past choices, both grand and seemingly insignificant, reverberate through the afterlife. A decision made in a past life, a word spoken in anger, a moment of profound love. These leave imprints like ripples on a pond that spread outwards and downwards through time and space. The seeker might encounter echoes of past lives that seem contradictory to their current path. Perhaps they resonate strongly with a past life rooted in aggression and control, yet now strive for peace and understanding in their current existence. Or they might find echoes of past lives filled with joy and light, contrasting sharply with the challenges they face now. These contradictions are not mistakes to be ignored but crucial pieces of the puzzle. They highlight the soul's journey of evolution, the constant striving towards greater awareness and integration. By learning to navigate these echoes, the seeker gains invaluable insights. Understanding the emotional patterns and karmic tendencies rooted in past incarnations allows for a deeper comprehension of the challenges and opportunities present in their current afterlife path. It illuminates the roots of their current strengths and weaknesses, providing a map for further growth and soul integration. Moreover, engaging consciously with these echoes fosters a profound sense of connection to the vast tapestry of existence. The seeker realizes they are not isolated entities but part of a grand interconnected web of consciousness. They begin to understand the universal nature of human experience, recognizing the echoes of joy, sorrow, love and loss as shared human and soul experiences. This understanding cultivates compassion not only for others but for the self across time. The seeker sees the patterns, the struggles, the triumphs not as failures or successes to be judged but as steps on a long winding path of evolution. It fosters a sense of forgiveness first for others, then for the self, releasing the psychic baggage that still tethers the soul to past hurts and regrets. As the seeker masters the navigation of these psychic echoes, they move closer to a state of true afterlife mastery. They learn to observe these remnants without being overwhelmed by them, to wisdom without becoming entangled in the emotional residue. They become a discerning cartographer of the soul's journey, charting the course through the intricate landscape of past lives while staying anchored in the truth of their current existence. The echoes of choice woven into the very fabric of the afterlife psychic field become not obstacles but stepping stones. They are the whispers of the soul's long journey, offering guidance, understanding and the profound realization that every choice, every experience has contributed to the unique path of the seeker of wisdom. And in this understanding lies the continued expansion of consciousness, the next step on the timeless journey home. Chapter 35. The seeker, now traversing realms less defined by physical laws and more by the currents of collective and personal consciousness, finds themselves entering a space often described as the labyrinth of memory and emotion. This is not a place of physical stone and twisty turns but rather a psychic landscape woven from the very fabric of experience left behind on the physical plane. It is a necessary stage on the journey, a crucible where the raw material of a life's worth of feelings and recollections is sorted, processed, and integrated into the evolving soul. From an omniscient perspective, one can observe the vast shimmering corridors of this domain. They are not necessarily linear, nor are they strictly chronological. Instead, they branch and loop, reflecting the non-linear nature of human consciousness and the profound impact of significant emotional events. Some corridors are wide and sunlit, filled with the warmth of joy, love, and accomplishment. Others are narrow and shadowed, echoing with the pain of loss, regret, and fear. Yet all are part of the tapestry being examined. The atmosphere here is thick, almost tangible, yet intangible. It carries the scent of nostalgia, the echo of laughter, the lingering bitterness of sorrow. The seeker moves not by walking, but by resonating with the emotional frequencies of the passages they encounter. Each turn, each intersection presents a significant memory or a cluster of related emotions. The challenge is not to navigate by logic, but by intuitive feeling and compassionate observation. Many souls find themselves lost in this labyrinth, adrift on a sea of unprocessed feelings. They get caught in loops of guilt, revisiting past mistakes with the same intensity they occurred, unable to move forward. Others become overwhelmed by the sheer volume of memories, feeling buried under layers of joy and sorrow, unable to discern the essential threads that define their evolving self. This stage is crucial for healing and wholeness. The path forward requires more than simple passage. It demands emotional recall and integration. The seeker must first learn to approach the memories not with judgment but with curiosity and acceptance. Each memory, positive or negative, holds a lesson, a piece of wisdom about the self and the nature of existence. Fear often masks the lesson. Pain often conceals the growth. The task is to gently peel away the emotional charge to see the memory for what it is, a snapshot of a past iteration, a catalyst for future understanding. Techniques for navigating this stage involve cultivating mindful awareness. As a memory arises, the seeker observes it without becoming lost within it. They note the sensations associated with it, the warmth of a hug, the cold of a rejection, the tingling of excitement, the heavy weight of sadness. They observe the thoughts and feelings that surface, allowing them to wash over them like waves on a shore, acknowledging their presence without being swept away. Compassionate self-reflection is paramount. This is not about self-flagellation or self-indulgence but about understanding the context of one's actions and feelings. Why did this event happen? What were the underlying needs or fears? What did I learn from it? What unmet needs does this memory highlight in my current state of being? This process allows for the release of lingering resentments, the forgiveness of past selves and others, and the resolution of internal conflicts. Integration is the final step in this stage. Once a memory and its associated emotions have been recalled and understood, the seeker must find a way to incorporate its wisdom into their evolving consciousness. This might involve visualizing the memory dissolving into the light, transforming its pain into understanding. It might involve finding a new perspective on the event, reframing it in a way that serves growth. It could mean acknowledging the lesson and consciously applying it to the present moment. Imagine, for instance, a seeker standing at a fork in a corridor shimmering with the memory of betrayal. One path leads deeper into shadow, replaying the hurts and justifying the anger. The other path opens into a softer light, inviting reflection on the broken trust, the lessons learned about boundaries and the nature of relationships and the potential for healing. The wise path involves choosing the one that fosters growth, even if it means confronting uncomfortable truths or releasing tightly held grudges. The labyrinth of memory and emotion is not a place to be feared, but a space to be embraced with courage and kindness. It is where the echoes of a life are made whole, where the fragments of experience are woven into the stronger fabric of the soul. Successfully navigating this stage allows the seeker to move forward with greater self-awareness, emotional maturity, and a lighter heart, ready to engage with the deeper truths of the afterlife spiritual realms. As the seeker progresses, they may find that the memories become less distinct, blending into a more generalized sense of their life's journey, colored by the predominant emotions they have processed. The labyrinth itself begins to recede, its lessons internalized, its emotional weight lifted. The path forward becomes clearer, leading towards the next stage of understanding and evolution. This integration of memory and emotion is the foundation upon which the soul builds its future experiences in the vast inner worlds. Chapter 36. The journey through the initial shock and exhilaration of the death transition, the exploration of the subtle realms and the confrontation with the deeper echoes of the self often leads the seeker towards a crucial phase, the loom of integration. This is not a place of fiery judgment or serene passivity, but a dynamic field of profound transformation where the threads of a life lived are gently yet inexorably woven into the broader tapestry of existence. It is the crucible where the separated self begins to understand its inherent connection to the universal flow. From the vantage point of the higher realms explored previously, the individual may perceive their life's events not as isolated incidents, but as intricate patterns of choice and consequence. Each action a thread laid down upon the cosmic loom. The initial clarity gained through non-physical exploration often begins to merge with the embodied, sometimes painful understanding of integration. This is where the wisdom gathered becomes less abstract and more deeply felt, less a collection of observations and more a process of becoming. The atmosphere of the loom of integration is often described as one of profound stillness mixed with a powerful yet subtle energy. It is not typically a place of dramatic encounters or overwhelming visions, but rather an environment of deep introspection and receptive awareness. The seeker may find themselves seemingly floating within a luminous, often silvery or golden field of light. This light is not merely illuminating. It is the very medium through which the weaving occurs, holding the potential for new understanding and perspective. The process itself can feel both exhilarating and daunting. It involves confronting the full spectrum of one's experience, the joys and triumphs, the sorrows and failures, the loves and losses, the conscious choices and the unintended consequences. These elements, once perhaps buried beneath layers of ego or forgotten in the rush of daily life, are now brought into the light of non-physical awareness. They are not judged harshly but are offered with an increasing sense of acceptance and understanding. This is where the true work begins. The integration of the shadow. The parts of the self that were ignored, suppressed, or deemed unacceptable are no longer hidden. They are seen as integral components of the whole human experience, necessary for a complete understanding of the path traveled. The fear of the unseen, the guilt over past actions, the unresolved grief. These are not obstacles to be overcome, but elements to be understood, transformed, and integrated into the evolving consciousness. Through this process, the seeker begins to shed the illusions of a separate, isolated self and perceives the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. The weaving aspect refers to the synthesis of these diverse elements into a new, more coherent sense of self. Memories are not merely recalled. They are felt in their fullness and understood within the larger context of spiritual development. Past relationships are viewed not through the lens of personal attachment or loss, but as opportunities for growth and learning, reflecting the universal laws of karma and cause and effect. The individual begins to see how their actions have contributed to the larger pattern of existence and how they in turn have been shaped by it. This phase often requires patience and trust. The process cannot be rushed or forced. It is akin to allowing a complex tapestry to reveal its pattern over time rather than trying to force the threads into a predetermined design. The seeker learns to surrender to the flow of the integration, trusting that the process, while sometimes difficult, is ultimately leading towards a state of greater wholeness and wisdom. The guidance during this phase often comes not from external entities in a directive sense, but from the individual's own expanded awareness and the inherent wisdom of the soul. Intuitive insights may arise, offering new perspectives on past events and their meaning. A sense of peace may gradually dawn, born from the acceptance of the fullness of the experience. As the integration deepens, the individual's sense of identity begins to shift. The focus moves away from the personal ego towards a more universal or collective consciousness. The boundaries between the self and the other become increasingly permeable. The desire to serve, to contribute to the well-being of others, and to participate more fully in the flow of universal energy often becomes a dominant motivation. This phase is crucial for preparing the individual for the next stage of their journey, whether that involves returning to a physical life with a transformed perspective, continuing to explore deeper non-physical realms, or merging more fully with the source. The loom of integration is where the lessons of a life are internalized, where the fragmented self is unified, and where the foundation is laid for a deeper understanding of the purpose of existence. The seeker who navigates this phase with openness, acceptance, and trust will emerge not as someone who has survived death, but as someone who has undergone a profound transformation, carrying the wisdom of the afterlife back into the fabric of being. They have learned that life and death are not opposing forces, but integral parts of a continuous journey towards greater understanding and unity. The threads of their past are no longer separate strands, but have been woven into a resilient and meaningful tapestry, ready to be experienced in the next phase of their existence. Chapter 37. The soul, having traversed the initial tumultuous waters of transition and settled into the relative stillness of the intermediate realm, now begins a period often referred to as reintegration. This is not a return to the physical world in the conventional sense, nor is it a final immutable state of being. Rather, it is a profound process of weaving together the threads of experience, understanding, and essence gathered during the life just concluded, and preparing the self for the next phase of existence. From the vantage point of the soul, the landscape of the afterlife continues to shift. The bright, often overwhelming light of the immediate post-death softens, giving way to a more nuanced spectrum of energies and frequencies. The sheer volume of new information and spiritual encounters begins to subside, replaced by a deeper, more introspective resonance. The soul, like a traveler reaching the end of a bustling highway and entering a quieter countryside, finds itself in an environment conducive to reflection and synthesis. This stage is crucial. The raw data of a life, its joys, sorrows, triumphs, failures, loves, losses, choices, and consequences must be processed. It is during reintegration that the soul begins to truly understand the significance of its journey. Events that seem trivial in life gain context. Motivations that were misunderstood become clear. The interconnectedness of actions and their repercussions becomes a palpable reality. Imagine the soul as a weaver sitting at a loom composed of pure energy and consciousness. The threads before it are the lifetimes, the experiences, the relationships, the challenges. Each thread carries its own color, texture, and weight. In earlier stages, the soul might have been more like a runner, simply passing through or reacting to these threads. Now, in reintegration, the process becomes deliberate, artistic, and deeply introspective. The weaver begins to examine the threads, feeling their textures, recalling the moments they represent. A thread of great joy might shimmer with warm golden light, while one of deep sorrow might appear heavy and dark, yet perhaps with silver highlights indicating resilience gained. A thread of selfishness might feel rough and jagged, while one of selfless love might be smooth and silken. The crucial part of the weaving process is not just passing threads through the warp, but how they interact, how they are interlaced. The soul learns to see patterns. A series of threads representing minor recurring anxieties might reveal a deeper unresolved fear originating from an earlier life. A bright thread of success might be found intertwined with darker threads of exploitation, prompting a soul-level understanding of the true cost of certain choices. This is where the wisdom of the ages, the esoteric knowledge accumulated by the soul itself and potentially shared by guides or ascended masters becomes invaluable. It provides a framework, a language to understand the complex patterns being woven. Concepts like karma, karmic patterns, soul contracts, and life tasks are not abstract ideas learned in a physical life. They are experienced as tangible aspects of the weaving process. The atmosphere during this time is one of profound stillness and intense inner activity, but externally, the soul might perceive vast shimmering fields of light and color or perhaps find itself in a more crystalline environment where thoughts become visible as geometric forms. Internally, however, the focus is intense. Every sensation, every memory, every emotion is examined with a clarity and depth unavailable during a physical life. The soul is not just remembering. It is re-experiencing and assimilating on a quantum level of consciousness. There can be challenges, threads that represent unresolved conflicts, deep-seated traumas or attachments to ego can be difficult to integrate. These might knot up, creating tension in the weaving. The soul may require guidance, perhaps from light beings, ascended masters, or even the wisdom accumulated within its own higher self to gently untangle these complexities. This process often involves confronting difficult truths, understanding the lessons learned, and finally releasing the emotional or energetic baggage they carried. The goal of reintegration is not to achieve a state of perfect enlightenment or to eliminate the past entirely. Rather, it is to achieve a state of conscious understanding. The soul weaves its life story not to create a perfect tapestry but to create a meaningful one. It seeks to understand the narrative arc, the purpose behind the plot, and its own role within the grand unfolding cosmic drama. It learns to see the interconnectedness of all its actions with the tapestry of existence itself. By the end of this stage, the soul does not perceive its life as a random sequence of events. It perceives it as a conscious creation, a unique expression of its essence woven with intentionality, even if unconscious at the time, and significance. The raw material of experience has been transformed into the refined fabric of understanding. The soul stands back from its loom, looking at the complex, beautiful, and sometimes challenging pattern it has created. This newly integrated self, now with a deeper comprehension of its journey and its place in the universe, is prepared for the final step before the next incarnation, or perhaps for a period of rest and service in higher realms. The loom of reintegration has done its work, transforming the threads of a single life into the foundational understanding for the next phase of the soul's eternal journey. The patterns laid down are understood, the lessons absorbed, and the self is ready to continue weaving the story of existence. The etheric plane stretched before the seeker, a vast tapestry woven from the shimmering threads of countless souls. Here, time was not a linear river, but a complex interwoven network of moments, each holding its own unique frequency. The seeker, therefore, a semi-transparent silhouette against the backdrop of swirling auras, felt the gentle hum of the afterlife's ambient energy. It was a soundless song, a symphony of existence and non-existence, and the seeker was learning to listen. They drifted, not quite floating nor sinking, but existing in a state of mindful suspension. Around them, phantom landscapes unfolded. Ghostly forests where light danced on leaves that never grew old. Shimmering oceans with waters that held the echoes of forgotten storms, and towering crystalline structures that pulsed with inner light, their forms shifting and changing like the dreams of a sleeping god. This was the realm of memory, not in the way humans clung to recollections on the physical plane, but as the raw, unfiltered essence of experience. It was the scent of a long-departed loved one's presence, the taste of a momentary joy, the feeling of a profound sorrow, all distilled into pure potent energy. The seeker understood now that memory was not merely a record of the past. It was a living, breathing force that shaped the very fabric of the afterlife. Their journey through this realm had been gradual, a careful navigation through the densest thicket of their own psyche. They had learned to distinguish between the vibrant, life-affirming memories and the shadowed, painful ones that threatened to consume them. The latter were not to be ignored but understood, acknowledged, and then allowed to fade back into the mists, their power neutralized by acceptance. Today, the seeker felt a pull, a gentle tugging towards a particular cluster of memories. It was not a forceful command, but an invitation, a resonance that spoke of healing and integration. With a mindful breath, the seeker allowed themselves to be drawn towards it. The landscape around them began to shift, the phantom forests giving way to a clearing bathed in a soft golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary figure younger than the seeker remembered, their form flickering with the instability of nascent afterlife existence. It was the seeker's self from a time before, a time of great loss and profound grief. The figure looked up, their eyes filled with a sorrow that mirrored the seeker's own experiences. They had lost someone they held dear, someone whose absence had carved a deep wound into their soul. The pain was still there, a palpable presence, but it had lost its sharp edge, softened by the passage of time and the seeker's own journey of healing. The seeker approached, not with judgment or pity, but with empathy. They sat down opposite the younger self, and for a moment there was a silence thick with unspoken words and unshed terrors that no longer needed to be shed. "You were so alone," the younger self whispered, their voice trembling. "I felt I would never know peace again." The seeker listened, their own memories surfacing in response, the familiar ache of loss resonating within them. They understood the depth of that pain, the feeling of being adrift in a sea of sorrow. But they also knew what had come since then, the gradual healing, the integration of the loss into their being, the realization that life even in its absence continued to flow. "I know," the seeker replied softly, "but I also know that you are not alone now. You are here with me in this place of memory, and you have learned to carry your sorrow without being consumed by it." The younger self looked up, their eyes meeting the seeker's. There was a flicker of surprise, then a dawning realization. The seeker had changed, not in appearance, but in the resonance of their being. They had found a balance, a way to honor their past without being trapped by it. "You have learned to listen," the younger self said, a small smile touching their lips. "To listen to the whispers of memory, to understand their truths, and to let go of the ones that no longer serve you." The seeker nodded. "It was not easy," they admitted. "There were times I thought I would never break free. But I kept searching, kept seeking until I found the wisdom I needed." The younger self looked around the clearing, their gaze sweeping over the phantom trees and the shimmering light. "This place, it is beautiful, but it is also a reflection of what we carry." "Indeed," the seeker replied, "but it is not the entirety of the afterlife. Memory is just one aspect, one layer. Beyond this, there are other realms, other forms of existence waiting to be discovered." The younger self's eyes widened slightly. "Other realms. The afterlife is vast and diverse," the seeker explained. "Beyond the realm of memory lies the realm of emotion, where feelings are experienced in their purest form. Then there is the realm of thought where ideas and concepts take shape. And beyond those there are realms of service, creation and ultimate unity. The younger self listened, their expression one of wonder. I had not imagined it to be so complex. It is a journey of discovery, the seeker said. Each realm offers its own lessons, its own insights, and each soul navigates it in their own way, at their own pace. The younger self looked back at the seeker, their eyes filled with newfound hope. Thank you. Thank you for showing me the way. Thank you for helping me understand. The seeker smiled. You helped me, too. We are all connected, all part of this grand tapestry of existence. And together, we learn, we grow, we evolve. With that, the younger self's form began to shimmer, to fade until it was gone, leaving behind only the golden light and the seeker. Their presence now stronger, more integrated, their understanding deeper. The seeker took a deep mindful breath, feeling the resonance of memory wash over them, not as a burden, but as a source of strength. They had come full circle back to the place where their journey began. But they were no longer the same person. They had learned to navigate the afterlife, one memory at a time, one lesson at a time. And they knew that their journey was far from over. They rose to their feet, their form now solid, their presence clear. They turned towards the horizon where a new light was beginning to dawn, a sign of yet another journey, yet another realm to explore. With a sense of purpose and a heart full of wisdom, the seeker stepped forward, ready to continue their exploration of the afterlife, armed with the knowledge and understanding they had gained from the resonance of memory. Chapter 38. The seeker, having navigated the initial, often tumultuous currents of transition from the physical realm, now finds themselves entering a space that defies simple geographical description. It is less a place and more a state of being, a vast, shimmering expanse where the fabric of reality is woven differently. This is the labyrinth of memory and emotion, a crucial stage in the afterlife journey. Here the echoes of past lives resound. The weight of accumulated feelings surfaces and the intricate patterns of one's soul's narrative become visible, perhaps for the first time in a way that transcends mere recollection. From the perspective of the omniscient narrator, this realm is a fascinating tapestry. It is not necessarily a place of punishment or reward, but rather a profound field of exploration. Think of it not as a physical maze with walls, but as a complex multidimensional construct where pathways are formed by the threads of personal history and emotional resonance. Some sections shimmer with the bright, almost painful clarity of joyful memories, while others are heavy with the dense, murky fog of grief, regret, or unprocessed anger. These emotional landscapes are not arbitrary. They are the direct result of the individual's experiences and choices throughout their existence. For the seeker navigating this area, the primary challenge is not physical movement through walls, but internal navigation through the complex emotional undercurrents and the dense thicket of memory. The very air here is thick with sensation. A scent might drift by the salty tang of a forgotten shore, the cloying sweetness of a youthful crush, the sharp metallic smell of old blood, instantly pulling the individual back into a specific moment in time. A sound might echo the cry of a parent, the jingle of old coins, the laughter of childhood friends, triggering a cascade of associated feelings and memories. The memories are not merely visual or auditory replays. They are holistic experiences. Touching a phantom object, perhaps the cool metal of a childhood toy, the rough texture of a loved one's hand, can evoke a full spectrum of the original sensation, the accompanying emotions, and the context surrounding it. This can be overwhelming. A seeker might suddenly find themselves standing in a long-forgotten classroom, the feeling of being ridiculed or misunderstood washing over them with potent force, forcing them to confront unresolved feelings of shame or hurt. Or they might find themselves standing on a battlefield, the sounds of conflict and the scent of fear so vivid that it threatens to destabilize their sense of self. The labyrinth is structured by the seeker's own internal landscape. Paths lead towards significant events, relationships, and turning points. Crossroads often represent moments of difficult choice or profound change. Certain areas are heavily populated by the echoes of people who shared the seeker's life, friends, family, lovers, enemies. These residual psychic imprints can be confusing. The seeker might momentarily mistake another's emotional resonance for their own or feel the lingering presence of someone who has moved on, perhaps leaving behind unresolved issues or emotional baggage. The purpose of this labyrinth is not simply to relieve the past, but to integrate it. It is a space for healing and understanding. The seeker is encouraged to approach these memories and emotions with curiosity and compassion rather than judgment. This is where the wisdom gained from previous chapters on acceptance and perspective becomes invaluable. Facing the shadow aspects, the failures, the betrayals, the moments of weakness allows for their processing and release. Grieving the losses provides closure, transforming sorrow into a deeper understanding of love and impermanence. The process often involves confronting not just the major events, but the subtle recurring patterns that shape the individual's life trajectory. Why were they repeatedly drawn into certain types of relationships? What fears governed their decisions? What core beliefs were solidified through specific experiences? The labyrinth allows these patterns to become visible like undercurrents exposed on the seabed. Recognizing these patterns is the first step towards consciously altering them, not just in the afterlife realms, but potentially influencing the nature of future incarnations if the seeker so chooses. The atmosphere can shift dramatically within this realm. One moment, the seeker might be walking through a serene, golden field of remembered happiness, feeling a profound sense of peace. The next they might be pulled into a dark, stormy forest of regret, the wind howling with the echoes of past mistakes. These shifts can be disorienting, but they are also part of the learning process. They teach the seeker about the ebb and flow of consciousness and emotion. Even beyond physical life, entities or guides may assist the seeker here, though their presence is often subtle. They might appear as shimmering lights, echoes of wise figures from the seeker's past, or even as aspects of their own higher self. These entities can offer perspective, help the seeker identify specific patterns or unresolved issues, or provide tools for emotional processing. However, the ultimate work must be done by the individual. The integration of memory and emotion is a deeply personal journey requiring honesty and courage. As the seeker progresses through the labyrinth, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all their experiences. A memory that initially seemed insignificant might suddenly reveal a crucial piece of information about a larger life lesson. An emotion that felt overwhelming begins to transform as it is understood within the broader context of the soul's journey. The labyrinth is a place of refinement where the raw material of past lives is sorted, sifted, and integrated into the evolving consciousness. The exit from the labyrinth of memory and emotion does not signify the end of reflection, but a transition to a different mode of navigation. The seeker carries with them the wisdom gleaned from this exploration, a deeper understanding of themselves, their patterns, their joys, and their sorrows. The memories are not erased, but they are no longer the dominant force. They become resources, tools for understanding rather than traps that bind the consciousness. This chapter therefore serves as a crucial bridge. It is where the historical record of the soul meets the emotional landscape of its experiences. Navigating it successfully requires more than just passage. It requires integration. The seeker who emerges from the labyrinth, having faced their inner world with honesty and compassion, is better equipped to move forward into the still more profound mysteries that await in the deeper layers of the afterlife structure. The path ahead may be less cluttered by unresolved past echoes, allowing for a clearer perception of the soul's current purpose and potential. The journey through the labyrinth is over, but the integration of its lessons is a lifelong, ongoing process, even here in the realm beyond the veil. Chapter 39. The Loom of Integration, Weaving the Self. The seeker, drifting through the often bewildering currents of the afterlife, now stands at a threshold both profound and daunting. Having navigated the initial shocks of transition, encountered fleeting echoes of past lives, and perhaps even begun to discern subtle energetic patterns, the path forward demands a deeper act than mere observation or collection. It is now time to engage in the intricate craft of integration. This is not merely about understanding the fragments of experience that wash over you. It is about consciously weaving these threads together into a coherent, evolving tapestry of the self. The very essence of becoming post-existence. Think of the self not as a fixed entity but as a dynamic field of potential shaped by the currents of consciousness it encounters. The afterlife presents a unique laboratory, a vast expanse where the usual constraints of physical embodiment and linear time are relaxed, yet where the echoes of identity remain potent. Integration is the process by which the soul learns to navigate this landscape, not by rejecting the past, but by understanding its relationship to the present moment and the unfolding future of its essence. This stage moves beyond passive reception. It requires active participation. The seeker must become the weaver, consciously examining the threads of memory, emotion, understanding, and experience. These threads are multifarious. Some shimmer with the bright colors of peak moments of joy, love, and enlightenment. Fragments of divine connection experienced even in fragmented forms. Others are heavy and dark, woven from the textures of loss, betrayal, pain, and regret. Yet others might be neutral, representing the countless mundane moments that nonetheless contributed to the shaping of the individual consciousness. The challenge lies in acknowledging the validity and contribution of all these threads. The ego, the persistent pattern of separation and self-interest that often lingers even here, may instinctively recoil from the darker threads, seeking only to dwell in the light. However, wisdom dictates that the tapestry is incomplete without them. Each thread, regardless of its color or texture, has its place. The painful threads, for instance, often carry the most potent lessons about vulnerability, resilience, and the nature of suffering. They are not obstacles to be overcome, but elements to be understood and integrated, allowing the soul to grow beyond simplistic notions of happiness. How does one weave these threads? It is less a process of conscious decision-making in the earthly sense and more one of conscious attunement and allowance. The seeker must learn to sit with the entirety of their experience, not judging or seeking to immediately discard the uncomfortable parts. Mindful observation. Cultivate a state of gentle, non-judgmental awareness. Allow the memories, feelings, and sensations to arise and pass like clouds across a vast sky. Do not grasp at them nor push them away. Simply observe the patterns, the interconnections. Notice how a memory of love influences the way you perceive a fleeting echo of grief. Emotional honesty. Engage with the emotions tied to these threads. Allow the sadness of loss to be felt without drowning in it. Perceive the warmth of love without becoming lost in its nostalgia. This honesty prevents the formation of cracks in the soul's structure where unprocessed feelings can fester. It allows for the natural transmutation of energy where raw emotion can be refined into deeper understanding and compassion. Seeking understanding, ask the deeper question. What lesson does this thread or this pattern of threads teach me about myself, about consciousness, about the nature of reality? Does this pattern reinforce a limited self-image? Does it highlight a potential for growth? Understanding transforms experience from mere memory into wisdom. It shifts the relationship from one of being a victim of circumstance to one of being an observer and learner of the soul's journey. The practice of forgiveness. This is often a crucial component of integration, particularly concerning threads involving conflict, hurt, or perceived wrongs. Forgiveness in this context is less about absolving the offender who may be oneself and more about releasing the grip of resentment, bitterness, and attachment. It is an act of freeing the soul from the energetic weight of past hurts. This does not mean condoning harmful actions but rather acknowledging that holding on to the pain serves no purpose in the evolutionary journey of consciousness. It allows the soul to move forward with greater lightness and clarity. Integration is not a linear process. There may be days or periods where the threads seem to align harmoniously and days where the tapestry appears chaotic and confusing. There may be sudden insights that reorder entire sections of the weave or lingering patterns that prove stubbornly resistant to change. Patience and persistence are key. It is a lifelong evolving process for the conscious soul. As the seeker engages in this weaving, they begin to move beyond the fragmented self of past incarnations towards a more unified conscious essence. The sense of identity becomes less tied to specific memories or roles and more rooted in the underlying awareness that observes and learns. The ego structure may soften or transform, revealing a deeper layer of interconnectedness with all that is. This integrated self is better equipped to navigate the afterlife. It possesses a richer inner landscape, a deeper well of understanding and compassion derived from having consciously processed the full spectrum of experience. It can interact with other souls not merely out of curiosity or ego need but from a place of genuine connection and shared wisdom. It is less prone to confusion, more capable of discerning subtle energetic truths and more aligned with the universal flow of consciousness. The loom of integration is the loom upon which the soul forges its post-existence. It is a sacred craft demanding courage to face the whole of experience, humility to learn from all aspects and consciousness to consciously shape the evolving form of the self. By engaging in this vital work, the seeker weaves not just a personal narrative but contributes threads to the grand unfolding tapestry of collective consciousness, moving ever closer towards the full flowering of awareness in the vastness of the afterlife. This chapter concludes the initial exploration of the internal landscape and conscious navigation. The subsequent chapters will begin to look more explicitly at interaction within the afterlife environment, communication with other entities, and the deeper philosophical and metaphysical underpinnings of this existence between physical lives. Chapter 40: The Loom of Integration and the Tapestry of Being. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of fiery torment or icy bliss, but within a space that feels both ancient and impossibly new. It is here, amidst the subtle hum of the cosmos and the soft glow of shifting light, that the process of integration truly begins to unfurl. This is not a place of punishment or reward in the conventional sense, but rather a crucible where the different threads of a life lived are woven together into a coherent whole. The atmosphere is thick with potential, a silent, expectant energy that resonates deep within the seeker's soul. The journey thus far has been one of separation, from the physical body, from the dense fabric of the material world, from the echoes of past actions and interactions. Now begins the inward journey, the turning of the gaze from the external landscape of the afterlife towards the internal landscape of the self as it has become. The seeker, once a distinct entity defined by body, mind and ego, now perceives a subtle merging, a dissolving of the rigid boundaries that once seemed absolute. This is not an easy process. It is akin to watching a tapestry being woven where the threads, memories, emotions, skills, relationships, lessons learned are being pulled through the loom of existence. Some threads are bright and vibrant remnants of joy, love, and profound achievements. Others are darker, tangled, or seemingly insignificant, carrying the echoes of pain, regret, and moments of distraction. Yet all are part of the pattern being created. The seeker observes perhaps with a mixture of awe and apprehension as these threads are drawn together. The conscious mind accustomed to logic and separation struggles to grasp the nature of this merging. The ego, the part of the self that clung fiercely to identity and individuality, often resists this dissolution. It whispers fears of losing selfhood, of becoming lost in the collective consciousness. But the wisdom inherent within the afterlife subtle energies gently guides the seeker past these fears. Integration is not about annihilation. It is about synthesis. It is the understanding that the self was never truly isolated. Every thought, feeling, and action was a contribution to the larger web of existence. Now in this realm where the veil is thin, the connections become palpable. The seeker might perceive the lingering essence of a cherished friend, the faint resonance of a mentor's guidance, the echo of a loved one's laughter, all interwoven with their own experience. This process often manifests through intense, vivid, and sometimes overwhelming memories. Not just the recall of events, but the re-experiencing of the emotions associated with them, the warmth of love, the sting of betrayal, the exhilaration of success, the ache of loss. These are not judgments, but raw data being processed, being integrated into the broader context of the soul's journey. The seeker learns to observe these waves of sensation without becoming completely swept away by them, allowing the emotions to flow through, to be understood, and ultimately to be transmuted. The atmosphere here supports this inner work. It is a space of profound stillness. Yet beneath the stillness lies an immense dynamic energy. This energy acts as the weaver, gently guiding the threads into a pattern that reflects the unique journey and essence of the individual soul. It is a process that respects the individuality of the experience while simultaneously revealing the interconnectedness of all things. There is no external authority dictating the pattern. The pattern emerges from the soul's own history and its inherent nature. Sometimes the integration process reveals karmic patterns, the subtle loops of cause and effect that have shaped the seeker's life and continue to resonate in their afterlife state. These patterns are not presented as punishments, but as opportunities for understanding and release. Seeing the interconnectedness of past actions and their consequences can lead to profound insights and a sense of resolution. It is an understanding that one was always part of a larger plan, sometimes contributing, sometimes learning, always evolving. The seeker may also encounter fragments of knowledge or insights gained during their lifetime but not fully understood or integrated. In this space, these fragments often crystallize, revealing deeper truths about the nature of reality, the self, and the universe. It is as if the fog of physical existence has lifted, allowing the seeker to perceive the underlying structures of being. This is a time for deep self-reflection, a quiet exploration of the inner landscape that has been revealed. The seeker confronts the parts of themselves they once tried to hide or deny. Finding unexpected acceptance, they see the complexities, the contradictions, and the beauty of their own being. This is not about self-criticism, but about self-understanding. It is an opportunity to rewrite the narrative of one's life from a place of wisdom and compassion rather than from the limited perspective of the ego. The atmosphere supports this introspection, offering a sanctuary from the distractions of the external realms. The subtle energies can be perceived as guides, offering nudges and insights that resonate with the soul's needs for integration. The seeker learns to attune to these energies to listen to the deeper wisdom that speaks beyond the rational mind. As this chapter of integration unfolds, the seeker begins to move beyond the fragmented self of a life lived towards a more unified sense of being. The tapestry of their existence woven with the threads of all their experiences begins to take shape, revealing a unique and intricate pattern. This pattern is not merely a record of the past. It is a map of the soul's journey and its potential future evolution. The end of this chapter is not a destination but a transition. The fully integrated self is one that is ready to engage more consciously with the afterlife, ready to contribute to the collective consciousness, and ready to begin the final stages of the soul's passage. The atmosphere remains one of profound transformation, a space where the old self dissolves and the true nature of the soul begins to shine through, illuminated by the gentle weaving energy of integration. The journey continues guided by the wisdom of the afterlife and the inherent light of the seeker's own becoming. Chapter 41. The Loom of Integration, weaving the fabric of the self. The seeker, having traversed the initial turbulent waters of transition and encountered the shimmering tapestry of memory in the collective consciousness, now stands at the threshold of a profound and often challenging process. Integration. This is not merely the acceptance of what has been seen but the deliberate act of weaving these newfound threads into the very fabric of their evolving self-awareness. The afterlife is not a place of passive observation alone. It is a workshop, and the seeker is the artisan tasked with the difficult work of crafting a unified sense of being from the diverse materials encountered. The memories encountered in the previous realm were vast, like a library containing the entire human experience. Some resonated deeply, triggering echoes of past lives or intense emotional attachments. Others felt alien, like fragments of a story written in an unknown language. Yet all were part of the collective pool from which the soul draws during this phase. The challenge lies in discerning the essential from the incidental, the core patterns from the superficial brush strokes. Integration begins with self-study. The seeker must consciously review the impressions, emotions, and insights gathered. They might find themselves revisiting specific scenes or conversations from the collective memory, not with the aim of reliving them, but to understand their significance. Was a particular feeling of profound peace a signpost towards a spiritual path? Was a recurring image a symbol of a lesson yet to be learned in the physical dimension? This introspection requires patience and a degree of detachment. The seeker must observe the memories without being overwhelmed by them, treating them as data points in a vast data set rather than absolute truths about their identity. Emotional processing is another critical component. The afterlife, particularly the initial stages, is a crucible where suppressed or unresolved emotions from the physical life are often brought to the surface. Fear, grief, anger, attachment, these can resurface with surprising intensity. It is crucial for the seeker to acknowledge these feelings without judgment. They are not inherently good or bad. They are signals, indicators of unhealed wounds or deeply ingrained patterns. The process involves allowing the emotions to be felt fully without trying to immediately suppress or analyze them excessively. Visualization techniques can be helpful here. The seeker might imagine a cloud of a specific color representing a particular emotion, watching it drift across their inner landscape, acknowledging its presence, and then allowing it to dissipate naturally. This practice helps in releasing energetic attachments to these feelings, preventing them from becoming anchors that slow down the integration process or distort the seeker's perception of their true self. Discernment is the faculty that allows the seeker to differentiate between the transient aspects of the collected experiences and the enduring essence of their soul. The collective consciousness is rich with wisdom, but it is also a reflection of the collective human psyche, which contains much that is contradictory, flawed, and influenced by fear and desire. The seeker must learn to listen to the deeper, quieter guidance that underlies the surface-level impressions, the subtle resonance of their own higher self or spiritual guide. This discernment is aided by silence and contemplation. In the relative quiet of the afterlife, away from the constant demands of the physical body and external stimuli, the seeker can cultivate inner stillness. This stillness is not emptiness but a fertile ground where clarity can emerge through meditation or simply sitting in comfortable silence. The seeker can connect with their inner core, that part of themselves that feels timeless and unchanging regardless of the experiences encountered. This core self is the anchor point around which the tapestry of the integrated self is woven. Releasing the old identity is an essential step. The ego, the persona constructed during a lifetime in the physical world, is often deeply invested in maintaining the narrative of its own importance. Integration requires the gradual dismantling of this old structure, as it is based on a reality, physical existence with its limitations and dualities that is now only partially relevant. The seeker must learn to let go of old beliefs, roles, and attachments that no longer serve their higher purpose. This can be a painful process as it involves confronting the loss of the familiar self, but it is necessary for genuine growth and the assumption of a more authentic eternal identity. Seeking guidance is not a sign of weakness, but a wise strategy. The seeker's spiritual guides, higher self or the ascended masters often play a crucial role in the integration process. They can provide perspective, offer insights into the meaning of specific experiences, and help the seeker navigate through difficult emotional landscapes. Communication with these guides can occur through meditation, prayer, or simply by seeking intuitive guidance throughout the day. They act as beacons of light, illuminating the path and offering reassurance that the process, though challenging, is part of a larger journey of awakening. Finally, patience and trust are vital. Integration does not happen overnight. It is a gradual, often non-linear process that unfolds according to the unique rhythm of each soul. There may be periods of progress followed by moments of regression, times of clarity followed by periods of confusion. The seeker must trust that the process is unfolding correctly and that they are being guided towards their highest good. Comparing their progress to others is futile. Each soul's path is unique. As the integration process deepens, the seeker begins to feel less like a collection of different memories and more like a unified conscious entity. The fragmented pieces of their experience start to fit together, forming a coherent narrative that reflects not just their physical life, but the broader journey of their soul through time and dimension. The sense of self becomes more stable, more authentic, less tethered to the fleeting illusions of the past, and more aligned with the eternal truths of their being. This woven tapestry of integrated experience forms the foundation for the next stages of the afterlife journey, the exploration of the inner planes, the refinement of the soul's energy, and the eventual return to service in a manner that is aligned with the true purpose of the soul. It is a demanding but profoundly rewarding process, the culmination of which is the emergence of a fully integrated awakened consciousness ready to embrace the full spectrum of the inner worlds. Chapter 42. The Labyrinth of Memory, Weaving the Fabric of Your Eternal Story. The seeker, now navigating the shimmering, almost tangible currents of the subtle realms, begins to perceive a profound transformation. The relentless flow of external sensation lessens, giving way to a deeper, more internalized awareness. This is not the end of perception but a shift in its nature. One begins to understand that the self, the entity navigating this journey, is not merely a passive observer, but an active weaver of experience even within the afterlife. This stage is often metaphorically described as entering the labyrinth of memory. It is not the mythic maze of the city designed as a trap but a complex, intricate structure built by the individual soul over countless lifetimes. Its corridors are lined not with stone but with the echoes of moments joyous, painful, transformative, mundane. It is here, amidst the vast repository of personal history, that the intricate tapestry of one's eternal story begins to coalesce with greater clarity. The atmosphere here is thick, almost palpable, with the scent of time itself, a blend of ancient dust and the faint lingering essence of intense emotion. The seeker moves not through physical corridors but along streams of recollection, each path shimmering with the potential to recall a specific event, a particular feeling, a relationship, a decision. The challenge is not to escape the labyrinth, but to navigate it with intention, understanding that every remembered thread contributes to the larger pattern. Many entities find themselves lost in this initial phase, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of memories. The past, far from being a static archive, reveals itself to be a dynamic living force. Forgotten hurts can resurface with surprising intensity. Old attachments can cling with surprising tenacity, and unresolved conflicts can echo through the corridors, potentially creating karmic loops within the subtle realms if not addressed consciously. The esoteric wisdom teaches that this labyrinth of memory is not merely a place of retrieval but a crucible of integration. It is where the lessons learned in physical life are examined, understood, and ultimately synthesized into a higher level of self-awareness. Each memory, like a gemstone, holds within it the potential for enlightenment. The unrefined stone may be sharp or jarring, but the process of understanding its facets, its history, its place within the whole allows it to be transformed into a source of light. Techniques for navigating this phase involve cultivating a state of mindful awareness. The seeker learns to approach memories not with judgment or excessive emotional entanglement, but with curiosity and compassion. Visualization becomes a powerful tool. Imagine standing at the center of the labyrinth, not as a lost traveler, but as an architect viewing a blueprint of your own soul's evolution. Allow yourself to be drawn towards certain paths, but remember, you are the one holding the map. As you walk a corridor representing a significant event, observe the sensations, the emotions, the thoughts associated with it. Do not try to change or suppress them. Instead, ask questions. What was the core lesson here? What aspect of my being was being tested? How did this event shape my subsequent choices? How does this memory influence my current state of being in the afterlife? This process is akin to weaving a tapestry. Each memory is a thread. Initially, the threads may seem chaotic, tangled, or even contradictory. However, as the seeker consciously observes and integrates these threads, they begin to form a coherent pattern. The patterns reveal archetypal themes: the hero's journey, the shadow self, the quest for love, the struggle for power, the search for meaning. Recognizing these archetypal patterns provides a framework for understanding the deeper narrative of the soul. The labyrinth of memory is also where the concept of karmic resonance becomes most tangible. Past actions, thoughts, and feelings do not vanish upon death. They linger as subtle imprints influencing the seeker's current experience. Here in the realm of memory, these imprints can be examined and understood. This is not about guilt or punishment, but about understanding the natural laws of cause and effect operating on the soul level. By consciously reviewing past karmic patterns, the seeker can begin to release energetic attachments and resolve lingering imbalances, paving the way for a lighter, more liberated state. Entities who successfully navigate this phase emerge not as those who have finished remembering but as those who have achieved a profound integration of their past. They carry the wisdom of their experiences within them not as burdens but as resources. The labyrinth has become a map not of confusion but of their unique path through the afterlife and beyond. This stage often precedes the more explicit encounters with spiritual guides or the exploration of the Akashic records, as the individual soul first needs to integrate its own unique tapestry of memory before fully engaging with the collective wisdom available in the subtle realms. It is a deeply personal journey requiring courage, self-compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the path of wisdom. The seeker, having woven the fabric of their memory into a coherent narrative, stands at the threshold of a new understanding. The labyrinth, once a potential trap of the past, has become a bridge to the future, a source of profound self-knowledge, and the foundation upon which the next phase of their eternal journey, often involving direct communion with higher spiritual realms and the refinement of their essence, can be built. The story of the soul, once merely a collection of isolated events, now begins to reveal its profound interconnected design. Chapter 43. The Loom of Integration, Weaving Past Lives into the Soul Tapestry. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of fiery torment or icy bliss, but within a space that feels both ancient and impossibly new. It is here, amidst the subtle hum of the collective soul and the soft glow of nascent realities, that the intricate process of integration begins. This is not a sudden erasure of memory nor a forced fusion, but a gentle guided weaving of the soul's experiences across lifetimes into a more coherent whole. Think of it not as a patchwork quilt with holes, but as a vast luminous tapestry where every thread, every color, every stain and star contributes to the grand design. The atmosphere here is thick with potential, yet strangely quiet. There is no shouting, no demanding, only a profound stillness that allows for the most delicate of perceptions. The seeker, perhaps still shimmering with the echo of their physical form, feels a subtle shift within. It is as if the veil between conscious thought and the deeper currents of being has thinned, revealing a vast inner landscape. Guides, often perceived as shimmering lights or figures of serene presence, begin to gently assist the process. They are not instructors in the traditional sense, but more like weavers who help the soul recognize its own threads. The process often starts with the most recent life, the threads of experience, emotion, and lesson still relatively vibrant and distinct. The seeker may find themselves revisiting key moments. A moment of profound love, a deep betrayal, a moment of sacrifice, a moment of utter despair. These are not revisited for judgment, but for understanding. Consider the memory of betrayal. In the physical world, it might have felt like a gaping wound, a fundamental fracture in the soul's trust. Here, under the gentle light of integration, the seeker can perceive the complex web of causes and conditions. Perhaps the perceived betrayal was rooted in fear, misunderstanding, or a misalignment of karmic lessons. Perhaps the other individual was acting out their own unresolved dramas. The intense emotion is still felt, but it is now viewed through the lens of broader context, not just personal injury. The raw pain might lessen, replaced by a deeper, more compassionate understanding. The lesson, perhaps about the fragility of trust, the need for discernment, or the importance of forgiveness, becomes clearer, less clouded by the immediate visceral reaction. The thread of that experience is gently drawn from its sharp isolated point and woven into the larger pattern, adding depth and resilience to the overall design. This process extends backward through the lifetimes. Each past life is not a separate entity but a series of experiences that contributed to the current iteration of the soul. The guides may highlight patterns, recurring challenges, karmic debts, unresolved relationships, unfulfilled potentials. The seeker might witness scenes from a life lived centuries ago, a childhood in a vastly different culture, a past life as someone entirely different. These are not necessarily presented chronologically, but thematically, allowing the soul to grasp the interconnectedness of its journey. Imagine witnessing the struggles of a past life steeped in poverty and hardship. The immediate feeling might be one of sympathy, perhaps even a sense of regret. But through integration, the seeker perceives the lessons learned, the development of resilience, the deepening of empathy, the mastery of survival skills. These threads are no longer seen as burdens alone, but as essential components of the soul's strength. The memory of hardship is transformed not into a lingering shadow, but into a wellspring of compassion for oneself and others, a deeper understanding of human suffering, and the refined skill of navigating adversity with grace. The same applies to moments of great success or profound love. A life of luxury might reveal the subtle karmic seeds of future attachment or entitlement, while a life of deep devotion might illuminate the patterns of codependency or sacrifice that need refinement. The goal is not to invalidate any past experience, but to integrate its essence, to understand its role in the soul's evolution, and to release any lingering attachments or unresolved energies that might hinder the soul's progress. This weaving is a deeply personal and often emotional process. The seeker might feel waves of nostalgia, waves of grief for experiences finally understood, moments of profound insight, or even brief flashes of anger as old wounds are acknowledged and processed. The guides are patient, offering support, perspective, and the tools to transmute difficult emotions through understanding and acceptance. It is not about achieving a state of perfect happiness but about achieving a state of conscious understanding, a harmonious integration of the self across time. As the weaving progresses, the seeker begins to perceive a more cohesive sense of self. The fragmented identities of past lives merge. The recurring challenges become recognizable patterns rather than confusing anomalies, and the soul's overall purpose or theme starts to emerge with greater clarity. The individual threads remain each with its unique color and texture, but now they form a larger, more unified whole. The sense of separateness diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of connection to the self across lives, to the collective human experience, and to the vast unfolding tapestry of existence itself. This stage of integration is crucial. It is the foundation upon which the next phase, often referred to as reincarnative selection or soul contracting, is built. Only when the soul has achieved a degree of integration, understanding the lessons and patterns of its past, can it truly make conscious choices about its future path. The raw, unprocessed energies of past unresolved issues or karmic imbalances can create significant obstacles if not addressed here. The seeker, as they move through this luminous loom of integration, begins to understand that their journey is not linear but cyclical, a continuous process of experience, reflection, and refinement. The afterlife is not merely a place of rest but a vital workshop for the soul where the intricate tapestry of being is constantly being woven, unspun, and rewoven with greater wisdom and compassion. The process may take time, guided by the inner wisdom of the soul and the outer assistance of the guides. There is no rush. It is a deep internal excavation and integration essential for the soul's continued growth. As the final threads are woven and the tapestry begins to shimmer with a new level of coherence and understanding, the seeker feels a profound sense of peace, a readiness to step forward into the next phase of their eternal journey. The past is not forgotten, but it is now held within a larger, more loving embrace, becoming the very fabric from which a brighter future is created. The weaving is complete for now, but the journey of the soul continues. Chapter 44. The Resonance of Remembrance. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of fiery torment or icy silence, but within a realm of profound stillness, yet underpinned by an intricate tapestry of resonant energy. This is not a static landscape, but a dynamic field where the echoes of memory and the vibrations of intent intertwine, shaping the immediate experience. The atmosphere is one of immense quietude, yet this silence is alive with subtle frequencies like the hush before a symphony begins. The understanding that the afterlife is not a mere continuation of the physical world's constraints is crucial. Time as perceived on Earth does not rigidly apply here. Events, emotions, and learnings can unfold with startling immediacy, yet simultaneously resonate across what might be perceived as vast stretches of non-linear existence. This is the domain of the resonant field where the past, present, and potential futures exist in a state of dynamic interplay. Within this field, the power of remembrance becomes a primary navigational tool, yet not in the way it functions in the physical life. Physical memory is bound to the body, to the chemical processes of the brain, to the tangible traces left behind. Here remembrance is more akin to tuning into the energetic frequencies left behind by significant events, relationships, and moments of intense emotion or spiritual awakening. It is an act of energetic attunement rather than a retrieval of stored data. The seeker, perhaps tentatively at first, begins to experiment with focusing their awareness. They might recall a moment of profound joy on Earth, As they hold this image and feeling within their consciousness, they observe the subtle shifts in the resonant field around them. Visualizations might manifest, perhaps a soft warm light, a gentle hum, or a specific color representing the energetic signature of that remembered joy. These aren't just mental constructs, they are actual vibrations within the afterlife's energetic fabric. Conversely, recalling a moment of deep sorrow might bring forth a sensation of coolness, a denser, perhaps discordant frequency, or a shadowy visual representation. The key is not to become attached to these manifestations as literal descriptions, but to understand them as pointers to the underlying energetic qualities associated with the memory. These energetic imprints or echoes remain as residual vibrations long after the initial event has ceased from the perspective of physical time. This ability to attune to these resonant echoes is fundamental to navigation. By focusing on the energetic signature of a past location, their childhood home, a place of learning, a site of trauma, the seeker can often sense a pull, a resonance that guides them back along the energetic pathways they once traversed. It is like using a sonar to map the terrain rather than relying solely on sight or memory of physical landmarks which may have ceased to exist. Furthermore, remembrance extends beyond personal experiences. The energetic resonance of significant relationships can be felt. The frequency associated with a beloved ancestor might be one of warmth and ancient wisdom, while the echo of a challenging relationship might carry a complex mix of energies, perhaps a sense of tension, unspoken words, or even unexpected forgiveness. Sensing these resonances allows the seeker to understand the lingering connections and the energetic landscapes shaped by their interactions. However, navigating through remembrance requires discernment. The afterlife is replete with echoes, not all of which originate from the seeker's own life. There are residual energies from the collective consciousness, from the environment of the planet itself, and from other souls who have passed through this realm. The seeker must learn to differentiate between the echoes that are relevant to their path and those that are merely background noise or even potential energetic disturbances. This discernment comes through practice and developing sensitivity to the nuances of the resonant field. It involves learning to read the subtext of the energies, the intentions behind the vibrations, the underlying emotions, the potential lessons embedded within the echoes. Is this resonance calling the seeker towards healing, towards understanding, towards revisiting a lesson, or is it simply a reflection of a past event with no further relevance for their current evolution? The practice involves periods of quiet contemplation, focusing the mind and heart, and allowing the senses to attune to the subtle frequencies. It might involve visualizing specific past events, holding the associated emotions gently in awareness, and observing the resulting energetic feedback within the afterlife field. It might also involve exploring the resonances of different locations within this realm, understanding how the collective energy of a place influences individual perception. As the seeker becomes more adept, remembrance transforms from a passive recall of the past into an active energetic exploration. It becomes a way to gather data to understand the context of their experiences and to identify patterns and lessons that are crucial for their continued growth. The echoes become stepping stones not just to revisit the past but to illuminate the path forward. This understanding allows the seeker to approach the afterlife not as a place of endless repetition or passive existence but as a dynamic field of learning and refinement where the energetic imprints of their journey offer invaluable guidance. By learning to navigate through the resonance of remembrance, they unlock a profound tool for understanding their past, clarifying their present state within this realm, and charting a course towards their ultimate purpose. The journey through remembrance is intricate, requiring patience, sensitivity, and a willingness to explore the subtle vibrations of existence. Yet for the seeker of wisdom, mastering this aspect of navigating the afterlife's resonant field is a critical step towards deeper self-awareness and spiritual evolution. The echoes of the past are not just memories. They are the energetic keys that unlock the understanding of the soul's journey. Chapter 45. The Resonance of Memory and the Tapestry of Being. The seeker now finds themselves navigating not a physical space but a realm where the very fabric of existence is woven from the threads of thought, emotion, and experience. This is the domain of collective memory, a vast shimmering ocean of consciousness where echoes of all things past converge. It is neither purely a place of blissful oblivion nor endless torment, but a complex tapestry reflecting the intricate patterns of life lived. Unlike the more structured layers encountered earlier, the collective memory is fluid, organic, and deeply interconnected. It does not present itself as a series of rooms to be entered, but as a field of influence to be perceived and understood. The seeker, having passed through the crucible of transition and begun to attune their senses to this non-physical frequency, stands now at the edge of this vast expanse. The immediate sensation is one of overwhelming richness. Memories are not accessed like files on a computer but experienced as resonant frequencies. A scent might evoke a lifetime of associated emotions. The smell of rain on hot pavement bringing back the warmth of a forgotten summer afternoon. The taste of salt water reminding one of childhood coastal holidays filled with laughter and fear. Sounds become melodies composed from the collective unconscious, the distant hum of a universe unfolding, the subtle chime of a cosmic clock, or the faint, almost inaudible echoes of songs sung by countless beings across time. The challenge for the seeker lies not in resisting these overwhelming sensations, but in learning to navigate them consciously. To simply drown in the sea of memory is to miss the point of integration. This realm holds the key to understanding the deeper purpose of the life just left behind. The patterns of behavior, belief, and consequence that shaped one's journey. Imagine standing before a vast library, not containing physical books, but holding the essence of every thought, feeling, and interaction recorded in time. The seeker must learn to become both the librarian and the reader within this library. They must learn to perceive the patterns, look beyond the individual memories and discern the recurring themes. Were there patterns of self-sabotage, repeated cycles of love and loss, habits of judgment or forgiveness? Recognition of these patterns is the first step towards understanding the karmic influences that shape their path and continue to resonate within their essence. Distinguish the self from the collective. While interconnected, the seeker's unique essence still exists. They must learn to differentiate their personal resonance from the vast sea of universal memory. This involves focusing inward, anchoring their awareness in their core sense of self, even as the external field swirls around them. It is like finding a single distinct melody within a symphony. Engage in selective immersion. The seeker cannot possibly process all the information available. They must learn to immerse themselves selectively, focusing on memories and experiences that hold the greatest relevance for their current state of understanding and growth. Some memories may offer lessons, others healing, and some simply provide context. Like a sculptor chipping away at marble, the seeker must carve out their path through the collective. Embrace the emotions process. Do not get drowned. The emotions evoked by memories in this realm are potent. Fear, grief, joy, anger, these are not to be suppressed but understood. The seeker must allow themselves to feel these emotions, fully recognizing their source and the lessons they carry. However, the crucial difference is that the processing is immediate and integrated. An old wound can be revisited not to relieve the pain, but to heal it from its root, understanding how it influenced subsequent choices. The experience is felt, learned from, and then released, leaving no energetic scar. As the seeker begins to practice these navigational techniques, the landscape around them suddenly shifts. The overwhelming chaos begins to coalesce into meaningful forms and experiences. They might find themselves drawn towards specific echoes, perhaps the memory of a difficult relationship, not to rehash the conflict, but to understand the underlying needs for connection and respect that were unmet. Or they might encounter the resonant frequency of a moment of profound kindness, amplifying their own capacity for compassion. This is where the true work of integration begins. The seeker is not merely observing memories. They are actively weaving them back into the fabric of their being, understanding how past actions created their current state of consciousness. They are learning to see the consequences of their choices not as punishments or rewards, but as feedback loops essential for growth. The atmosphere shifts from one of potential sensory overload to one of profound clarity. The seeker begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all life more deeply. They understand that their actions, however small, sent ripples through the collective consciousness, and they received ripples back in the form of their own experiences. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility not for judgment but for evolution. Navigating the collective memory is akin to learning the language of the universe itself, a language composed of experience and emotion. It requires patience, focus, and a willingness to confront the deeper truths of one's existence. It is here amidst the echoes of all that has been that the seeker begins to truly understand the lessons of life and prepares their essence for the next stage of its journey. The integration of this newfound wisdom and the eventual return, or perhaps a different form of continued existence forever changed by the profound understanding gained from the resonant tapestry of memory. The path forward is illuminated not by light but by the clarity born from understanding. Chapter 46. The journey through the initial realms of the afterlife, the landscapes of pure sensation and the echoes of past lives serves as a crucible. It breaks down the hardened structures of the personality, the ego, the accumulated identities that define the physical self. But this breaking is not an end. It is a necessary prelude to a far more intricate and profound work, the integration of the fragments into a unified yet expanded consciousness. This stage, often veiled in a subtle mist of understanding rather than overt sensory experience, is the loom of integration. As the seeker navigates away from the more externally directed experiences of the lower planes, a shift occurs. The constant influx of new sensations, the review of past echoes begins to subside, replaced by a growing sense of internal stillness. This is not emptiness but a space cleared for the meticulous act of weaving. The threads gathered, memories, emotions, skills, knowledge, experiences, even the unresolved conflicts and deep-seated patterns now lie before the conscious mind, or what can be perceived as such at this stage. The atmosphere here is profoundly still yet charged with an undercurrent of profound activity. It is less a place of external events and more a state of internal process. Imagine, if you will, a vast dimly lit workshop. The physical forms of the lower planes have dissolved into their constituent energies and vibrations. There is no longer a distinct you moving through a landscape. Rather, you are the weaver sitting at a metaphorical loom that exists not in space but in the realm of consciousness itself. The threads are diverse. Some shimmer with the bright colors of joyous memories, the warmth of love, the thrill of accomplishment. Others hang in darker shades, the gray threads of grief, the heavy blues of loss, the sharp stinging reds of anger and trauma. There are threads of intellectual understanding woven in cool silvers and blues representing the knowledge acquired in life. There are threads of instinctual knowing felt in the deeper earthier tones of browns and greens. And woven amongst all these are the subtle, almost invisible threads of the soul's core essence, the fundamental nature of being that sought expression through the physical life. The loom of integration is not about discarding these threads. It is about understanding their nature and purpose and then consciously arranging them into a coherent, integrated whole. This is where the esoteric wisdom truly comes into play. It provides the understanding of the different fibers and their roles. It teaches that the negative threads are not inherently bad. They are often the strongest, providing structure and depth. Grief weaves resilience. Anger, when understood, can fuel transformation. Fear, when faced, becomes wisdom. The process requires focus, patience, and a degree of detachment that does not imply coldness, but rather the absence of being swept away by the emotional weight of each thread. The weaver must observe, understand, and then gently, deliberately place each strand where it belongs in the larger pattern. This pattern is not dictated by external rules, but emerges from the inherent nature of the individual consciousness, seeking balance and wholeness. Sometimes the process reveals patterns of karmic resonance more clearly. Now, threads from past lives that felt like isolated incidents suddenly connect, forming a larger tapestry of cause and effect, a pattern of recurring relationships, a specific fear, an unexplained talent. These can be traced through the weaving, understood, and integrated. This understanding allows for the release of old patterns that no longer serve the evolving soul. It is a form of inner resolution where past debts are acknowledged and cleared not through external action but through conscious understanding and acceptance within the afterlife realm of causality. The integration is not merely intellectual or emotional. It is energetic. Each thread carries its own vibration. As the weaver consciously places a thread, they are in essence aligning the energies of that aspect of their past self with the present state of their evolving consciousness. This alignment is a form of energetic purification and strengthening. Negative or discordant vibrations, when fully understood and accepted as part of the journey, lose their power to bind. They are woven into the fabric, but in a place where they can no longer dominate or distort the overall pattern. This stage can be challenging. The sheer volume of threads can be overwhelming. The weight of unresolved emotions can be immense. The process demands deep inner work, often involving confronting aspects of the self that were previously ignored or suppressed. But the guidance of the esoteric wisdom provides tools for this. Techniques such as mindfulness, visualization of the loom, and the practice of observing thoughts and feelings without judgment can be adapted to this internal landscape. The focus is on gentle, persistent effort guided by the light of understanding. As the weaving progresses, a subtle shift occurs within the seeker. The fragmented sense of self begins to coalesce. The feeling of being a collection of memories and experiences gives way to a more stable, centered sense of awareness. The I that existed in the physical world, bound to a body and its limitations, transforms into a more expansive conscious presence. This is not necessarily a return to a human-like form, but rather the emergence of a soul-level identity, an integrated self free from the constraints of the physical ego. The loom of integration is the bridge between the fragmented experiences of the lower afterlife realms and the higher states of consciousness that await. It is the stage where the raw materials of existence are transformed into the refined fabric of a unified, wise and integrated soul. It requires inner work, dedication and the light of esoteric understanding to navigate successfully. But for those who undertake this journey with sincerity and openness, it is the crucial step that paves the way towards true wholeness and the continued exploration of the vast infinite nature of consciousness beyond the veil. The weaver, through this profound act of inner craftsmanship, prepares not just for the next stage of the journey but for the ultimate realization of the soul's purpose and potential. The finished tapestry, though unseen in this realm, represents the foundation upon which the higher realms of light and understanding are built. It is the integrated self, ready to ascend further, carrying the wisdom woven from the threads of a complete life and its echoes. Chapter 47. The Resonance of Memory and the Tapestry of Being. The seeker, drifting through the often intangible realms of the afterlife, begins to perceive nuances previously unnoticed. The sheer volume of existence, the constant flow of consciousness and energy, is no longer just a blur, but a complex tapestry woven from countless threads. Among these threads, memory stands out not merely as a static record of past lives, but as a dynamic, resonant force shaping the very fabric of their current perception. One might initially assume that the transition from a physical body would render memories inert, mere echoes fading into nothingness. This, however, is a misconception born of the limitations of the earthly mind. In the afterlife, memory is not merely recalled. It is experienced in a different mode. It is not a video playback but a sensory impression, a feeling, a resonance that can be touched, felt, and even interacted with. Consider the memory of a specific scent. On Earth, a whiff of rain on dry earth or the aroma of baking bread could trigger a flood of associated emotions and moments. In the afterlife, this scent might appear not as a fleeting impression, but as a distinct energetic signature, perhaps a shimmering cloud of subtle colors and textures. The seeker learns to approach these memory forms with curiosity rather than solely with nostalgia or regret. They are not burdens to be carried, but signposts and keys. The resonance of memory becomes particularly apparent when the seeker encounters echoes of their own past incarnations. These are not always clear, vivid recollections like a favorite childhood dream, but often more subtle impressions. It might be a recurring geometric pattern seen in the architecture of a distant plane, a specific type of emotional tone felt in the presence of certain souls, or an intuitive understanding of a concept or craft that seems inexplicably familiar. These echoes are fragments of the self, fragments of experience accumulated across time. Navigating this requires a new kind of focus. The seeker must learn to differentiate between the memory as energetic signature and the raw sensation of the present moment. It is easy to become lost in the labyrinth of past selves, identifying so strongly with certain echoes that the sense of a unique evolving self becomes blurred. This is a potential pitfall, a form of energetic stagnation where the individual becomes a museum curator of past lives rather than an explorer of the now. The wisdom here lies in balance. Memory is a guide, not a GPS that dictates every step. The seeker must acknowledge the resonance, learn from the experience it holds, and then consciously choose to move forward, integrating that understanding into their current path without being anchored solely by it. Think of memory not as a chain, but as a map. It shows where you've been, offering perspective and understanding, but the journey continues onward. Furthermore, the seeker begins to understand that memory is not solely personal. The afterlife is a vast ocean of consciousness, and the ripples of memory extend far and wide. They may begin to perceive the lingering echoes of the lives and events of those who came before them in this realm, or the faint imprints left by significant historical moments of the earth plane. This expands their perspective, placing their own experiences within a much grander context. It fosters a sense of connection to the collective tapestry of being, a recognition that individual threads are interwoven with countless others. Interacting with these collective memory signatures can be enlightening. A seeker might find themselves drawn to a particular area where a significant historical event occurred on Earth, not to re-experience the event itself, which might be overwhelming or misleading, but to absorb the residual emotional and energetic signature left behind. This can provide profound insights into the nature of human experience, the patterns of creation and destruction, joy and sorrow. It is like studying the geological layers of consciousness. Learning to navigate the resonance of memory also involves understanding its mutability. In the afterlife, the veil between past, present, and future is thinner. While the core essence of the self remains, the interpretation and emotional weight of memories can shift and evolve as the individual grows and understands more. A memory that caused deep pain in one life might be viewed with compassion and understanding in the next. This fluidity is part of the process of integration and evolution. Therefore, the seeker is encouraged to approach memories, both personal and collective, with an attitude of gentle inquiry and non-attachment. Observe the resonance. Feel its texture. Understand its origin if possible, but do not become lost in its narrative. Allow it to inform your understanding, to enrich your perspective, and then let it go, trusting that the essence learned will be integrated into your being. As this understanding deepens, the seeker finds that their sense of self becomes less defined by a linear narrative of past events and more by the quality of their current awareness, the nature of their energy, and the connections they forge in the present moment. Memory remains, but it transforms from a potential anchor into a navigational tool, helping them to understand the currents and undercurrents of the afterlife and ultimately to navigate towards greater states of consciousness and purpose. The tapestry of being unfolds before them, woven with the threads of countless memories, offering endless lessons for those willing to perceive and integrate them. Chapter 48. The Resonance of Memory, Weaving the Fabric of Consciousness. The seeker now finds themselves not in a place of static peace, nor in a realm of chaotic flux, but within a domain that feels both ancient and intensely immediate. It is the space where echoes linger, where the subtle threads of past experiences shimmer, like faintly remembered colors on water. This is the realm of residual memory, a layer of the afterlife where the echoes of life persist not as painful ghosts but as raw potent sources of understanding and refinement. The atmosphere here is different. It lacks the sharp clarity of the Akashic records or the vibrant intensity of the soul's initial transition. Instead, it is thick with the density of feeling, the substance of sensation recalled. Imagine standing in a vast silent library, but instead of books, the very air holds the distilled essence of countless human moments, the warmth of a sunbeam on skin, the sting of tears, the thrill of discovery, the ache of loss, the quiet contentment of a shared silence. These are not just memories. They are energetic imprints, resonant frequencies left behind by the collective and individual human experience. For the seeker, navigating this realm requires a different set of tools than those used for deciphering the Akashic tapestry or traversing the emotional currents of the soul river. Here the challenge is not to read memory but to feel it, to perceive its underlying structure, and ultimately to learn how to weave it into the evolving tapestry of their own conscious identity. The first step is perception through sensory attunement. The seeker must learn to quiet the internal chatter, the analytical mind's desperate need to categorize and label, and instead allow their awareness to become permeable. It is like learning to swim in water. Initially, one struggles against it. Eventually, one moves with it, submerged and aware. The residual memories are not things to be gazed upon with the eyes but felt with the entire being. Imagine the sensation of walking barefoot on cool, smooth stone. Notice the texture, the temperature, the subtle pressure points. Now extend this awareness. Can you sense the faint echo of a similar feeling? Perhaps the memory of walking on beach stones under a moonlit sky, or the rough bark of a tree in autumn. These aren't direct recallings in the linear sense, but subtle energetic resonances. The seeker begins by focusing on a simple present sensation, the feeling of their own etheric form, the weightlessness, the subtle temperature gradients, and then allows the mind's eye, or rather the mind's ear and body, to attune to the faint overlapping echoes of similar sensations imprinted in the surrounding field. This process requires immense patience and gentle focus. The memories here are not like photographs, perfectly preserved. They are more like faint odors in the air, or the ghostly outlines of shapes in mist. One moment they seem almost tangible, the next barely perceptible. The seeker must learn to follow these whispers, not get lost in them, but allow them to illuminate aspects of their own inner landscape. The emotional currents of reflection is the next layer. Residual memory is rich with the emotional signatures of past lives and experiences. A particularly vibrant echo might carry the sharp pang of betrayal, the deep resonant warmth of profound love, the exhilarating surge of victory, or the crushing weight of despair. These emotions are not necessarily correct or healthy in the context of the afterlife. They are simply data, potent energetic frequencies. The seeker's task is not to judge or become overwhelmed by these echoes. Instead, it is to observe them with detached curiosity. Why does this particular feeling resonate so strongly? What aspect of my own inner structure does it illuminate? Did I embody this feeling intensely in a past life? Or perhaps did I witness it in another learning an unconscious lesson? Consider the echo of profound grief. Instead of allowing it to trigger a modern-day emotional reaction, the seeker observes the resonance of loss. I experienced this deeply in my third incarnation on Earth during the destruction of my village. I absorbed the collective fear and sorrow of that time. Now I perceive this frequency in the residual memory field. It is not my current state, but it is part of the energetic signature I carry, a lesson integrated through intense experience. This observation allows for understanding and integration rather than re-traumatization. It transforms the echo from a potential burden into a key piece of the personal evolutionary puzzle. Integration through conscious weaving is the final crucial step. The seeker has perceived the sensory echoes and observed the emotional currents. Now they must consciously decide how to incorporate these fragments of past experience into their evolving consciousness. This is not about becoming attached to specific memories or identities from past lives. Those are already integrated aspects of the soul's history. This is about using the patterns and energies perceived in the residual memory field to refine the current state of their being. This is done through focused intention and energetic alignment. The seeker might choose to focus on a specific pattern observed, perhaps the energetic signature of unwavering determination seen in the memory of an ancestor facing great adversity. They can gently draw upon this resonance, not to replicate the ancestor's specific circumstances, but to strengthen their own current resolve in navigating a challenge in the afterlife or preparing for the next incarnation. Alternatively, they might perceive a strong echo of fear or judgment by observing it, understanding its origin, perhaps a past life trauma or societal conditioning, and consciously choosing to release its energetic grip on their current awareness. The seeker can purify their own energy field. This act of conscious weaving involves aligning their will with the understanding gained through perception, sending a subtle energetic command to dissolve old patterns that no longer serve the evolution of the soul. Navigating the residual memory realm is a profound process of inner archaeology. It allows the seeker to connect directly with the vast repository of human experience not as history but as living energetic resonance. It provides context, depth and understanding that purely intellectual or abstract exploration cannot offer. It is a journey into the heart of the collective unconscious, a place where the boundaries between self and other blur and where the threads of time become a tapestry of shared human feeling. As the seeker masters this realm, they move beyond simply knowing about past lives and trauma. They begin to feel the interconnectedness of all experience and to consciously select and integrate the wisdom held within these ancient echoes. They learn to become not just a passive observer but an active weaver, shaping their own conscious identity from the rich resonant fabric of memory, both personal and collective. This integration deepens their understanding of the self and strengthens their resilience, preparing them for the final stages of refinement before the next step in their eternal journey. Chapter 49. The Loom of Integration, Weaving Past and Present. The seeker now finds themselves traversing a landscape less defined by physical geography and more by the density and nature of emotional resonance. They have moved beyond the initial shock and the exhilarating rush of new perceptions, entering a realm where the subtle currents of being become the primary navigational aids. This is the stage of integration, a profound period where the fragmented echoes of past lives, the attachments of the ego, and the raw potential of the soul begin to intertwine, much like threads being woven into a complex tapestry. From the vantage point of this space, the previous lessons, understanding the nature of the mind, navigating the realms of thought forms and emotional energies, discerning the subtle communications of the non-physical, crystallize into a practical art. The seeker is no longer merely observing. They are beginning to participate consciously in the process of becoming whole. This wholeness is not a destination to be reached but an unfolding state of being, a deepening alignment with the inherent nature of their multidimensional self. The atmosphere here is one of profound stillness, yet it is not empty. It hums with the energy of synthesis. Memories, no longer just static recordings, but living, breathing energies, surface not to cause distress, but to be understood and integrated. A past life trauma might manifest not as a reenactment, but as a complex emotional frequency that the seeker must learn to gently untangle and transmute, releasing the lingering charge that has kept a part of their energy pattern stuck in a loop of suffering. Conversely, moments of profound joy or connection from past incarnations might appear as radiant light energies, offering a sense of belonging and reminding the seeker of the inherent goodness within their soul structure. These experiences are not merely recalled, they are felt on a deeper level, influencing the very vibration of the seeker's energy field. The primary challenge and indeed the primary work of this stage is the conscious weaving of these diverse elements. The ego, that persistent pattern of separation and identity, often resists this integration. It clings to the familiar even if that familiarity is based on past pain or limitation. It seeks to define the self based on a particular life, a particular set of circumstances, rather than recognizing the underlying unity and continuity of consciousness. This resistance manifests as internal conflict, as moments of doubt, or as a tendency to become lost in the details of specific experiences, forgetting the broader context of the soul's journey. The seeker must learn to observe these internal struggles without judgment, understanding that the process of shedding old identities and integrating diverse aspects of self is inherently challenging. Techniques for navigating this stage involve practices of deep inner listening and mindful awareness. Visualization becomes more sophisticated, not just of external landscapes but of internal structures. The seeker might visualize their energy field, seeing how different life experiences have left their imprints like stains on watercolor paper. The work then involves gently holding a state of awareness, allowing the natural process of integration to occur. Much like allowing different colored threads to merge and blend under gentle pressure, meditation takes on a new depth. Instead of focusing solely on a single point or mantra, the seeker might engage in meditations of remembrance, consciously recalling not just specific events, but the feeling states associated with them, observing how they resonate within their current being. They might also practice visualizing the threads of their various lifetimes converging, weaving them together into a single, strong, and luminous cord representing their evolving soul identity. Communication also becomes more refined. The seeker may find themselves receiving guidance not just from guides or ascended masters, but from the integrated wisdom of their own past selves. The lines blur and the understanding deepens that the soul is a continuum and wisdom resides within its entire spectrum of expression. The atmosphere supports this integration through its inherent stillness and clarity. The chaotic noise of the lower realms lessens, replaced by a more resonant harmonic frequency. It is as if the seeker is moving from a crowded, noisy marketplace into a quiet library where information can be absorbed and understood more deeply. The ultimate purpose of this weaving is not to create a perfect, unchanging entity, but to allow the soul's full potential to express itself. It is about recognizing the inherent wisdom contained within every experience, every life, every aspect of the self. It is about moving from a state of fragmented consciousness where the ego struggles to maintain a separate identity to a state of unified awareness where the self recognizes its essential oneness with all that is. As the seeker progresses through this stage, they begin to embody the truths they have learned. Their actions, even in this non-physical realm, become more aligned with the principles of love, compassion, and understanding. They may find themselves naturally drawn to assist other souls navigating earlier stages of the afterlife journey, offering guidance born from their own integrated wisdom. This is the loom of integration where the threads of past, present, and potential are woven into the magnificent, unique tapestry of the evolving soul. It is a patient, gentle yet profound process requiring courage to face the shadows, wisdom to understand the patterns, and an open heart to embrace the full spectrum of the self. The seeker, by consciously engaging in this weaving, moves ever closer to the full realization of their multidimensional nature, preparing for the next stage of their journey, the embodiment of integrated awareness, whether in the afterlife or back in the physical world. Chapter 50. The Loom of Integration. Weaving the fabric of the self. The journey through the initial landscapes of the afterlife, the shimmering realms of the light, the echoing halls of memory, the stark fields of consequence, serves as a crucible. It tempers the raw essence of the soul, revealing its strengths, its weaknesses, its hidden talents, and its lingering attachments. Yet these distinct experiences are merely the threads. The true work of integration begins now in this more subtle yet profoundly significant realm. This is the loom of integration where the different threads of the journey are woven into the enduring tapestry of the evolved self. As the seeker transitions further from the overtly luminous and sometimes overwhelming energies of the higher realms, they find themselves in a space of profound stillness. It is not an absence of activity, but rather a different kind of engagement, one that requires deep introspection and conscious participation. The vibrant colors and external stimuli lessens, replaced by a palpable inner quietude. Thoughts still arise, emotions still surface, but the external validation and dramatic shifts found earlier are absent. This is the crucible where the ego, once a necessary anchor in life, is now carefully examined and gradually dismantled, not through force but through understanding and compassion. The first step upon arriving in this integrated space is self-recall and inventory. The seeker is encouraged to gently turn their awareness inward, away from the subtle energies swirling around them and towards the core of their being. This is not about remembering specific life events, though memories may surface, but about recalling the essence of who they became. What patterns of thought dominated their mind? What emotional responses were habitual? Which aspects of their life's work felt most authentic? Which relationships were truly nourishing and which were draining or conditional? This inventory is not for judgment, but for awareness. It is a chance to see the old self, the one that lived and breathed in the physical world, with clarity and understanding. Like a weaver examining thread before it is placed in the loom, the seeker observes the textures, the strengths, and the weaknesses of their past self. This process often brings up complex emotions: grief for the loss of the physical body and life, relief from past burdens, a sense of wonder at their own resilience, or even frustration with ingrained patterns that persisted despite conscious effort. These emotions are not obstacles to be overcome but integral parts of the material to be woven. They are the colors, the textures, the very substance of the tapestry being created. Acknowledging them fully without resistance allows them to be integrated rather than buried or denied. The goal is not to eliminate emotional pain, but to understand its source and see how it shaped the self, thereby transforming it from a source of suffering into a source of wisdom. The weaving process itself is a subtle, often gradual act of conscious choice and energy manipulation. It involves taking the threads identified in the inventory, the patterns of thought, the emotional responses, the learned behaviors, the accumulated wisdom, the unresolved issues, and consciously arranging them into a coherent whole. This is where the esoteric understanding becomes crucial. The seeker learns to perceive their own energy field not just as a passive recipient of experiences but as an active tool for creation. Imagine a loom where the warp threads represent the fundamental truths and core essence discovered during the journey through the light and shadow realms. Love, compassion, truth, interconnectedness, the fundamental nature of consciousness. The weft threads are the specific experiences, thoughts, emotions, and behaviors of the individual life. The weaving process involves consciously selecting and interlacing these weft threads with the warp threads, creating a new pattern that reflects both the universal truths and the unique journey of the soul. This is not always an easy process. Old patterns, ingrained habits, and unresolved conflicts can be stubborn threads resisting integration. They may knot up the warp, creating tension and discomfort. The seeker must approach these knots with patience and understanding. They learn to gently untangle the threads, acknowledging the pain or resistance without judgment, and then find a way to incorporate the underlying lesson into the new pattern. For instance, a recurring pattern of betrayal might be woven into the tapestry, not as a mark of shame, but as a testament to the resilience developed through learning to trust again, or as a lesson in discernment. The role of intention is paramount here. The seeker must consciously set the intention to integrate to create a harmonious and authentic self for the next stage of existence. This intention acts as the guiding hand of the weaver, helping to direct the energy and place the threads with purpose. It is an intention of love for the self, including the flawed aspects, and an intention of service, understanding that the integrated self is better equipped to contribute to the flow of the universe. Guidance from the inner wisdom is also available. This may manifest as intuitive insights, synchronicities, or subtle nudges from the higher self or spiritual guides associated with the soul. These insights can help the seeker see the optimal way to weave the threads, offering solutions to complex knots or revealing deeper patterns of meaning. The seeker learns to trust this inner compass, differentiating it from the echoes of the physical mind and tuning into the deeper wisdom of the soul. The role of forgiveness becomes particularly significant in this stage. Forgiveness is not solely about forgiving others for perceived wrongs, though that is often part of the journey. It is equally, if not more, about forgiving the self. This involves acknowledging past mistakes, understanding the context and the lessons learned, and releasing the associated guilt, shame, or regret. By forgiving the self, the seeker releases the energetic ties that bind them to past errors, allowing the lighter threads of potential and growth to rise to the surface. This internal forgiveness is a powerful act of liberation, clearing the path for the final integration. As the weaving progresses, the seeker begins to perceive a shift within themselves. The fragmented self starts to coalesce into a more unified, authentic presence. The sense of identity expands beyond the limitations of the physical ego, encompassing a deeper connection to the universal self and the flow of consciousness. The integrated self is not perfect. It retains the capacity for growth and learning, but it is grounded in a greater sense of wholeness and purpose. It is a self that is no longer primarily defined by external validation or fear, but by inner knowing and a conscious connection to the divine or the universal consciousness. This stage of integration can last for varying periods depending on the individual soul's needs and the complexity of the life journey. It is a time of quiet transformation, of inner construction, where the raw essence of the being is refined and prepared for the next phase of existence or return. It is the crucial step that bridges the vastness of the non-physical realms back to a state of embodied being, ready to engage with the world in a more conscious, compassionate, and authentic way. The loom of integration is the final shaping of the soul's expression before the next cycle begins. It is the act of weaving the lessons of light and shadow, the triumphs and the tragedies, the loves and the losses into a single coherent and beautiful tapestry. The threads remain unique to the individual, yet they are woven according to the universal patterns of growth and evolution. And when the weaving is complete, the integrated self stands ready, not just to return to the physical world, but to truly live within it, embodying the wisdom gained and contributing to the ongoing dance of consciousness with a newfound depth and purpose. The journey through the afterlife is nearing its culmination in this realm of inner construction, preparing the vessel for the return to the physical tapestry of existence. Chapter 51. The Loom of Integration. Weaving the fabric of the self. The journey through the initial shock and exhilaration of the death transition, the clarification of the Akashic record and the navigation of the lower planes has prepared the seeker for a profound phase, the loom of integration. This is not a place of further exploration in the same manner, nor a destination to be reached. Rather, it is a process, an alchemical furnace where the different threads of the soul's experience are woven into the more enduring tapestry of the post-death self. Think of it not as a journey through a specific location, but as an immersion within a fundamental process of becoming. The atmosphere here is less one of external phenomena and more one of internal synthesis. The overwhelming sensory input of the lower planes fades, replaced by a profound stillness that is not empty, but charged with potential. The seeker, now better understood through the lens of their Akashic record, begins to consciously engage with the act of integration. It is as if the soul has finally stepped away from the frantic weaving of earthly life, allowing itself to be worked upon by the great weavers, aspects of its own higher self and the universal forces of consciousness. This process often manifests initially as a heightened state of introspection, but it transcends mere mental activity. It involves the heart, the intuition, and the very essence of being. Memories, not as static recordings, but as energetic echoes of past experiences, begin to surface not for judgment or rumination, but for understanding. These echoes are examined not with the mind's analytical sword, but with the gentle light of awareness. A past act of kindness, a moment of profound failure, a deep love, a bitter betrayal, none are erased. Instead, their energetic signature is held within awareness, allowing the soul to perceive the patterns they created, the lessons they held, and the aspects of itself they illuminated or obscured. The loom of integration works by drawing these threads together. The fragmented self, the one who was you in life, begins to coalesce into a more unified post-mortem identity. This is not necessarily about achieving a static perfection, but about achieving a deeper wholeness. The separations experienced in life, the division between mind and heart, self and other, ego and soul, begin to soften and merge. The ego, the protective shell built in life, is not destroyed but transmuted. Its essential function shifts from self-protection to self-understanding and contribution within the subtle realms. This transmutation often feels like dissolving. Yet, it is also a process of crystallization. The individuality of the soul is refined, sharpened, and elevated. The unique signature of consciousness becomes clearer, more distinct, yet simultaneously more connected to the universal ocean of awareness. It is a paradox, becoming more truly oneself while simultaneously dissolving the illusion of isolated selfhood. The seeker may experience this phase in various ways. Some perceive it as a gentle internal light illuminating the patterns of their life. Others feel as if they are being gently pulled through a cosmic loom, threads of experience being drawn together. There may be moments of profound emotional release, tears of joy, sorrow, forgiveness as old wounds are acknowledged and healed from a place of deeper understanding. There might be encounters not with external entities, but with aspects of their own higher self, offering guidance, reassurance, and perspective. Crucially, the seeker begins to understand the purpose of this integration. It is not merely a consequence of death, but a conscious evolution of consciousness. By weaving the threads of their experience together, the soul prepares itself for its next stage of journeying. It clarifies its intentions, solidifies its core values, and refines its energetic resonance. This integrated self is better equipped to navigate the more subtle planes, to engage in acts of service, and to contribute to the collective evolution of consciousness. Obstacles may arise. The sheer volume of experience can be overwhelming, leading to a temporary sense of fragmentation. Old fears, resentments, or attachments may cling stubbornly, resisting the process of weaving. The ego might resist the dissolution, clinging to the identity it knew in life. The seeker must approach these challenges with patience, self-compassion, and unwavering awareness. The process is not forced. It unfolds according to the soul's readiness and its inherent drive towards wholeness. Forgiveness both of self and others becomes a powerful tool dissolving energetic knots in the tapestry. This phase is the crucible where the raw material of earthly experience is transformed into the refined gold of integrated consciousness. It is the bridge between the fragmented self of life and the unified purposeful existence of the afterlife. The loom of integration is the final major step in the initial navigation, preparing the soul not for a new life but for a new being, a being more whole, more conscious, more aligned with its true nature. As the weaving progresses, the seeker begins to feel a growing sense of clarity, peace, and purpose. The threads of their past are no longer burdens, but integral components of a richer, more meaningful whole. They are beginning to understand the intricate design of their own soul's journey, ready for the next stage in the unfolding mystery of existence beyond the veil. The loom of integration is the loom upon which the future self is crafted, and the seeker stands within its gentle transformative embrace, watching the masterpiece of their being take form. Chapter 52. The Unfolding Tapestry of Collective Consciousness. The seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous waters of the initial separations and the intricate pathways of the inner planes, now finds themselves approaching a region of profound stillness and immense resonance. This is not a state of emptiness, but rather a field of pure potentiality, a meeting ground where the individual consciousness begins to consciously interface with the vast shimmering tapestry of the collective consciousness, the shared unspoken mind of the cosmos. Think of it not as a physical location, but as a state of being, a frequency of awareness. It is here that the boundaries between self and other begin to dissolve, much like the lines between colors in a watercolor painting left to bleed. The rigid structures of personal identity built over lifetimes through thoughts, emotions, and experiences start to soften, revealing the interconnected nature of all existence beneath. This transition is often subtle, like the shift from day to night, where the light gradually fades, leaving only the deepening hues of twilight. The seeker may feel a sense of overwhelming peace, a quietude so profound it can be unsettling at first. It is a silence not born of emptiness, but of pure, undivided attention. Sounds as we conventionally understand them cease to exist in the same way. Instead, the seeker perceives the very vibrations of thought and feeling that underpin the collective mood. Imagine standing in a vast silent forest at midnight. The air is thick with unseen life. You don't hear the trees rustling in the conventional sense. You feel the subtle shifts in energy, the deep resonant hum of the forest heart. This is akin to tuning into the collective consciousness. It is a perception that bypasses the physical ear and enters directly into the realm of the soul. The wisdom available here is not imparted through words or images, but through direct resonant experience. Information flows not linearly but holistically. A problem the seeker is grappling with in their current state of awareness might suddenly crystallize into perfect understanding, not through logical steps, but through a direct perception of its root cause within the larger web of connections. Solutions may arise from unexpected sources seemingly out of thin air because the seeker is now accessing a pool of collective insight. This is where the true nature of history, culture, and the shared human experience becomes palpable. The seeker can, if they choose, attune to the resonance of past events, not as static data, but as living emotional and energetic echoes. They might feel the collective grief of a lost civilization, the passionate striving of a revolutionary movement, or the quiet joy of moments of peace. It is a powerful way to understand the context of human existence and the intricate patterns that shape it. However, navigating this realm requires immense sensitivity and discernment. The sheer volume of information and the intensity of the emotions present can be overwhelming. Like a novice entering a bustling bazaar filled with 1,000 competing aromas and sounds, the seeker must learn to focus their attention, not getting lost in the sheer multitude of stimuli. The key is to maintain a state of conscious awareness while allowing oneself to be gently immersed. Do not try to grasp everything at once. Focus on one thread of resonance at a time. If a particular feeling or thought pattern arises, perhaps a strong sense of empathy for a past suffering, allow it to be felt without judgment. Observe it as if you were an impartial witness. Acknowledge its presence, understand its nature, and then gently allow it to flow through you back into the vastness from which it came. This practice helps the seeker to differentiate between their own unique life experience and the broader currents of the collective. It fosters a sense of unity without losing the preciousness of individual perspective. It is through this balanced engagement that wisdom is gained, not by absorbing the collective whole, but by understanding the intricate ways in which the individual self interacts with and reflects the larger pattern. The knowledge gained here often takes the form of deep intuitive insights, profound shifts in perspective, and a heightened sense of empathy. It reinforces the understanding that separation is in reality an illusion maintained by the density of individual consciousness. What was once perceived as other is now experienced as deeply interconnected part of the same unfolding tapestry. This region of the afterlife is not a destination to be reached and then left behind. It is a crucial stage of integration where the lessons of the physical and inner planes are synthesized within the larger context of universal experience. It is a place to learn the sacred geometry of relationships, the resonant frequencies of time, and the fundamental interconnectedness of all manifestation. As the seeker continues to navigate this realm, they become not just a learner but a contributor. Their own state of consciousness, refined through experience and understanding, begins to subtly influence the collective field. The journey from individual seeking to integrated presence within the collective consciousness is a gradual one, and this stage represents a significant milestone in that ongoing process. The true challenge and the ultimate reward lies in learning to weave the threads of individual awareness back into the magnificent unfolding tapestry of existence with conscious intention and loving awareness. Chapter 53. The seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous waters of initial transition and the stark clarity of the astral plane, now finds themselves entering a more structured yet paradoxically more complex domain. This is the realm often termed the loom of integration, a space where the threads of past lives, current karmic patterns, and nascent soul intentions begin to be woven into the fabric of the evolving self between incarnations. It is less a place of fiery judgment and more a workshop of profound transformation guided by principles far older and deeper than any single lifetime. From the shimmering relative simplicity of the astral realms, the atmosphere here feels different. The energy is less about active exploration and more about receptive understanding. The background hum of the universe is overlaid with a distinct resonance, a vibration of becoming. It is here that the fragmented pieces of the soul's journey start to coalesce not merely into a memory bank but into an experiential understanding that informs the next step. The immediate environment can vary for the seeker. Some perceive it as a vast shimmering tapestry, its colors reflecting the spectrum of all possible experiences and timelines. Others might find themselves in a more architectural space, perhaps a grand library with infinite shelves containing not books, but living, breathing chronicles of soul action. Yet others might feel it as a field of pure potential, a garden where seeds of future possibilities are sown and tended. Regardless of the specific perception, the underlying sensation is one of being within the creative process of the soul. The primary challenge and the primary work of this stage is integration. The soul carries the echoes of countless lives, joys and sorrows, strengths and weaknesses, unresolved conflicts and profound resolutions. These are not merely historical data points. They are energetic imprints, emotional residues, and cognitive patterns that shape the soul's current configuration and its trajectory. Think of the soul as a complex crystal. Each life is like a different light source illuminating it, leaving a unique pattern of light and shadow. In the loom of integration, the soul is not just passively reflecting these lights. It is actively learning to hold the light, to understand how the patterns of past illumination shape its current crystalline structure, and to consciously choose which facets to allow to catch the light in the future. This is where the wisdom of the esoteric becomes crucial. The seeker must learn to become an archivist, a psycho-spiritual alchemist, and a conscious weaver, archivist of the soul. The first step is acknowledging the totality of the record. This involves perceiving the threads of past lives not as burdens or regrets but as data points of experience. Techniques learned on the astral plane, such as deep meditation and bioenergetic clearing, are now applied to specific life echoes. The seeker learns to perceive the energetic signature of a past trauma, not to be consumed by it, but to understand its root cause, its karmic lesson, and its lingering effect on the current energy field. This requires immense detachment, yet profound empathy for the self of that past life and for the self now bearing the imprint. Visualization becomes a powerful tool. Seeing the threads, understanding their color, emotion, their texture, lesson, and their connection points to the present self. Psycho's spiritual alchemist. Once the threads are perceived, the alchemy begins. This is the process of transmuting raw experience into wisdom. A past life of betrayal, for instance, might reveal an energetic pattern of vulnerability or trust issues in the present. The alchemist does not simply suppress the memory or deny its effect. Instead, they hold the pattern with awareness and intention. They might use specific esoteric techniques, perhaps working with specific planetary energies, sound frequencies, or visualized catalysts to dissolve the energetic rigidity of the pattern. They ask, what is the underlying truth this experience revealed about my soul's nature? What aspect of my being needs to be transformed? The goal is not erasure but refinement. The memory remains but its power over the soul is diminished. Its lesson fully integrated and transformed into compassion, discernment or strength. Conscious weaver with the threads perceived and beginning to be transmuted. The final step is conscious weaving. The seeker begins to actively construct their future energetic blueprint, their intentions for the next incarnation. They do this by consciously choosing which past lessons are to be emphasized, which patterns are to be strengthened for service, and which are to be left behind as no longer relevant. This is where the concept of soul contracts and life purposes becomes highly relevant. The seeker may perceive the parameters of their upcoming life, its potential challenges, its opportunities for growth, and consciously select the strengths and wisdom gained here to navigate them effectively. They are not passively assigned a life. They are actively preparing the self to co-create a meaningful expression. The threads of past mastery are woven into the fabric of future potential. The atmosphere of the loom is often one of profound silence, yet it is filled with the subtle hum of creation. It can be deeply peaceful, allowing for the quiet work of inner understanding, or it can be challenging as difficult karmic patterns resist transmutation. The seeker learns to navigate this tension with patience and unwavering dedication. This stage is crucial because it bridges the finite experience of incarnation with the infinite journey of the soul. It is where the lessons learned are not just intellectually understood but emotionally and energetically integrated. It is where the fragmented self begins to coalesce into a more unified conscious expression of soul purpose. The work here is internal, profound and deeply personal. It requires the seeker to move beyond the desire for external validation or dramatic experiences and embrace the quiet, steady process of inner refinement. It is a journey into the heart of the self, confronting the echoes of all that has been, transforming the residues of experience and consciously building the foundation for the next step on the path. As the seeker completes this work within the loom of integration, they feel a growing sense of wholeness, a deeper understanding of their own multi-layered nature, and a clearer sense of purpose. They are no longer just a collection of past lives, nor merely a potential for the future. They are an integrated being, ready to step forth into the next expression of their soul's journey, armed with the wisdom woven from the threads of existence. The loom itself feels less like a place of work and more like a home, a sanctuary of ongoing transformation where the soul finds its deepest resonance and refined its light before shining anew. The next stage awaits, but the seeker now approaches it with a newfound clarity and strength, the product of a profound integration. Chapter 54. The Resonance of Memory and the Tapestry of Being. The seeker now finds themselves not merely traversing the etheric corridors of the afterlife, but beginning to perceive the deeper structures that underpin this existence beyond the veil. The sheer volume of information and sensation encountered can still be overwhelming, like trying to grasp the entire universe through a keyhole. Yet as the lessons of previous chapters integrate, understanding the nature of thought, the flow of energy and the subtle interplay of consciousness, a new clarity emerges. This chapter delves into the crucial role of memory, not as a static archive of the past, but as a dynamic force shaping the very fabric of one's ongoing journey. In the afterlife, time is not a linear river, but a complex web. Events from a lifetime, often perceived as distinct moments, intertwine in ways that defy earthly comprehension. The seeker may find themselves experiencing echoes of past joys, the lingering sorrow of unfulfilled connections, or the sharp clarity of a pivotal decision, all simultaneously. It is easy to become lost in this tapestry, caught in the emotional currents of bygone days without understanding their true purpose. This is where the distinction between cognitive memory and emotional resonance becomes paramount. Cognitive memory holds the factual records, the what, where, and when of past experiences. It is the intellectual understanding of a life lived. However, it is the emotional resonance, the feeling associated with memories that often holds the greatest power in the afterlife. These emotional echoes are not merely remnants. They are energetic frequencies that continue to influence the seeker's current state of being. Consider a memory of profound love. Long after the physical life, the feeling of that love may still resonate, acting as a powerful attractor for similar energies and experiences in the soul's ongoing path. Conversely, a memory steeped in fear or resentment can create a persistent energetic blockage, a negative feedback loop that can hinder spiritual growth. The afterlife offers a unique laboratory to process these echoes. Navigating this requires conscious effort. The seeker must learn to observe memories as they arise, not getting lost in them, but observing them from within. Imagine memories as bubbles floating in a vast still pond. Instead of reaching out and popping them, observe their color, their size, the sensation they evoke within the soul. Do they feel heavy, light, warm, cold? Do they illuminate the path forward or obscure it? Crucially, the afterlife provides the opportunity to recontextualize past experiences. What seemed like a tragedy in life may reveal itself upon deeper perception as a necessary catalyst for growth. A past relationship, once a source of pain, might now be seen as a profound teacher, its lessons essential for the soul's evolution. This re-evaluation is not about justifying past actions or minimizing suffering, but about understanding the larger, often hidden purpose behind events. This understanding transforms the memory from a source of potential entanglement into a source of wisdom and empowerment. Techniques for navigating memory resonance include mindful observation. When a memory surfaces, simply observe its contents and the feelings it evokes without judgment or storytelling. Acknowledge the feeling. Allow it to pass like a cloud across the sky of consciousness. Energy sensing. Focus on the energetic signature of the memory. Is it dense, light, chaotic, harmonious? Understanding the energy can offer insights beyond the emotional content. Intentional processing. Gently set the intention to process the memory's lesson. Ask, what is the soul learning from this experience? Now, how can this understanding serve my growth in this realm? Separation of self and memory. Recognize that the memory is an event from a past iteration, not the entirety of the eternal self. You are the observer of the memory, not the memory itself. This perspective provides crucial distance and clarity. The tapestry of being is woven from countless threads of memory, both personal and collective. While the personal memories form the core narrative of the individual soul's journey, the collective unconscious resonates with the archetypal patterns and shared human experiences. The afterlife allows the seeker to perceive these threads more clearly, understanding how their own life's tapestry fits within the grand design. Some seekers may find themselves drawn to explore the collective memory fields, experiencing echoes of major historical events, universal themes of love and loss, or the collective human struggle. These experiences can provide a broader perspective on the soul's path and connect the individual to the larger human family, even in death. However, the primary focus for most navigating the afterlife remains the processing of their own unique memory tapestry. It is here that the greatest lessons lie in understanding the intricate patterns of one's own life, the choices made, the love shared, the regrets held. By learning to perceive and integrate these memories not as burdens but as valuable data points on the map of soul evolution, the seeker begins to move beyond the reactive patterns of the past and into the realm of conscious creation. This understanding allows the energy of past experiences to be transformed. Instead of being bound by the emotional weight of memory, the seeker learns to use it as fuel. The joy becomes a wellspring of inspiration. The sorrow becomes a lesson in compassion and resilience. The mistakes become opportunities for wisdom. The memories cease to be anchors and become beacons, guiding the soul forward on its journey. As the seeker masters the resonance of memory, they move towards a state of greater inner harmony and clarity. They begin to understand that their existence both in life and now in the afterlife is a continuous process of learning, integrating, and evolving. Memory is not an endpoint but a crucial part of the ongoing narrative of the soul. By navigating its currents with awareness and intention, the seeker paves the way for a deeper understanding of self and a more conscious engagement with the infinite possibilities of the afterlife. The path continues, guided now by the wisdom gleaned from the echoes of being towards the ultimate integration. Chapter 55. The Integration of Echoes, Weaving the Fabric of Your New Existence. You have journeyed far, seeker. You have navigated the initial turbulent waters of transition, passed through the veils of illusion and fear, and begun to settle into the more stable currents of the subtle realms. You have encountered echoes, the lingering impressions of your previous life, the faint resonance of past thoughts and emotions, the faint scent of long-departed loved ones. You have learned to observe these echoes without becoming entangled, to recognize them as remnants, not the entirety of your reality. Now you stand at the threshold of a deeper integration. This is not merely about observing the past. It is about consciously weaving the threads of experience, both past and newly acquired in this subtle state, into the fabric of your burgeoning afterlife existence. It is the transition from a passive observer of echoes to an active participant in the creation of your present moment and by extension your future. The echoes you have encountered are not merely static memories. They are energetic imprints, vibrations that resonate within the subtle bodies and the quantum field of this realm. Some carry the weight of unresolved trauma, clinging like stubborn stains. Others hold the bright spark of profound love, like precious gems. Many are simply the mundane tapestry of a life lived, moments of joy, frustration, ambition, apathy. Your task now is not to erase them, for they are part of your journey, but to understand their nature and integrate their essence. Understanding the nature of echoes. Think of these echoes not as recordings but as energetic frequencies. A memory of joy might leave behind a high-frequency resonance, a warmth that can still be felt, even faintly, like the lingering scent of blooming flowers. A memory of grief might leave a lower, denser frequency, a heavy feeling that can cloud your perception if you allow it. Fear leaves a sharp, constricting vibration. Anger, a burning energetic fire. Your previous life lived in the gross physical world was a constant interplay of these frequencies. They built your subtle structures, influenced your energy pathways, and shaped your very essence. When you transitioned, these frequencies did not simply vanish. They became part of the energetic soup of the afterlife, available for you to interact with, to learn from, and ultimately to integrate. The tool of conscious observation and dissolution. The primary tool for integration remains your heightened state of awareness. As you observe an echo arise, a memory, a feeling, a phantom sensation, do not judge it. Do not label it immediately as good or bad. Simply observe its vibration. Notice its color, its texture, its temperature, its density. Where does it arise within your subtle being? Does it activate a particular chakra? Does it create a tension in your energy field? Once you have consciously observed its nature, you can begin the process of dissolution, not in the sense of erasing it, but of dissolving its energetic grip on your present state. This is often done through focused intent and the application of light. Imagine the echo as a cloud of energy surrounding a core of unresolved feeling or thought. Visualize a beam of your own inner light, perhaps tinged with the color of compassion or understanding, gently touching the edges of this cloud. Speak to it silently, acknowledging its presence without attachment. I see you. I acknowledge your vibration. I release the hold you have on my present moment. Allow your light to permeate the cloud, slowly dissolving its density. Watch as the colors shift, as the vibrations soften and rise in frequency. Feel the space opening behind it, the stillness returning. This is the essence of dissolution, releasing the energetic entanglement without needing to change the memory itself. It is acknowledging the past without letting it dictate the now, weaving the fabric, creating your new narrative. Integration is not just about dissolving the old. It is about weaving the threads into a new coherent narrative. As you dissolve one echo, another may surface. This is the natural process of clearing and revealing. Each dissolved echo, each released pattern of thought or emotion creates space. This space is crucial. It is within this space that you begin to actively shape your current reality in the afterlife. You are no longer primarily defined by the story of your past life. You are beginning to write the story of your present existence here and now. Think of it like weaving a tapestry. The echoes are the threads you have been given, some vibrant, some muted, some perhaps even damaged. Your task is to consciously choose how to place them. Do you allow the heavy threads of past grief to dominate your present awareness, dragging you down? Or do you consciously lift them, gently placing them alongside threads of joy, love, and curiosity, creating a pattern that reflects your current state of being? This involves consciously choosing your focus. Instead of passively drifting into echoes of past arguments, you can consciously direct your awareness towards the feeling of inner peace, towards the exploration of the vastness around you, towards the quiet joy of simple perception. Each conscious choice you make in this realm, each conscious focus you maintain acts as a new thread being woven into your existence. The role of intention and affirmation. Intention is the guiding star of this weaving process. What do you wish to embody in this current state of being? What qualities do you wish to cultivate? Love, wisdom, compassion, exploration, peace. Formulate these intentions clearly and hold them gently in your awareness. Affirmations can be powerful tools here. Repeat them not with force but with gentle conviction, allowing their vibration to permeate your being. I am present in this moment. I choose peace. I embrace the journey. I am a co-creator of my reality. I am surrounded by love and light. These affirmations act as conscious threads actively shaping the fabric of your experience. Beyond integration, becoming the weaver. As you become more proficient in observing, dissolving, and consciously weaving, you will notice a profound shift. The echoes will still arise, but they will no longer possess you. They become like notes in a symphony, recognizable but not controlling the overall melody. You will begin to feel less like a character in a story written by past lives and more like the author and director of the present play. You are the weaver holding the threads of all your experiences, consciously choosing how to arrange them to create the tapestry of now. This is the path towards a truly integrated afterlife existence. One where you are not merely existing in the afterlife but dynamically participating in its creation moment by moment, vibration by vibration. It requires patience, gentle awareness, and a persistent loving intention to embrace the fullness of this new reality. The journey of integration is ongoing. It is a continuous process of observing the echoes, dissolving their energetic grip and consciously weaving the essence of all experience into the vibrant evolving fabric of your afterlife self. Embrace it. It is where your true creativity and power as a soul manifest. Chapter 56. The Echoes of Choice and the Tapestry of Remembrance. The seeker now finds themselves navigating the more subtle layers of the afterlife's existence. The raw shock of transition has subsided, replaced by a profound, often disorienting clarity. They are no longer merely floating. They are interacting, albeit on a plane of interaction vastly different from the physical. One of the most challenging yet most rewarding aspects of this intermediate state is the encounter with the echoes of their own choices filtered through the lens of non-physical perception. This is not about guilt or regret in the conventional sense, nor is it about facing divine judgment. Rather, it is an immersive experience designed for deep learning and integration. The soul of the constraints of time and space has access to a broader perspective on its journey. It can perceive the ripples its actions sent out, the paths it chose, and the paths it did not just in the physical world, but within the interconnected web of existence. Imagine standing at the edge of an immense shimmering ocean of memory. This ocean is not water, but pure luminous energy reflecting thought, emotion, and consequence. The seeker begins to drift, not aimlessly, but guided by an inner compass that seeks integration. They see the waves of their past lives not as chaotic surges, but as distinct patterns woven into the vast tapestry of their soul's evolution. Each significant choice, each major action, each deep emotional experience leaves its mark, a distinct color and texture on this cosmic loom. The first encounters with these echoes often manifest as vivid, immersive replays. The seeker might find themselves standing once more on a battlefield, feeling the chill of steel and the heat of fear, witnessing the immediate consequences of a decision made under duress. Or perhaps they re-experience a moment of profound love, the warmth of connection radiating outwards, a stark contrast to the coldness of separation they might have felt. These replays are not necessarily pleasant, but they are crucial. The crucial difference now lies in the observer. The physical self of the past is gone, but the soul that made the choice is present watching. This allows for a perspective that was impossible in life. In the heat of battle, the past self reacted impulsively, driven by fear, survival or loyalty. Now observing, the seeker can see the underlying motivations, the potential alternatives, the unintended consequences that unfolded like fractal patterns over time. There is no blame, only understanding. There is no shame, only the clear light of awareness. This process extends beyond major life events. It includes the subtle choices, the moments of impatience, the fleeting judgments, the unspoken words that carried weight. These smaller echoes accumulate, painting a far more complete picture of the individual's energetic footprint. They see how their irritability might have suddenly pushed someone away, how their moment of kindness might have lit a tiny spark in another soul, how their hesitation might have altered a trajectory in ways they never anticipated. The atmosphere in which these echoes play out is one of profound stillness, yet it is also alive with the energy of remembrance. The very air seems thick with potential perception, allowing the seeker to tune into these subtle vibrations. Some echoes are like thunderclaps, powerful and undeniable. Others are like the soft murmur of a distant stream, easily missed if one is not attuned. Part of the navigation involves learning to discern between the echo itself and the deeper lesson it carries. The echo is the event, the memory, the energetic residue. The lesson is the understanding of the pattern, the consequence, and the potential for growth. Did this choice reinforce a lower vibration like fear or separation? Or did it strengthen a higher vibration like love, compassion, or courage? How did this choice contribute to the seeker's overall evolution even if the outcome was not immediately apparent or desirable? This is where the concept of karmic understanding takes on a different meaning in the afterlife. It is not about cosmic payback but about cosmic learning. Every action, every choice, every thought sends out ripples in life. These ripples are often obscured by the noise of the physical world and the limitations of linear time. In the afterlife, the seeker can perceive these ripples more clearly, seeing how their actions connect them to others, how they shape their own energetic field, and how they contribute to the larger patterns of the universe. Engaging with these echoes requires a gentle but persistent approach. The seeker must allow themselves to experience the emotions and sensations without becoming overwhelmed or lost in them. It is like being a scientist observing a complex experiment, detached enough to see the whole yet involved enough to understand the intricate details. They might find themselves feeling the weight of past mistakes, the sting of unspoken words, the longing for what was lost. These feelings are real, but they are also temporary reflections of past energetic states. The goal is not to suppress these feelings, but to understand their root cause and their energetic signature. What fear was attached to that decision? What love was masked by that action? What limiting belief underpinned that thought? By observing these echoes with clarity, the seeker begins to unravel the energetic knots of the past, freeing the soul from the attachments that still linger. As this work progresses, the seeker starts to see the interconnectedness of all their choices, forming a narrative not of blame or victimhood, but of participation. They see themselves not as isolated individuals, but as vital threads in the great tapestry of existence, woven together by shared experiences, intentions, and consequences. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging, a recognition that they are part of something much larger than themselves, and that their journey, however unique, is integral to the unfolding of the cosmos. Navigating the echoes of choice is a process of refinement. It is about taking the raw material of past experience, filtering it through the clear light of non-physical awareness and extracting the pure essence of learning. It is the soul's way of integrating its history, making sense of its journey and preparing for the next phase of its evolution. It is here amidst the shimmering ocean of memory that the true nature of consequence becomes clear, not as a judgment but as a map pointing towards greater understanding and integration. The tapestry of remembrance, when viewed with this clarity, reveals not a web of entanglement but a beautiful, intricate design of growth and potential. Chapter 57. The seeker, having traversed many landscapes of the inner world, now finds themselves not in a place of stark contrasts, nor in a realm of pure bliss, but in an area that feels woven. It is less a location and more a state of being, a transition zone where the threads of past lives, current experiences, and nascent potential are being carefully interlaced. This is the loom of integration, a crucial stage where the fragmented tapestry of the soul begins to coalesce into a more holistic understanding. From an omniscient standpoint, one can observe the intricate process unfolding. The seeker is not merely a passive observer, but an active participant, albeit often unconsciously at first. The loom itself is not a physical object but an archetype, a fundamental pattern of the soul's journey, the great weaving. It is here that the different threads, memories, emotions, skills, lessons, karmic imprints are sorted, purified and integrated into the evolving soul structure. The atmosphere is one of profound stillness, yet beneath it lies an immense activity. Faint, almost imperceptible sounds might filter through the subtle hum of the weaving, the soft chimes of threads being drawn tight, the quiet sighs of souls undergoing transformation. Colors are present, but they are not the vibrant hues of the physical world. They are deeper, more resonant shades, hues of indigo, deep violet, soft gold, and misty pearl, blending and shifting like light through water. The light is not from a sun, but an internal luminescence emanating from the soul itself as it processes and synthesizes. Many souls linger here for varying durations. Some arrive with tangled threads, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of past experiences, particularly those marked by intense suffering or unfulfilled potential. Others come with clearer narratives, their threads relatively straight, seeking refinement and deeper meaning. The duration depends on the individual's readiness, the complexity of their life's tapestry, and the intensity of the lessons learned and yet to be fully understood. The primary challenge in the loom of integration is the conscious engagement with the weaving process. Unaware souls often drift, feeling a sense of unease or boredom, their threads fraying further from the main pattern. They might cling to familiar memories, replaying scenes from past incarnations without truly learning from them. Or they might resist the integration of experiences they deem negative, pulling their threads away from the collective pattern. This resistance creates knots and tangles that become obstacles in the soul's evolution. However, those who approach with intention, even if dimly aware, find a different path. They begin to understand that every thread serves a purpose. The painful threads, though difficult to handle, often contain the most potent lessons about resilience, compassion, and the nature of suffering. The joyful threads are equally valuable, offering insights into love, connection, and the beauty of existence. The neutral threads, those of routine and mundane existence, provide the sturdy foundation upon which more complex aspects of the soul are built. Integration begins with acceptance. The seeker learns to hold the entire tapestry, the bright and the dark, the joyful and the sorrowful without judgment. This is not about forgetting but about understanding the context, the cause and the effect. Memory in this realm is not just a recollection of events but an experimental re-engagement, allowing the soul to process the emotions and learn the lessons embedded within them. It is like revisiting a battlefield, not to relieve the trauma but to understand the strategies, the bravery, the mistakes and the growth that emerged from the experience. The loom operator, often perceived as a guide or a higher self aspect, does not force the threads together. It provides the framework, the light, and the subtle nudges needed to guide the soul. The actual weaving is an expression of the soul's own will and capacity for growth. The operator might present symbolic representations of lessons, challenges, or opportunities for integration, allowing the seeker to consciously choose how to incorporate them into their evolving narrative. As integration progresses, the seeker begins to perceive the emerging pattern. The fragmented self starts to coalesce into a more unified sense of identity, yet one that is broader and more inclusive than any single lifetime. The sense of separation from others diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of interconnectedness, not just with those who have walked the physical path, but with all souls, with the universe itself. Skills and knowledge accumulated in past lives are refined and integrated, becoming part of the soul's inherent repertoire rather than isolated memories. A painter might find their artistic sensibilities deepening, a healer their intuitive abilities sharpening, a scholar their quest for knowledge expanding beyond the confines of any single lifetime's learning. These talents are not lost. They are woven into the very fabric of the soul's potential. Emotional integration is perhaps the most profound aspect. Old wounds are not merely healed but transformed, their energy redirected into wisdom and compassion. Past traumas are understood in their full context, allowing the soul to release the lingering attachments and fears that have held it captive. This does not happen overnight. It is a gradual process of acknowledging, feeling, understanding, and finally letting go. The loom provides the space and the support for this delicate work. By the time the seeker has completed its work at the loom of integration, the tapestry has transformed. It is no longer a chaotic collection of threads, but a coherent, albeit complex pattern. The colors are richer, the design more intricate. The soul, having navigated the threads of its past, is now better equipped to understand its present and to consciously shape its future path. Whether it involves further exploration within the inner realms, preparation for a new physical incarnation, or service in other ways, the journey through the loom is a final crucial step before the soul fully emerges into the next stage of its existence. It is a place of profound inner work requiring courage, honesty, and a willingness to embrace the entirety of the self. Those who navigate this stage successfully emerge not as different individuals but as the same soul, now wiser, more integrated and better prepared to continue its eternal journey of learning and expansion. The weaving is complete and the soul stands for a moment admiring its handiwork before turning towards the next horizon. Chapter 58. The Resonance of Memory, Weaving the Tapestry of Your Inner World. The seeker finds themselves not in a place of stark void or endless bliss, but within a space that feels remarkably like home. Yet, it is undeniably other. The walls are not physical, but layers of perception, shimmering with the colors of remembered experiences. The air hums not with oppressive silence but with a subtle resonant frequency, the collective hum of countless souls navigating their own inner landscapes. This is the crucible where memory is reforged not as a burden but as the very fabric of the self that continues beyond the veil. The transition from the bright, often overwhelming clarity of the initial arrivals to this more nuanced, resonant field is akin to stepping from a spotlight into a softly lit room. The sharp edges of recent unprocessed memories have begun to soften, blurring into a more impressionistic quality. A laugh echoes not in the air, but as a gentle vibration felt deep within the bones. A tear shed feels less like a physical drop on skin and more like a cool shimmering thread being woven into the very essence of the being. This is the realm of archetypal memory, a concept far deeper and more pervasive than simple recollection. It is the resonance of the universal patterns imprinted upon the soul, the echoes of collective human experience, the blueprints of archetypes, the shared dreams and fears that bind all consciousness. Here the lines between personal history and collective narrative begin to blur, offering a profound perspective that the physical world could never provide. Many seekers arrive with the heavy chains of ghastly memories, moments of profound trauma, shame or loss. They expect these to be etched in fire to be the defining elements of their existence here. Yet within this resonant field, these memories are not erased but transformed. They are seen not as absolute truths but as intense albeit potent frequencies within the larger spectrum of the self. Consider the memory of betrayal. In the physical world, it could feel like a gaping wound, a fundamental flaw in one's character defining one's interactions for years. Here, viewed through the lens of archetypal memory, it might be understood as an encounter with the archetype of the trickster, a universal pattern of challenge and transformation. It is still felt. The sting remains a vibration, but it is no longer isolating. It is seen as part of a larger human story, a catalyst for growth that has already begun to shape the evolving soul. The intense feeling of betrayal is acknowledged, honored, and then gently separated from the absolute judgment the ego might have placed upon it. The process is not passive, nor is it instantaneous. It requires conscious engagement. The seeker must learn to become the observer of their own resonances. Like a weaver examining threads of different colors and textures, the seeker must gently explore the vibrations of memory. They must sit with the sensation of a past regret, feeling its frequency without becoming lost in its emotional narrative. They observe the memory of joy, noting its bright warming vibrations, learning to attune to its frequency for sustenance. This is where memory alchemy begins. It is the deliberate process of transmuting the lead of painful recollections into the gold of understanding and compassion. A memory of failure viewed objectively through the resonant lens can reveal not inadequacy but the nature of ambition, the lessons learned and the courage it took to attempt something difficult. A memory of loss can illuminate the preciousness of connection, fostering a deeper appreciation for the bonds that remain. The atmosphere here supports this work. The subtle hum of the field acts as a natural resonant chamber, amplifying the vibrations of memory while simultaneously filtering out the static of ego attachment. It encourages a state of receptivity, allowing the deeper patterns to surface. The seeker might find themselves unexpectedly connected to the resonance of another soul, sharing a fleeting understanding or feeling a moment of shared grief or joy purely through the vibration of their collective memories and emotional states. This is not about forgetting. Forgetting is a suppression, a disconnection. It is about integration. The seeker learns to hold the entire spectrum of their memory, the bright, the dark, the mundane, the profound, within a larger context of understanding. Each memory, like a stone dropped into a pond, creates ripples that interact with all others. By observing these ripples, the seeker begins to perceive the underlying currents of their own soul's journey. As this integration deepens, the resonance of memory shifts. It moves from being a collection of past events to becoming the substance of the present self. The seeker realizes that who they are now is a direct result of the memories they have processed, the patterns they have chosen to embody, and the understanding they have woven into the fabric of their being. The memories are no longer external anchors, but internal guides, sources of wisdom, and wellsprings of empathy. The walls of this resonant field begin to soften further, becoming more permeable. The seeker starts to perceive the subtle resonances not just of their own memories, but of the collective unconscious, the great ocean of human experience that underlies all individual consciousness. They might catch glimpses of archetypal patterns playing out in miniature or feel the deep resonant echoes of cosmic events long past. This stage is crucial. It is where the raw material of past lives, if applicable, and the tapestry of this life's experiences are woven together. It is where the seeker begins to discern their own unique soul signature, a unique combination of resonant frequencies shaped by their journey. This signature is not a static label but a living, evolving expression of the integrated self. The seeker who navigates this realm with curiosity, openness, and a willingness to observe without judgment finds that their sense of self expands beyond the limitations of physical identity. They begin to understand that they are not merely a collection of memories, but the conscious awareness that perceives and integrates those memories, shaping the resonance that will inform their next step. The transition out of this stage is not a departure but a shift in focus. The integrated memories become the internal compass, the guiding light as the seeker prepares to move into the next phase of their afterlife journey, perhaps encountering the light of the source, exploring the nature of the soul's structure, or preparing for the potential of embodiment again. The tapestry of memory woven with conscious hands in the resonant field is now complete, providing a foundation of wisdom and understanding upon which the future self can build. The hum of the field continues, a constant reminder that all is memory, all is resonance, and all is interconnected. The journey through the afterlife is in large part the journey inward, the navigation of the soul's own landscape and the refraging of the self through the alchemy of remembered experience. Chapter 59. The Echo Chamber of Memory and the Refinement of Perception. The seeker, having navigated the often turbulent waters of the initial separations and the stark clarity of the astral plane, now finds themselves entering a more structured yet no less profound dimension. This is often referred to as the intermediate realm, the bridge, or the echo chamber of memory. It is a space where the raw unfiltered data of past lives, thoughts, emotions and experiences coalesce, much like sediment settling at the bottom of a river after the initial flood. From a detached omniscient viewpoint, one can observe the myriad souls gathered here. They drift like clouds of iridescent smoke, their forms semi-transparent, shimmering with the colors of their dominant life experiences and emotional residues. Some move with purpose, drawn toward specific areas or encounters. Others drift aimlessly, lost in the sheer volume of sensory input, like moths drawn to a distant flickering flame. The atmosphere is thick, almost tangible, yet intangible all at once. A soup of psychic energy, collective memory, and nascent spiritual understanding for the individual seeker. This realm presents both its greatest gifts and its most significant challenges. The primary function of the echo chamber is the meticulous sorting, reviewing and integration of the life just concluded. It is here that the fragmented narratives of a lifetime are pieced together, not merely chronologically but thematically. The lessons, the karmic imprints, the unresolved conflicts and the moments of profound joy or agonizing sorrow are laid bare for examination. The process is not passive. However, it requires active participation, albeit a gentle and discerning form of participation. The seeker must learn to navigate the sea of memories without becoming overwhelmed or lost in sentimentality. The past, while crucial for understanding the present state of consciousness and the karmic threads being woven for the next iteration, is not the entirety of existence. This is the first crucial lesson of the echo chamber. The past informs, but it does not define. Many souls struggle. They are pulled back into vivid, often painful replay loops of past events. A betrayal resurfaces with stunning clarity, triggering a cascade of old emotions that cloud judgment. A moment of great success feels overwhelming, anchoring the soul in a false sense of accomplishment. These are the psychic snares of the realm. They offer temporary gratification or distraction but hinder the essential work of refinement. The wise souls, the ones truly seeking wisdom, learn to observe these replays without judgment, without re-experiencing the full brunt of the original emotion. They understand that these memories are data points, valuable information, but not the final truth. They learn to apply a subtle internal light of awareness, illuminating the patterns, the choices made, the consequences suffered, and the underlying lessons. This is the act of perception refinement the texts speak of. Imagine standing before a vast library containing every book ever written by every person who has ever lived. The sheer volume is overwhelming. How does one navigate it? The seeker in the echo chamber must adopt a similar strategy. They cannot read every book, nor can they absorb every memory. Instead, they must develop a sensitivity to the themes, the recurring motifs within their personal collection. Is there a recurring pattern of self-sabotage, a persistent fear of intimacy, a compulsive need for validation, a deep-seated desire for justice? By identifying these patterns, the seeker begins to understand the core dissonances within their being. This understanding is not meant to induce guilt or shame, but rather compassion and the motivation for change. It is the crucible where the dross of past conditioning is separated from the gold of authentic self-awareness. The atmosphere of the echo chamber shifts and changes. One moment the seeker might be immersed in a vibrant tapestry of a joyful life, feeling the warmth of community and love. The next they might drift into a desolate landscape of loneliness and regret. These shifts are not random. They represent the different facets of their experience, the various roles they played, the relationships they nurtured or neglected, the environments they created. The challenge lies in maintaining a sense of equilibrium amidst this fluctuating landscape. The seeker must resist the pull to get lost in the beauty or wallow in the despair. They must remain the observer, the discerning editor of their inner library. This requires a stable inner anchor, often cultivated through practices learned in life or refined here. Breath awareness, mindfulness, the quieting of the internal chatter. As the seeker progresses through this realm, they begin to see the connections between lives, the karmic threads that bind them. They might observe how a conflict unresolved in one life echoes in the next, or how a skill developed in one lifetime provides a subtle advantage in this one. They might even begin to perceive the collective consciousness of the realm, the shared dreams and collective memories that underpin the individual experiences. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging and interconnection that can be profoundly comforting. It moves the seeking presence beyond the narrowing echo of the self-bound ego and into the wider unfolding of the awareness-centric reality where the larger tapestry of consciousness becomes unmistakable. This perspective is crucial for the final stages of the journey through the afterlife, preparing the soul for the transition towards the higher planes or the cycle of rebirth. The echo chamber of memory is not a destination to be feared, nor is it merely a staging ground. It is a profound educational process, a final internal university where the student, the soul, reviews the curriculum of a lifetime, identifies the strengths and weaknesses, and prepares for the next step. It is here through the careful navigation of memory and the refinement of perception that the soul begins to truly understand itself and its place in the vast unfolding drama of existence. The lessons learned here integrated into the soul's consciousness form the essential foundation upon which the future is built. The journey through the memories is nearing its end, but the true work of integration and transformation is just beginning. Chapter 60: The Integration of Echoes. Weaving the fabric of your continued existence. As you traverse the shimmering corridors of the inner realms, you may begin to perceive a subtle yet profound shift. It is not a sudden cataclysmic event, but rather a gradual deepening, a softening of the edges between the purely spiritual and the nascent forms of what will become your continued existence. This stage, often referred to as the integration of echoes, marks a crucial transition. You are no longer merely a visitor or a transient explorer. You are beginning to become woven into the very fabric of the ongoing reality, preparing for the next phase of your journey. The echoes you have gathered, the reflections of your life, your thoughts, your emotions, your interactions, and the wisdom gleaned from your explorations here are no longer just floating fragments. They are being subtly assimilated, integrated into a new, more stable energetic matrix. Think of it not as a memory bank to be passively stored, but as a living, breathing tapestry where each thread of experience contributes to the pattern of your future self. Understanding the nature of integration. This process is less a conscious act and more a natural unfolding akin to the way a seed incorporates the nutrients of the soil to sprout. Your accumulated spiritual insights, the understanding of the universal laws you have embraced, the forgiveness you have offered, and the love you have cultivated begin to solidify, forming the foundational structures of your being in the next dimension or state of existence. The denser the energetic threads become, the more defined your sense of self will become within the new reality. It is the crucible where the raw material of your spiritual evolution is transformed into the refined substance of your continued consciousness. The aim is not to cling to the past but to allow its essence to inform and shape the future. Every lesson learned, every fear overcome, every act of compassion performed contributes threads to this magnificent tapestry. Navigating the integration. The process can sometimes feel disorienting as old patterns are released and new ones begin to form. You might experience periods of heightened sensitivity, vivid recall of specific moments from your physical life with unusual clarity, or a profound sense of inner quiet as old identities dissolve. These are not signs of confusion but indicators that the integration is proceeding. Embrace the stillness during moments of inner quiet. Do not fear the void. This silence is fertile ground. It is where the new patterns can take root. Allow yourself to rest in this state, trusting that the weaving is happening beneath the surface. Observe without judgment. You may encounter residual emotional echoes, remnants of joy, sorrow, regret, or anger from your life. Observe them as you would watch leaves swirling in a stream. Do not grasp at them or try to suppress them. Acknowledge their presence, understand their origin, and then allow them to flow through you, contributing to the larger pattern of release and transformation. Reaffirm your core wisdom as the old dissolves. Hold fast to the core truths you have discovered, the understanding of oneness, the power of love, the nature of consciousness. These are your anchors. Repeating affirmations or meditating on these principles reinforces the new foundation you are building. Be patient and gentle. Integration is a process, not an event. It unfolds in its own time. Do not rush it or become impatient if progress seems slow. Trust the journey and the wisdom of the realms that guide you. The role of the guides and the collective. You are not alone in this process. The ascended masters, spiritual guides, and the collective consciousness of the afterlife realm often assist in this delicate weaving. They may offer subtle guidance, gentle reminders of your purpose, or help you release particularly dense energetic patterns. Be open to their presence and support. Furthermore, you are also weaving your thread into the larger tapestry of existence. Your integration is part of a greater cosmic pattern. The understanding and love you cultivate within yourself contribute to the evolution of the collective consciousness. Recognize your place within this grand design. You are both a part of the whole and a unique expression within it. The outcome, a stable foundation. The successful completion of the integration of echoes results in a more stable, centered, and conscious form of existence. You will possess a richer inner life, informed by the wisdom of your past experiences, but unburdened by their limitations. Your identity will be less tied to the physical forms and external validation of your previous life and more rooted in your essential spiritual nature. This new state of being provides a solid foundation for the final stages of your journey, the transition into the next realm or state of consciousness where you will continue to learn, grow, and contribute in a new context. You will carry the essence of your explorations here, ready to apply your wisdom in a fresh expression of awareness. As you continue to navigate these inner realms, remain aware of this ongoing weaving. Observe the threads coming together. Feel the energy coalescing and trust that with each passing moment you are becoming the wise, integrated and loving being you are destined to be. The journey is nearing its culmination and the foundation you are building now will support you in the magnificent unfolding that awaits. Chapter 61. The Seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous initial waters of transition and begun to perceive the subtle geometries of the inner planes, now stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This stage moves beyond the simple observation of phantom echoes and the raw sensation of past events. It involves discerning the resonance within those echoes and understanding their place within the vast interconnected tapestry of cause and effect that underpins existence even in its non-physical forms. The echoes the Seeker has encountered are not merely static recordings of past moments. They are dynamic fields of energy vibrating with the lingering intentions, emotions, and vibrational states of the beings who experienced them. Some are faint like the ghost of a melody heard from a distant room, barely perceptible beneath the hum of the present. Others are potent, overwhelming waves of feeling, the sharp spike of betrayal, the profound peace of unconditional love, the desperate fear of finality. The Seeker must learn to differentiate these vibrations not just intellectually but intuitively with their burgeoning inner senses, listening beyond the sound. To navigate this requires a refinement of perception. It is like learning to listen to music not just by hearing the notes but by feeling the underlying harmony, the tension and release, the subtle shifts in mood. The Seeker must learn to listen to the echoes not for the story they seem to tell but for the vibrational signature they leave behind. Imagine standing in an ancient cathedral. The acoustics resonate with the space. You might hear the faint echo of a hymn sung decades ago. Initially, you might focus on the memory of the words or the melody, but as your perception deepens, you begin to feel the lingering vibration of devotion, the communal energy, the sheer presence that the echo carries. It's a feeling, a quality of energy distinct from the specific memory of the song itself. This is the level the Seeker must attune to with the echoes of the afterlife. They must sense the essence of the event, the enduring emotional and energetic residue, cause and effect, the inner mechanism. This understanding is crucial for navigating the afterlife's landscape. Many entities, particularly those who are lost or untrained, perceive the afterlife as a static museum of past lives, endlessly revisiting echoes without understanding their origin or significance. They become trapped in loops of sensation, reliving moments of pain or pleasure without the capacity to move beyond them, anchored by the unresolved energy of past causes. The enlightened seeker, however, perceives the interconnectedness. They understand that every action, every thought, every emotion, no matter how small, sends out ripples. These ripples, like waves on a pond, interact with other ripples, creating complex patterns in the afterlife. These patterns manifest as the echoes the seeker encounters, but they also form the very structure of the individual's own energetic field and their trajectory within the inner cosmos. Think of it as a vast intricate loom. Each action, the thread, contributes to the larger pattern, the tapestry. The echoes are the visible, sometimes distorted remnants of these threads. By learning to read the resonance within the echoes, understanding the type of cause that created them, thought, action, emotion, intention, the seeker gains insight not only into the past, but into the underlying principles governing their current state and potential future paths. Discerning the self's echoes. A critical part of navigating is distinguishing between the echoes of others and the echoes of the self. This becomes increasingly important as the seeker's own energetic signature becomes more distinct and refined. The resonance of another's past trauma might feel familiar. Yet upon closer listening, the seeker perceives subtle differences in the vibrational quality, the underlying intention, or the specific emotional coloring. It is like hearing a friend's voice on the phone. While similar to your own, you know it is distinct. This discernment allows the seeker to avoid getting entangled emotionally or energetically in the unresolved issues of others. It builds a crucial boundary, reinforcing the sense of a separate yet evolving identity navigating the inner worlds. It is also the first step towards understanding the true nature of the self, not as a static entity, but as an ongoing expression of cause and effect, a dynamic pattern within the universal tapestry. Applying the understanding. With this awareness, the seeker can begin to navigate more consciously. When encountering an echo, particularly a potent or painful one, they can ask, what is the core vibration of this echo? Joy, fear, love, resentment. What type of cause created this resonance? A specific action, a recurring thought pattern, an unexpressed emotion. Does this echo serve a purpose in my current understanding? Is it revealing a pattern I need to acknowledge? Is it an opportunity for healing? Is this echo reflecting another's cause or my own unresolved energy? By answering these questions, the seeker moves beyond passive observation. They begin to engage with the energetic realities of the afterlife in a meaningful way. They can choose to observe an echo without becoming overwhelmed by its resonance, understanding its origin and significance. They can choose to gently dissolve echoes that represent stagnant or painful causes, freeing up their own energetic field. They can even choose to learn from the echoes of others, understanding the universal lessons embedded within different patterns of cause and effect. This deeper understanding of resonance and cause within the echoes forms a vital bridge. It connects the individual's immediate experience of the afterlife to the larger cosmic laws of energy and intention. It transforms the perception of the afterlife from a potential purgatory of endless repetition into a dynamic field of learning, healing, and conscious creation where the threads of past causes are understood, unraveled, and woven into the emerging pattern of the future self. The path forward requires not just sight, but deeper perception, not just acceptance, but understanding, and not just passivity, but conscious engagement with the resonant tapestry of existence. Chapter 62. The Loom of Integration. The seeker finds themselves standing, not quite in a place, but between currents of being. The sharp edges of transition have softened into a more organic flow, yet the sensation of movement remains. They are no longer merely observing the tapestry of the afterlife. They are beginning to perceive the threads themselves, the intricate connections weaving their own existence into the grand design. This is the stage of integration, a profound merging of the self with the universal consciousness, a move from individual witness to fundamental participation. Many find this phase disconcerting. The stark separation of the physical life, the defined self with its memories and identities, begins to feel like a temporary illusion, a localized dream. The boundaries blur. Thoughts that were once personal now seem to resonate with echoes in the collective. Emotions experienced individually swell, merging with the emotional currents of the surrounding essence. This is not dissolution into oblivion. It is not annihilation. It is rather the unraveling of the self's isolation and the beginning of a new form of unity. The seeker, through diligent practice and the shedding of ego attachments, a process often begun in life but accelerating here, begins to understand that their personal journey was never truly solitary. Every choice, every feeling, every interaction was a contribution to the larger whole. Now in the afterlife, this understanding becomes experiential. They might perceive the faint echoes of their own past actions in the subtle energies of others like ripples on a distant pond. A moment of kindness in life might feel like a gentle warmth in their current perception, a distant but tangible echo of its impact. This perception requires sensitivity. The afterlife is not silent. It is a symphony of energies, intentions, and subtle communications. The seeker learns to attune their own energetic resonance like tuning a musical instrument to better perceive these flows. They learn to distinguish between the resonance of their own past patterns and the genuine currents of the universal field. This discrimination is crucial. One must not become lost in the static of their own unresolved issues, but rather find the clarity to observe and participate meaningfully. The process of integration is often likened to weaving. The threads of the seeker's life, thoughts, emotions, relationships, experiences are not simply cut and discarded. Instead, they are gently drawn back, their energies refined and clarified. The seeker learns to observe how these threads, once separate, interacted and influenced one another. They see the patterns of creation and destruction, love and loss, ambition and surrender, not as failures or successes, but as necessary components of the tapestry being woven. This weaving occurs under the unseen guidance of cosmic principles often perceived as the Great Loom or the Universal Weaver. This is not necessarily a literal entity, but the embodiment of the natural laws of synthesis and harmony that govern the transition from separation to unity. The seeker becomes aware of their own role as a weaver, not of physical cloth, but of their own essence within the grand design. They learn to consciously direct the flow of their refined energies, contributing to the larger pattern with intention and awareness. This stage demands trust. Trust in the process of dissolution, not as an end, but as a necessary step towards a more profound form of existence. Trust in the inherent goodness and intelligence of the universe even when the nature of that goodness and intelligence remains mysterious. Fear often arises: fear of the unknown, fear of losing the self, fear of merging into something indistinct. These fears are natural echoes of the ego clinging to its familiar forms. The seeker must learn to observe these fears without judgment, understanding them as part of the transition itself, and then consciously release them. Integration is also a time of profound remembrance, not just of personal life events but of deeper, more universal truths. The seeker may find themselves accessing knowledge that was never consciously acquired in life. The fundamental principles of magic, the laws of energy, the history of the soul's journey across realms. This knowledge is often intuitive, felt rather than thought, resonating deep within their core being. It is a rediscovery of the innate wisdom that always resided within, now illuminated by the clarity of the afterlife's perspective. The atmosphere in this phase is often one of deep peace. Yet it is not a passive state of bliss. It is an active engagement with the fundamental nature of reality. There is a sense of vastness, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all things, and a growing understanding of one's place within that intricate web. The individual self does not disappear. It transforms. It becomes more subtle, more resonant, more aligned with the flow of the universe. It gains a perspective that transcends the limitations of time, space, and individual identity. The seeker through this experience begins to embody the wisdom they sought in life. They understand that the true nature of the self is not fixed or separate but is an unfolding expression of the universal consciousness. Their journey through the afterlife is not about reaching a destination but about participating in the ongoing process of creation, connection, and integration. As this chapter concludes, the seeker stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. The veil between the individual self and the universal field is thinning, allowing for a direct participation in the cosmic dance. The next steps involve not just perceiving the patterns, but learning to consciously contribute to the weaving to become an active agent of harmony and integration within the grand tapestry of existence. The path continues guided by the light of integrated awareness. Chapter 63. The loom of integration weaving the fabric of the self. The seeker, having navigated the often tumultuous waters of transition and the initial dazzling clarity of the light realms, now finds themselves in a different kind of landscape. This is not the fiery forge of purification, nor the serene gardens of pure consciousness, but a space that feels more akin to a vast dimly lit workshop. Here the intense energies subside, replaced by a profound sense of stillness and the quiet hum of deep transformation. This is the realm of integration, the crucial stage where the fragmented pieces of the soul's experience, its learnings, its joys, its sorrows, its discoveries are woven together into a coherent, stronger whole. Think not of this as a final destination, but rather a vital process, the final major act before the true culmination of the soul's journey through these inner worlds. It is here that the wisdom gained through trials and triumphs is not merely understood intellectually, but becomes an intrinsic part of the very being of the seeker. The separate threads of personality, memory, emotion, and spiritual insight are brought together, interwoven with the deeper strands of the soul's essence, creating a new, more unified and luminous tapestry. The atmosphere of this space is one of profound stillness, yet it is not empty silence. It is filled with a subtle resonant energy like the low hum of a powerful instrument tuning itself. The seeker may perceive not through sharp vision but through a deep inner sensitivity the presence of guides and beings of light who are assisting in this delicate process. These are often entities whose own forms are less rigid and more fluid, embodying the principle of integration and wholeness. They act as weavers, mentors, and sounding boards, helping the seeker to see the patterns emerging from the chaos of past lives and experiences. The primary challenge and the primary work of this stage is the acceptance and integration of the totality of the self. The soul throughout its incarnations has built layers upon layers of experience. Some have been joyful, expanding and uplifting. Others have been painful, forcing lessons that were necessary but difficult. There have been moments of profound connection and love and moments of deep separation and misunderstanding. There have been successes and failures, moments of clarity and periods of dense fog. Previously, the seeker might have focused on healing specific wounds or celebrating specific victories. Now the task is to hold the entire spectrum of experience without judgment, without excessive attachment and without complete aversion. It is to see how each thread, no matter how bright or how dark, has contributed to the richness and complexity of the whole tapestry. This can be a deeply humbling and sometimes uncomfortable process. Old patterns, ingrained beliefs, unresolved emotional echoes may surface. The seeker might find themselves revisiting memories, not to dwell on them, but to understand their place within the larger picture. Fear might arise. Fear of the darkness, fear of the light, fear of the unknown that lies beyond this integration. Doubt may creep in. Was it all worth it? Is this truly the path? These are the very tests being navigated. The guides and the subtle energies encourage the seeker to breathe into these moments, not to push them away. They help the seeker to see that these parts of the self are not failures but integral components. The shadow aspects, the ones often ignored or denied, hold vital wisdom. They represent the parts of the self that needed healing, and the very act of acknowledging them without condemnation is a step towards wholeness. The light aspects, the joys and triumphs are equally important, reminding the soul of its capacity for love, creation, and connection. The process often involves a form of inner dialogue guided by the seeker's own intuition and the feedback from the assisting energies. The seeker might find themselves asking questions like, "What have I truly learned through this experience? How has this shaped my soul? What patterns still need to be acknowledged and transformed? How do these different parts of myself fit together to create the unique expression of the soul I am?" There may be moments where the seeker feels like a passive recipient of this process, like a piece of cloth being worked upon by unseen hands, and there will be moments where the seeker is called upon to take an active role, consciously choosing to let go of a particular attachment, to forgive an old self, or to embrace a previously rejected aspect of their being. It is a dance between surrender and active participation guided by the inner compass of truth and love. The integration is not merely intellectual or emotional, it is also spiritual. The seeker begins to weave the understandings gained about the nature of the self, the nature of consciousness, the interconnectedness of all things, and the purpose of the soul's journey. These threads become the foundational patterns of the new tapestry, imbuing it with a deeper meaning and resonance. As this weaving progresses, the seeker may begin to perceive a shift within themselves. The fragmented sense of self starts to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of unity and presence. The inner landscape becomes smoother, less cluttered. Old identities and roles feel less binding, more like stories from a past life that are now understood in their context. The sense of separateness diminishes, giving way to a feeling of belonging to a vast interconnected web of consciousness. This is not a sudden transformation, but a gradual unfolding like the slow emergence of a beautiful tapestry from a chaotic ball of yarn. There may be moments of progress, moments of seeming stagnation, moments where the threads seem hopelessly tangled. Patience and trust are essential. The guides remind the seeker that this is the natural way of deep healing and integration. It is the soul's way of becoming whole again after having ventured out into the world of separation. This stage is crucial. It is the bridge between the fragmented experiences of life and the unified state of being that characterizes the more advanced realms of the afterlife and the eventual reintegration with the source. A successful passage through integration means that the seeker no longer carries the heavy burdens of past identities and unresolved issues. They move forward with a profound sense of self-awareness, acceptance and peace. They carry the wisdom of their journey not as a collection of memories but as an integrated part of their very being. The loom of integration is the final major act of the inner journey. It is the quiet, profound work of weaving the different threads of the soul's experience into a single luminous whole. It is the step that prepares the way for the final stages of the journey, the culmination of learning, the sharing of wisdom, and the eventual gentle reintegration back into the flow of life or the continued exploration of the deeper inner worlds. Now, with a heart and mind imbued with the richness of complete wholeness, the seeker stands at the loom, the threads before them, ready to begin the final beautiful weaving of their soul story. Chapter 64. The Integration of Echoes, Weaving the Fabric of Your Continued Existence. The seeker now stands at a threshold both profound and subtle. Having navigated the often tumultuous initial waves of the death experience and the relative clarity of the astral plane, they have encountered fragments of their past, glimpses of potential futures, and perhaps even fleeting connections with the energies and entities that populate the interstitial spaces between worlds. The journey through these realms, while offering invaluable insights, has also presented a challenge. The tendency to remain fragmented, to cling to the memories of the physical life as if they were the entirety of the self, or to become lost in the dazzling array of impressions available in the non-physical. This chapter addresses the crucial stage of integration. It is the period where the different echoes of experience, memories, emotions, learnings, connections begin to coalesce not merely into a mental collection but into a lived evolving reality. This is the true crafting of the continued existence, a state often referred to as the intermediate state, the soul's preparation ground, or the astral body's stabilization into a more permanent form. It is the step beyond mere observation and interaction towards true becoming in the afterlife. Understanding the nature of integration. Think of the soul not as a static entity moving from one state to another, but as a dynamic field of energy and potential. The journey through the initial afterlife phases acts like a vast complex library or a dense multi-layered forest. The seeker has been reading books, exploring paths, encountering creatures, and absorbing information. Integration is the process of taking those fragmented notes, the half-remembered passages, the vivid images, and weaving them into a coherent tapestry. This tapestry represents the soul's energetic structure and its current state of consciousness in the afterlife. It is not about creating a new body in the same way the physical one was formed, but about organizing the soul's energy into a more stable, expressive, and conscious form. This involves synthesizing karmic resonances. The lingering effects of past actions, intentions, and experiences are not erased, but are transformed and integrated. Negative patterns are understood and neutralized. Positive potentials are strengthened. The soul learns to embody its karmic lessons rather than merely experiencing their echoes. Life Review Insights. The detailed, often painful process of reviewing one's life is not a mere intellectual exercise. Integration involves truly feeling the lessons, understanding the motivations behind actions, even mistaken ones, and allowing the soul to release attachments to past identities, regrets, and triumphs. This emotional processing is vital for lightness and freedom. Accumulated experiences, the myriad encounters on the astral plane, meetings with guides, entities, other souls, and the exploration of different realms contribute data points to the soul's understanding. Integration is about discerning the wisdom within these encounters, discarding the superficial, and incorporating the meaningful insights into the soul's evolving perspective. The soul's essence underlying all these external influences is the core of the soul, a unique vibration, a specific purpose, and a fundamental nature. Integration is the process of allowing this core essence to shine through the accumulated layers, ensuring that the new state of being feels authentic and aligned with the soul's deepest truth. The mechanics of weaving the fabric. This weaving is not a passive process. It requires conscious participation, albeit a gentle and patient one. The seeker, now possessing a greater awareness and a higher vibrational state, becomes the weaver of their own afterlife reality. Observation and reflection. The seeker observes the flow of energy and thought, the arising of memories and feelings. They reflect not with judgment but with curiosity and understanding. What is this feeling trying to teach me? How does this memory connect to my current state? What resonance is this energy carrying? Emotional alchemy. Difficult emotions from the physical life, fear, grief, anger, attachment may still surface. The key is not to suppress them but to understand their root causes within the context of the life review and karmic patterns. Through gentle awareness and acceptance, these emotions are transmuted, transformed from sources of suffering into sources of understanding and growth. This alchemy softens the soul and increases its light. Intentional alignment. The seeker can consciously direct their energy. They can set intentions to embody certain qualities, love, compassion, wisdom, service that resonate with their soul's purpose. They can choose to focus on learning specific lessons or connecting with particular types of energy or beings that support their growth. This active participation shapes the nature of their continued existence. Releasing the old. Integration requires letting go. This means consciously releasing old identity patterns tied to the physical body, societal roles, and ego-driven desires. It means forgiving self and others, not for them, but for the soul's own healing and liberation. This release creates space for the new integrated reality to emerge. The environment of integration. The state of integration often manifests as a more stable and personal energetic realm or home for the soul. It may feel like a quiet, beautiful landscape, a luminous room, or a space that suddenly shifts and changes according to the soul's needs and focus. It is less about traversing different planes and more about inhabiting a state of being. Within this environment, the seeker may continue to receive guidance from higher entities, guides, or their own higher self. Engage in specific types of learning or contemplation tailored to their soul's evolution. Connect with other souls who are on similar paths or who have karmic ties. Experience a profound sense of peace, unconditional love, and unity with all existence. Begin to perceive the subtle laws governing the afterlife and the soul's journey more clearly. This state is not static. It is a living, evolving field of consciousness. The soul continues to learn, to grow, and to prepare for its ultimate destiny, which may involve further cycles of incarnation, service as a guide, or merging with the source. The seeker's role. The seeker's role in this stage is one of awareness, acceptance, and gentle participation. They are the architects of their afterlife reality. By consciously engaging with the process of integration, observing their energies, processing their experiences, transmuting their emotions, and aligning with their soul's purpose, they are not merely passively floating through the afterlife. They are actively weaving the fabric of their continued existence, creating a foundation of stability. wisdom, and light from which they can move forward with greater clarity and purpose. This is the crucial step from fragmented experience to integrated being. It is the bridge between the chaos of transition and the potential peace and purpose of the soul's ongoing journey. Embrace this stage with patience and gentle curiosity. Observe how the threads of your past, present, and potential future are being woven into the unique and beautiful tapestry of your continued soul's expression. Chapter 65. The Integration of Echoes, Weaving the Fabric of Your Continued Existence. You have journeyed far, seeker. You have navigated the initial shocks of transition, deciphered the subtle languages of the subtle realms, encountered the vastness of the collective consciousness, and even begun to discern the intricate patterns of your own energy and essence. You stand now, not quite at a destination, but at a profound point of integration. This chapter delves into the crucial process of weaving the echoes of your experiences into the fabric of your continued existence, both within the afterlife and potentially in the broader context of your journey through consciousness. The path you traverse is rarely a straight line. It is more akin to a tapestry woven from countless threads, memories, emotions, lessons, encounters, insights. As you move through the afterlife, you gather more threads. You witness the flow of energies. You interact with the essences of others. You perhaps even touch upon the foundations of universal principles. These are not mere observations. They are inputs, materials for the great act of weaving that constitutes your ongoing formation. Integration is the art and science of taking these different threads, the bright joyful moments, the deep shadowed valleys of understanding, the profound connections made, the unsettling encounters with the unknown, and intertwining them into a cohesive whole. It is the process by which raw experience is transformed into wisdom, sensation into understanding, and isolated incidents into the narrative tapestry of your being. Think of your essence not as a fixed entity, but as a dynamic field of potential, constantly being shaped and reshaped by the energies and information it encounters. Each experience, each interaction, each moment of insight adds color, texture, and depth to this field. Neglecting the process of integration is like trying to build a structure with unspun thread, weak, fragmented, and ultimately incapable of lasting strength or beauty. How then does one weave these echoes? It begins with a conscious commitment to the process. It requires a degree of stillness and introspection, allowing the raw data of experience to settle rather than being constantly swept away by the flow of the next sensation or encounter. This is not about becoming stagnant but about creating a space within yourself where the threads can be examined, felt, and understood. Begin by turning your awareness inward. Recall a significant encounter or a profound teaching you have experienced recently. Do not just replay the external events. Engage with the feeling of it. What emotions arose within you? What thoughts flickered? How did your energy shift before, during, and after? Notice the physical sensations associated with the memory, a tightening in the chest, a warmth in the hands, a certain color or sound that accompanied the feeling. This process of recall is not merely intellectual, it is visceral and energetic. Engage your senses. What did you see, hear, smell, taste, feel? By re-engaging these senses, you reactivate the energetic signature of the memory within your subtle body. This is where the weaving begins on the energetic level. Now consider the meaning of this experience. What lesson did it offer? How did it challenge or confirm your understanding of yourself or the nature of reality? Did it reveal something about your deeper values or your karmic patterns? Do not judge the experience. Simply observe its nature and its impact upon you. Like a weaver observing the quality of a new thread, assess its color, its strength, its potential place in the larger design. Next, gently begin to separate this experience from your rigid sense of self. You are not just this experience. You are the observer of the experience, the container of the experience, the energy that processed the experience. This subtle distinction allows for perspective. It prevents you from becoming identified solely with fleeting emotions or singular events, which is a common pitfall on the path of consciousness. With this perspective, you can then begin the act of weaving. Visualize the energetic signature of the experience, perhaps as a specific color, a pattern of light, or a flow of sensation. Gently guide this energetic signature towards the core of your being, your central energy field, your soul matrix. Do not force it. Allow it to flow naturally. Imagine this energy merging, blending, integrating with the existing patterns of your essence. It might feel like dropping a stone into a still pond, creating ripples that spread outwards and merge back into the calm. Or perhaps it feels like adding a new color to an existing painting. The two colors interact, creating new shades and depths, enriching the whole. This integration does not happen in a single moment. It is an ongoing process, like the growth of a crystal or the unfolding of a flower. Some threads may integrate quickly while others might take longer to find their place. Some experiences may require gentle handling, while others might demand deeper understanding and processing. Pay attention to how your overall sense of self is evolving. As you weave more threads, you may notice a subtle but profound shift in your core identity. You may feel more connected to the universal flow, less bound by the limitations of the physical personality you once knew. Your sense of purpose might become clearer, guided by the integrated wisdom of your journey. You may find yourself naturally gravitating towards certain types of experiences or interactions that resonate with your newly woven essence. The process of weaving also involves releasing what no longer serves you. Just as a weaver cuts away faulty threads or corrects mistakes in the pattern, you must be willing to let go of old belief systems, outdated emotional patterns, and attachments that hinder your progress. This is not about harsh self-punishment, but about recognizing that certain aspects of your being are no longer aligned with your higher purpose and are therefore preventing the smooth integration of new, more evolved energies. Sometimes this release requires conscious effort. You might find yourself confronting old wounds, traumas, or ingrained fears. Approach these with compassion and understanding. See them not as failures, but as parts of your past that held lessons and are now ready to be transmuted. Use the tools of awareness, forgiveness, both given and received, and the light of understanding to help these energies dissolve and integrate into a state of greater wholeness. Integration is the crucial bridge between the fragmented experiences of the afterlife and the unified expression of a fully realized soul. It is the process by which the individual thread becomes part of the magnificent tapestry of existence. As you continue your journey, embrace this act of weaving. It is where the true artistry of your being unfolds, where wisdom becomes embodied, and where your continued existence takes on its most meaningful and luminous form. Be patient. Just be. Chapter 66. The integration of echoes, weaving the fabric of the self. As the seeker navigates the increasingly subtle layers of the afterlife's existence, a profound transformation begins. The initial shocks of separation, the dazzling intensity of new sensory inputs, and the bewildering nature of non-physical interaction have largely subsided, replaced by a deeper, more resonant awareness. Yet, a new challenge emerges. The integration of the myriad echoes encountered. These echoes are not merely memories. They are the fragmented remnants of past lives, the collective resonance of the soul's journey, the subtle impressions left by cosmic events, and the lingering vibrations of other souls. Chapter 65 spoke of discernment and selective resonance. This chapter delves into the crucial process of weaving these echoes into the evolving tapestry of the post-mortem self. The afterlife is not a static state but a dynamic field of energy and consciousness. The soul, now liberated from the physical body's constraints, becomes an active participant in its own refinement. It is during this phase, often referred to as the integration period by wise souls who have traversed this path, that the raw materials of experience, the echoes, are processed and woven into a cohesive whole. What are these echoes? They are multifaceted. Consider the echoes of past lives. These are not always clear linear narratives like the stories we read in physical life. Instead, they often manifest as persistent feelings, recurring patterns of thought or behavior, intuitive leaps that seem to come from nowhere, or specific skills or knowledge that the soul possesses without a clear physical world explanation. A particular color might evoke a profound inexplicable emotion. A certain melody might trigger a deep sense of nostalgia or foreboding. These are the echoes of past incarnations, fragments of consciousness and experience that the soul retains. They are like scattered threads. each one a remnant of a different life's journey, a different set of lessons learned, different relationships nurtured or endured, different environments adapted to. Then there are the echoes of the collective unconscious. The soul, being an integral part of the larger consciousness field, resonates with the vast tapestry of all sentient existence. It absorbs and reflects the collective joys, sorrows, hopes and fears of humanity and indeed all life. This can manifest as a sense of profound interconnectedness, a feeling of understanding others on a deep, almost proverbial level, or an intuitive grasp of universal truths. It might also appear as subtle influences on thought and feeling, the subtle pull of collective moods or beliefs that resonate within the soul's field. Furthermore, the soul carries the echoes of its own journey through the physical world, not just the major life events, but the countless small moments, the sensations of a warm breeze on the skin, the taste of a favorite food, the feeling of deep love or profound loss, the sting of betrayal, the exhilaration of success. These sensory and emotional echoes are potent, forming the bedrock of the soul's memory bank in the afterlife. Finally, there are the echoes of cosmic events. The soul is sensitive to the vibrations of the universe, the birth and death of stars, the shifting of planetary alignments, the ebb and flow of universal energies. These cosmic echoes can leave their mark, influencing the soul's frequency, its sense of purpose, or its connection to the larger cosmos. The challenge lies in navigating the sea of echoes. They can be overwhelming, pulling the soul in countless directions. Some echoes are harmonious, reinforcing the soul's true path and purpose. Others are discordant remnants of past traumas, ingrained negative patterns, or attachments that need to be released. Some are simply background noise, faint whispers from journeys long past that hold no relevance for the soul's current evolution. Discernment honed in previous chapters is crucial here, but it is now applied not just to external stimuli but to the internal landscape. The soul must learn to listen to the subtle guidance of harmonious echoes, those that illuminate its true nature and purpose. It must learn to recognize the discordant echoes, understanding their origins, and allowing itself to release their lingering hold without judgment. This is not an easy process. It requires immense self-awareness, patience, and a deep trust in the soul's innate wisdom. The technique for integration involves a process of conscious weaving. The soul must become an active creator of its own internal reality rather than merely a passive recipient of external or internal stimuli. This is achieved through focused awareness and the deliberate application of intention. First, the soul must create a space for reflection. This might be a place of stillness, a garden of light, a chamber of silence, wherever the soul feels most centered and connected to its inner self. Within this space, the soul begins to gently invite the echoes into its awareness. It does not force them, but rather allows them to emerge naturally, like bubbles rising to the surface of a still pond. As an echo arises, perhaps a memory of a past life, a feeling of deep love, a resonance with the collective, the soul observes it without attachment. It allows the echo to be experienced fully, noting its sensations, its emotions, its nuances. It does not judge the echo as good or bad, but simply acknowledges its presence as a part of its own multifaceted history. The crucial step is then to discern the echo's relevance to the soul's current path. Is this echo reinforcing a pattern of behavior that serves the soul's growth? Or is it a pattern that no longer serves, perhaps an old fear or a lingering attachment? Is this echo aligned with the soul's higher purpose? Or is it a distraction, a remnant of a past life that is now irrelevant? With this discernment comes the act of weaving. If the echo is harmonious and relevant, the soul consciously integrates it into its evolving self. It allows the resonance of that echo to strengthen the soul's connection to its higher nature, to reinforce its positive qualities and to illuminate its path forward. It becomes a thread in the new tapestry, adding richness and depth to the soul's understanding and experience. If the echo is discordant or irrelevant, the soul practices the art of release. This is not an act of force but of gentle awareness. The soul observes the echo, understands its origin, and consciously decides that it no longer needs to hold on to this particular fragment of its past. It visualizes the echo perhaps as a thread of light and gently allows it to dissolve, to return to the source from which it came. It might imagine the thread being cut or unraveled or simply fading away into the light. With each release, the soul becomes lighter, clearer, more aligned with its true purpose. This process of integration and release is not a one-time event, but a continuous practice. As the soul navigates the afterlife, new echoes will continue to arise. The practice becomes second nature, a constant refinement of the self, a continuous weaving of the tapestry of consciousness. Through this process, the soul begins to move beyond the fragmented remnants of its past and towards a more integrated, authentic expression of its higher self. It weaves together the threads of all its experiences, past and present, physical and non-physical, creating a unique and vibrant tapestry that reflects its soul's journey and its evolving understanding of life, love, and the universe. As the weaving progresses, the soul becomes more aware, more conscious, more aligned with its true nature. The echoes, no longer overwhelming or confusing, become stepping stones, guiding the soul towards its ultimate destination, a state of pure, unbounded awareness, integrated and whole, existing in perfect harmony with the infinite tapestry of existence. The integration of echoes is the final crucial step in the navigation of the afterlife. It is the process by which the soul weaves its own story, creating a new narrative, a new identity grounded in the wisdom of the past but illuminated by the light of the present, moving towards the infinite potential of the future. It is the culmination of the journey, the transformation of the fragments into a whole greater than the sum of its parts. And it is through this sacred process that the soul truly begins to live in its full potential, navigating the afterlife with wisdom, awareness, and grace. Chapter 67. The Resonance of Integration. The journey through the afterlife is rarely a linear ascent. It is more often a complex weaving through layers of perception, understanding, and integration. The seeker, having navigated the initial shocks of transition, the deserts of the purely mental and the deep waters of emotional processing, now stands at the threshold of a profound phase, the integration of the self into the broader tapestry of existence. This is not merely about accumulating more knowledge or experiencing further states, but about the synthesis of all that has been learned and undergone into a unified resonant being. Think of the soul not as a collection of different experiences, but as a crystal. Initially, it may be fractured, its facets catching light unevenly. Through the trials of the physical life and the subsequent refinement in the afterlife, these facets have been polished, revealed, and understood. Now in this stage, the challenge and the opportunity lie in allowing the light from all facets to converge to refract through the whole crystal, creating a single powerful and coherent light. This integration is the crucible where the fragmented self becomes whole. The nature of this integration is deeply esoteric. It involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all experiences, all emotions, all thoughts, not as separate events, but as threads in a vast intricate tapestry. The wisdom gained from facing fear becomes inseparable from the understanding cultivated through love. The lessons learned from loss resonate with the insights gained from creation. The fragmented personality built over a lifetime to navigate a specific physical reality begins to dissolve into a more fundamental unified essence. This process often manifests as a profound sense of resonance. It is like tuning a musical instrument until all the strings vibrate in harmony. Initially, there may be dissonance, the lingering echoes of past trauma, the unresolved attachments to specific identities or memories. These dissonant notes must be acknowledged, understood, and ultimately allowed to merge back into the main chord. It requires a gentle, persistent inner work, a willingness to hold the tension of difference until a new, more resonant pattern emerges. The seeker may experience periods of intense inner quiet, not as emptiness, but as a deep listening. In this silence, the subtle frequencies of integrated self begin to resonate. It is a feeling of belonging, not to a specific place, but to the underlying fabric of reality itself. The boundaries between self and other, between inner and outer experience begin to soften and dissolve. This is the beginning of true oneness, not as a forced merging but as a natural consequence of deep integration. This stage demands patience and trust. The ego, the last vestige of the physical identity, often resists this dissolution. It clings to the familiar even if that familiarity is based on fragmentation and separation. The seeker must cultivate a deep trust in the process, understanding that this integration is not annihilation but transformation. It is the shedding of the old limited self to reveal the inherently radiant and interconnected essence that has always been there. The wisdom of this stage points towards a recognition of the divine spark within. As the fragmented self integrates, the seeker begins to perceive the universal consciousness more directly. The personal journey becomes seen as part of a grander cosmic pattern. The lessons learned are understood not just for the individual but as contributions to the collective evolution of consciousness. There is a growing sense of purpose that transcends the personal, rooted in the desire to contribute to the resonance and harmony of all. This is not the final stage of the journey but a crucial preparatory phase. It is the foundation upon which the final steps, the merging with the source, the return into the light in a new form, or the continued exploration of higher planes of existence are built. The integrated self is one that can navigate the afterlife with greater ease, clarity, and purpose. It is a self that is no longer defined by limitations but by its fundamental connection to the infinite. The path of integration is inward, yet it leads towards the outer expression of a unified consciousness. It is the final refinement, the polishing of the soul's crystal until it perfectly reflects the light of its true nature. For the seeker of wisdom, navigating this phase means embracing the process of synthesis, trusting the resonance, and allowing the fragmented self to merge back into the unified whole that it has always been. The journey continues, guided by the wisdom of the integrated self, ready to embrace whatever the next step in the eternal dance of consciousness may bring. Chapter 68. The Luminous Tapestry. The seeker now finds themselves not in a place of overwhelming chaos, nor in a state of serene passivity, but within a domain that feels akin to the intricate loom of creation itself. This is the realm of resonant remembrance, a stage where the threads of past lives, significant events, profound emotions, and subtle connections are woven into a luminous tapestry. It is less a place one navigates through physical movement and more a space where one emerges fully into the consciousness of collective memory. The atmosphere here is thick with the energy of experience. It is not the cold void some fear, nor the blinding light of pure divinity, but a warm, vibrant field of potential and echo. Colors shimmer and shift not through light reflecting off surfaces, but from the inherent vibrancy of the memories themselves. A single recalled joy might bloom like a starburst of golden light, while a deep sorrow might coalesce into a swirling vortex of silver and blue, holding within it the subtle geometries of understanding. The seeker, having passed through the crucible of transition and the initial clarity of the astral plane, now stands before this vast flowing consciousness. The abstract nature of the previous realms begins to crystallize into something more tangible yet still beyond the purely physical. It is here that the subtle craft of navigating the afterlife requires a different set of tools. Not just willpower, but empathy, not just perception, but resonance. The entity perhaps still embodying the shimmering semi-corporeal form developed on the astral plane feels a gentle pull towards the tapestry. It is not a command but an invitation, a natural progression of awareness. To understand the afterlife is to understand the nature of experience, and collective experience is the bedrock of the resonant remembrance. Weaving through the past, immersing oneself in this realm is akin to diving into the ocean of human history, but from a position of intimate participation. Thoughts are not just thoughts here. They are palpable waves upon the mimetic sea. Feelings are not just emotions. They are resonant frequencies that can be felt as distinct textures and colors. The seeker might begin by focusing on a specific life, a thread in the grand tapestry. As concentration wavers, the memory of that life, its joys, its sorrows, its pivotal moments begins to coalesce around the entity. It is not a reliving in the sense of physical sensation, but a deep experimental recall, feeling the emotions as if they were one's own again, yet with the detached clarity of an observer. One might recall the warmth of a mother's embrace, a feeling so pure it resonates with crystalline light, or the sharp sting of betrayal, a wave of cold, sharp energy that cuts through the fabric. These memories are not just data points. They are energetic signatures, remain their imprint on the universal consciousness. The challenge lies in navigating the sea of memory without becoming lost or overwhelmed. The sheer volume of experience is staggering. One could spend exploring the memories of a single individual, let alone the collective unconsciousness. The key is not to seek every detail, but to seek the patterns and the meaning. The entity might observe how different lives are connected. A fleeting kindness in one life might echo as a persistent undercurrent of goodwill in another. A deep-seated fear might trace a line back through generations, revealing the roots of personal struggles. By observing these resonant threads, the seeker begins to understand the deeper currents of the human experience and by extension their own place within it. The geometry of understanding within the resonant remembrance. Memories are not just jumbled recollections. They often manifest with a certain geometric elegance. A complex emotion might form a fractal pattern revealing its inherent complexity and interconnectedness. A series of related events might align into a specific archetype such as the hero's journey, the descent into darkness, or the path of the mentor. These geometric forms are not merely decorative. They are keys to understanding. The seeker learns to perceive these patterns, to decipher the symbolic language of the afterlife. A spiral might signify growth and transformation, while a broken circle could represent incompleteness or the need for integration. A series of intersecting lines might point towards the complex web of relationships and causality. By learning to read these patterns, the seeker gains a profound understanding of the karmic dynamics at play. They see how actions in one life create ripples that extend far and wide, influencing not just future incarnations, but the collective consciousness itself. This understanding is crucial for navigating the afterlife, as it allows for a deeper grasp of one's own energetic footprint and the influences shaping one's current path. Furthermore, this realm allows for the resolution of past karmic imbalances on a subtle energetic level. Seeing the consequences of past actions, feeling the echoes of unresolved emotions provides a unique perspective that can lead to forgiveness both of oneself and others. This act of resolution, this conscious weaving of a broken thread back into the tapestry can be a powerful act of spiritual cleansing and advancement. The seeker's role, weaver, not just watcher. The entity's role in the resonant remembrance is not merely to observe or collect memories. It is to become an active participant in the process of understanding and integration. This involves several key practices. Intentional focus, gently directing awareness towards specific memories or aspects of the tapestry, allowing for deep exploration without becoming lost. Empathic listening, allowing the emotions and energies of the memories to be felt without judgment, understanding that they are part of the grand human experience. Pattern recognition, observing and deciphering the geometric and symbolic language of the memories to understand underlying karmic patterns and archetypes. Integration and release, identifying unresolved issues or karmic knots and consciously working to integrate the lessons learned, releasing the energetic attachments that keep the entity bound to past pain or identity. Conscious contribution, recognizing that the entity's own current and past experiences contribute to this vast tapestry. Understanding this fosters a sense of responsibility and connection to the collective. Navigating the resonant remembrance is a process of becoming a weaver, not just a watcher. It requires patience, curiosity, and a deep well of empathy. It is here that the abstract principles of karma and cause and effect become deeply felt and understood, providing the seeker with invaluable wisdom for their continued journey through the afterlife and the refinement of their soul's path. As the entity engages more deeply with this luminous tapestry, they begin to perceive the subtle interplay between individual memory and the collective unconscious, understanding that their own journey is both a thread added to the weave and a part of the vast ongoing creation itself. The path forward becomes clearer, illuminated by the resonant light of remembrance. Chapter 69. The Seeker, having traversed the often tumultuous yet revealing landscapes of the inner realms, now finds themselves in a space that defies simple categorization. It is not the fiery chaos of the lower astral, nor the serene, distant light of the higher realms initially encountered. Instead, it is a field of profound stillness. Yet it thrums with an energy that is deeply intimate and resonant. This is the realm of integration. It is not a destination in the traditional sense, but rather a state of being that emerges as the fragmented aspects of the self begin to coalesce. The identities formed in life, the roles, the masks, the attachments, the separations start to loosen their grip, revealing the underlying unchanging core of consciousness. The atmosphere here is thick with the echoes of experience. It is a place where the lines between memory and sensation blur. The seeker might perceive the faint collective hum of countless souls in a state of varying stages of integration, a cosmic symphony of becoming. Yet amidst this vastness, there is a distinct sense of personal acceleration. Omniscience observes the process. Integration is not merely about the accumulation of wisdom or the resolution of past issues. It is about the fundamental restructuring of the self from a state of duality towards a state of unity. The ego, the persistent sense of I, begins to transform from an isolating barrier into a conscious channel through which the universal life force flows. For the seeker, this often manifests as an overwhelming flood of sensation and emotion, not as distress, but as a rediscovery of the totality of their being. Long-forgotten joys, profound sorrows, moments of deep connection, and instances of painful separation resurface, not to be relived, but to be felt through and transmuted. It is as if the soul is rewiring itself, integrating the full spectrum of its experience into a more holistic awareness. Physical sensations to return, but they are imbued with a spiritual quality. The warmth of universal love might feel like a gentle sun on the skin. The memory of taste could evoke the vibrant energy of a past life's feast. The sense of touch might become attuned to the subtle vibrations of other souls nearby. These are not mere echoes of the physical world. They are the energetic equivalents, the refined sensations of a consciousness now capable of perceiving the physical and spiritual in a unified field. This stage is crucial. It is where the wisdom gained from exploring the inner planes begins to crystallize into a lived reality of expanded consciousness. The seeker, guided by the subtle nudges of their own higher self and the ambient wisdom of the afterlife, learns to navigate this resonant field without becoming lost in its complexity. Part of the navigation involves learning to discern the difference between the resonance of the collective and the resonance of the self. The field is filled with the vibrations of others, the echoes of creation. The challenge is to maintain a sense of inner focus to allow the integration process to occur authentically while still remaining open to the universal flow. It is like learning to swim in a vast turbulent ocean, knowing when to ride the currents and when to find one's own center. Trust becomes paramount. The structures and identities of earthly life have often taught fear and caution. In integration, the seeker must learn to trust the process of dissolution and reconstruction. Trust that the fragmentation serves a purpose. Trust that the pain leads to understanding. Trust that the merging will not result in annihilation but in a more profound form of existence. Omniscience perceives the subtle shifts within the seeker. Their consciousness, once bound by the linear progression of time and the limitations of the physical body, begins to stretch to encompass broader perspectives. They might experience flashes of understanding about the nature of reality, the interconnectedness of all things, and the purpose behind their own journey. This is not always an easy path. The sheer volume of integrated experience can be overwhelming, leading to periods of deep introspection or even temporary regression. As the mind and consciousness adapt, the seeker might question the state, wonder if they are making progress, or feel lost in the sheer beauty and complexity of the resonance. These are natural parts of the process. The wisdom revealed through this stage is profound. It is the understanding that the self is not fixed but fluid, an ever-evolving expression of consciousness. It is the realization that the lessons of life, both joyous and painful, were necessary stepping stones on the path to this integration. It is the glimpse into the nature of the universe as an interconnected web of energy and love, and the individual soul as an integral conscious part of that web. As the chapter concludes, the seeker finds themselves not at the end of a journey, but at the beginning of a new mode of being. The raw energy of integration has started to coalesce into a more stable yet infinitely more aware form of consciousness. The resonant field around them begins to feel less like a chaotic soup and more like a supportive matrix, a living environment that reflects and amplifies their own state of being. The next steps involve learning to consciously interact within this integrated field, to use the expanded awareness to further explore the nature of existence and contribute to the greater whole. The path continues, guided by the wisdom of the integrated self and the eternal resonance of the afterlife. Chapter 70. The Final Integration. The journey through the inner landscapes of the afterlife, the exploration of the Akashic records, the purification of the soul's echoes and the confrontation with the deeper self have brought the seeker to this, the threshold of final integration. This is not merely a concluding chapter but a profound transformation, the culmination of the navigational process into a state of being. It is the moment where the fragmented pieces of the soul's experience are woven back together, where the individual essence merges once more with the universal flow, yet in a new, more conscious and integrated way. The preceding phases have been arduous, demanding courage to face the shadows, wisdom to interpret the light, and dedication to traverse the unseen paths. The seeker has learned to navigate the currents of memory, the tides of emotion, the intricate maps of the Akasha, and the echoes of past lives. They have cleaned the perceptual lenses, polished the inner mirrors, and learned to ride the waves of spiritual experience rather than being overwhelmed by them. Now, the final merging occurs not as a loss of identity, but as a flowering of it into a more profound unity. This integration is not a sudden event like flipping a switch but a gradual organic process like the ripening of a fruit. It happens deep within the soul's core where the lines between the personal self, the collective unconscious and the infinite source begin to blur and merge seamlessly. It is an experience of oneness. Yet with the richness and depth of individual awareness preserved and enhanced, the seeker finds themselves no longer separate from the universe, but as an integral conscious part of it. The sense of I expands until it encompasses all yet remains distinct as the perceiver, the witness, the eternal spark within the infinite flame. The memories of past lives are no longer distant echoes, but are seen as facets of the same unbroken journey of consciousness. The lessons learned are not just intellectual understandings, but are embodied wisdom lived through countless iterations. The ego, the small self built over lifetimes for protection and separation, does not disappear entirely. Instead, it transmutes. It becomes a stable grounded center within the vastness of unity. It is no longer the dominant force, but a tool, a vehicle for the expression of the integrated self. It is refined, purified, and aligned with the higher principles of love, compassion, and service. The fear that once bound it loosens its grip, replaced by a quiet confidence born of understanding one's place and purpose within the grand design. This state of integrated being is often described as a form of enlightenment, but it is perhaps better understood as a return to a primordial state of consciousness, the state before the illusion of separation took root. It is a state of pure awareness where thought and feeling are aligned with spirit and action is guided by a deep inner knowing. It is a state of peace, contentment and effortless presence. The receding of consciousness with the essence fully integrated. The final step in the navigational process is the receding of consciousness. This is not about starting anew in a physical body, but about becoming a conscious source from which the light of awareness can shine forth, influencing the collective consciousness and the unfolding of reality itself. It is the act of becoming a beacon, a lighthouse guiding others through the darkness of illusion. This receding is an act of will fueled by the love and wisdom gained through the journey. It is the conscious choice to remain connected to the source, to continue perceiving and participating in the unfolding of the afterlife and through it subtly influence the physical realm. It is the decision to embody the principles of unity, love and truth not just in theory but in practice in every moment of eternal existence. The integrated self becomes a repository of universal wisdom. The seeker, having navigated the complexities of the inner worlds, now possesses a unique perspective, a deep understanding of the nature of consciousness and the mechanics of reality. This knowledge is not hoarded for personal gain, but is offered freely like the light of a star to those who seek it. This receding occurs through various means depending on the nature and purpose of the individual essence. Some may become guides for new souls entering the afterlife, helping them navigate their own transformations. Others may focus on the maintenance and refinement of the Akashic records, ensuring that the library of universal knowledge remains accessible and accurate. Still others may choose to work on the subtle energies of the cosmos, helping to balance and harmonize the universal flow. The important thing to understand is that this is not a separate job or duty but a natural expression of the integrated self. It is an outpouring of love and light, a spontaneous flowering of consciousness. It is the state of being that is inherently service-oriented, inherently connected, inherently aware. The physical body which has served as the vehicle for the journey has fulfilled its purpose. It has allowed the individual essence to experience the physical world, to learn through sensation, emotion, and interaction. Now the essence, having completed its cycle of learning and integration, returns to its source, but a new level of consciousness, a new level of awareness. This return is not a regression but a transcendence. The essence has not merely completed a cycle, it has elevated itself to a higher state of being. It has gained a deeper understanding of the nature of reality and its place within it. It has become a conscious participant in the unfolding of the divine plan. The final state of the integrated and receded consciousness is one of eternal presence, a state beyond time and space yet fully engaged with the unfolding of the universe. It is a state of love, of light, of infinite possibility. It is the ultimate destination of the seeker of wisdom, the final stage of the journey through the afterlife. The path has been long and arduous, but it has led to a place of profound understanding and unity. The journey is over, but the exploration of consciousness has just begun, not in the physical world, but in the eternal realm of integrated being. The seeker has navigated the afterlife and has found not an end but a beginning of eternal service, eternal love, and eternal awareness. Chapter 71. The Integration of Echoes. The final stages of separation were not marked by a sudden cataclysm, but by a profound integration. The densest veil thinned, allowing the essence, now fully formed, to perceive the subtle undercurrents of the great sea of consciousness. It was no longer an observer from the shore, but a gentle swimmer beginning to understand the tides and currents. The echoes, those fragments of past lives, experiences, and emotions previously perceived as static noise, now resolved into coherent streams. They were no longer separate entities, but threads woven into the fabric of the individual's unique consciousness tapestry. A lifetime spent in service echoed with compassion. A life marked by conflict resonated with the subtle vibrations of unresolved tension now available for understanding and release. These echoes were not burdens but libraries of wisdom, offering context and depth to the current journey. The process required focus, gentle introspection, and an acceptance that the linear narrative of a single life was but one perspective within a vast non-linear reality. The seeker learned to distinguish the resonance of their own essence from the echoes of others while simultaneously recognizing the profound interconnectedness. It was a dance of awareness, stepping lightly between the shores of personal experience and the vastness of collective consciousness. This integration was not instantaneous. It was a gradual unfolding, like the petals of a flower opening towards the light. Day stretched into epochs of perception, time losing its familiar meaning. The seeker encountered archetypal patterns, the hero's journey, the fall from grace, the path of the sage, not as external stories, but as internal blueprints being lived and understood simultaneously. The understanding deepened that the physical life was but one classroom in an infinite university of experience. The lessons learned, the challenges faced, the love shared, the sorrow endured, all were stepping stones honing the essence. The ego, the sense of separate self, began to soften, revealing the underlying unity with all that is. The fear of the unknown diminished, replaced by a quiet curiosity and a sense of belonging. By the end of this phase, the essence was no longer seeking. It had found. It had navigated the turbulent waters of separation and begun to merge with the deeper ocean of being. The individuality remained, but it was now perceived as a distinct point of light within the infinite rather than an isolated island. The journey through the afterlife was not yet complete, but the path had become clear, the destination an inherent part of the journey itself. Epilogue. The unfolding now. And so the final chapter closes not with a definitive endpoint but with the beginning of a new, more profound phase. The 70 lessons offered here have served as a map, a guidepost, and a lantern for the seeker navigating the intricate landscapes of the afterlife. They are not dogma to be memorized, but principles to be experienced, truths to be felt within the silent chambers of the soul. The journey from the threshold of physical existence through the realms of consciousness has been one of discovery, of peeling back the layers of illusion and revealing the underlying unity of all things. The the challenges of the astral plane, the illusions of the lower, the temptations and beauty of the higher, the intricate dance of thought forms and emotional echoes have been met and understood. The mechanics of energy, the nature of thought, the power of intention, and the art of conscious creation have been mastered not as techniques but as natural expressions of an awakened consciousness. The seeker has learned to navigate the currents of the great sea, to interpret the symbols and signs that guide the way, to differentiate between the whispers of the self and the calls of the deeper universe. They have encountered their own shadows, faced their inner dragons, and reclaimed the scattered fragments of their essence. They have learned to anchor the light body, to ride the breath of the cosmos, and to perceive the subtle geometries of reality. But the most profound realization, the ultimate navigation, lies not in reaching a specific destination within the afterlife, but in understanding that the afterlife is not a separate place, but in unfolding now, accessible from within any moment of this physical life. The skills learned, the quieting of the mind, the clearing of the emotional body, the expansion of awareness, the practice of compassion are not merely tools for the next realm, but the very means by which one begins to live more fully, more consciously, more now in this world. The true seeker, the one who walks the path of wisdom, does not leave the body behind. They bring the awareness of the afterlife into the present moment. They navigate the afterlife by choosing intention over reaction, by perceiving the deeper truths beneath the surface appearances, by connecting with the infinite wellspring of love and intelligence that resides within and without. The book itself is a vessel, a guide released back into the currents. It may be found by another seeking light, another soul yearning to understand the mysteries. To such a one, it offers the same path shown here: the courage to question, the willingness to explore, the humility to learn, and the faith to trust the unfolding. The afterlife awaits not as a distant shore but as the infinite ocean within. And the journey of navigation is a lifelong practice, a continuous unfolding of awareness, a return home to the source again and again. The map is complete, the way is clear. The only question remaining is, will the seeker step onto the path? May the light guide you. May the wisdom reveal itself. May the journey be both profound and gentle. End of How to Navigate the Afterlife. End of book.